That thing looks freaking crazy.
Rewind. Rewind.
Yes! Yes! 69! 69! I'm gonna aim so far above this thing.
Rewind.
I don't have superpowers yet, do I? Oh, he's got big eyes. Wait, superpowers! Wait. Do it. One shot him. Oh my god, you did. Wait, you one shot Cole.
Rewind.
Yo guys, what is up? Yo guys, what is up? Yo guys, 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 yo guys. Yo guys, what are we doing today? What are we stream? How we doing? I started technically at the very last second that I could, but we're here. Sorry about that. Big POE2 reveal today. Should be hopefully a crazy show. I am very much expecting a lot of changes. At least one new class. No bingo. I know. I'm sorry. How we doing? We also got some BL4 patch notes today as well, by the way, which I might go over later. But right now, just some PoE stuff. And then later, I want to make a shred druid. Should be fun. Actually throwing. Yeah, I've been working on some videos. Dude, I Cutting it close. Yo, my bad. Dude, I noticed that all of the like Diablo 4 thumbnails that people are posting look very like deep fried. So I Fidesh just put my thumbnail that I made into. Oh, it's got 5 seconds left. I'll show you later.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live.
Let's do it!
We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim the Red Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below.
Pog, stream about booting.
So with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Oh shit, they're going right into it.
Those in darkness.
Dude, we've been like 6 months for this?
Once lay dormant. Now return. We who came before rise again. Behold, the first edict.
Whoa, new endgame, the origins of Divinity. 30 new endgame areas. New pinnacle boss. Oh shit. Yo, straight out of Elden Ring. New endgame quest. Ritual reworked. Why did that say Mage Blood? New ritual pinnacle boss. New endgame quest, Waking the Dreamer. Genesis tree crafting. Oh shit. Breach rework.
We become one.
New endgame quest. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, so they just reworked the entire endgame. Okay. New Delirium pinnacle boss. Probably just everything's new. New remnant encounters. 25 Calguran skills. Expedition rework, because why not? Explore the ocean. New expedition pinnacle boss.
Hunt like it's your last.
Hilda's hunting. Wait, what is this? Are these mercenaries? Atlas classes? Wait, what? Whoa, that looks sick. 15 new bosses and pinnacles. Okay, completely new Atlas tray. Spirit Walker Ascendancy. That's probably Amazon. Martial Artist Ascendancy. Oh shit. 40 new uniques. Doesn't seem like well.
To face us.
What were the 3 new Atlas classes? Like, what does that mean? That looks insane. It doesn't look like we're getting swords, but I could be wrong. People were speculating on that. We're gonna get swords or like a new base class.
So as you can see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now, we promised that this one was going to revamp the in-game, and I'm very excited to talk about it. But first, we've got to talk about the League.
Runes
so
of
to do that, I'm
Alder.
going to hand things over to Mark.
100 new crafting
Hi,
runes.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game
Hi, Mark.
Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Elder League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell. After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezomite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making for a difficult fight.
Okay.
After defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome
This is at the end
and
of the
asks
month.
that you note down anything you discover when you return to him. In each area in the Runes of Elder League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation.
I don't want my camera to block it there. Okay.
But be careful. The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the Remnant, who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used. So, if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire. Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters.
I'm fully expecting this to get like insane with like 30 symbols by endgame. I guess we'll see.
After the fight, break the remnant to receive the item you crafted. As you get higher levels, you will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to craft rarer items.
Runes for gloving.
As the number of slots
speed.
increases though, more waves of monsters will be added, with each wave being empowered by more and more of the runes. And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects.
Yo, someone get this guy a loot filter.
Like the Oath rune, which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it. Some recipes can get pretty large, requiring 6, 7, or even 8 runes.
I know
But
it was
don't worry,
coming. I know it
you
was
won't
coming.
have to remember them. Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all the options, allowing you to simply pick which one you want to craft, given the existing runes that are already on the remnant. To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Rayclast. He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover
doesn't
the
look like
secrets
sword
of
class,
Ezomite
no.
runesmiths of old.
We'll see. This is probably going to be a pretty long show.
The first of these can be found in Ogham, and reveals to you an ancient secret, buried deep underground. The runic magic which the Ezomites believe to be their own is actually of Calguran origin. Thousands of years ago, the Calgurans came to Rayclast to find sources of verisium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality. Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways and gain mastery over them. If you can bring him more verisium, he'll be able to use it to smith power into any armor, granting you Runic Ward, the power harnessed by the Calgurans since ancient times.
Runic Ward. As in, like,
Runic
Ward?
Ward is a new resource that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your Runic Ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return.
Whoa.
It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die.
That seems kind of strong.
Every single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way. Even uniques. Some are just a strict upgrade, giving Runic Ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of Runic Ward.
Oh,
There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely,
That was
making
just
them much more
entirely
viable for
Ward.
higher level play. But the Calgurans use Runic Ward for more than just a defense. it can also be used to power many other magics. Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Calgurans used runes of power and fueled them with runic ward. Many of the options available from remnant crafting are new types of Calguran skills that exclusively spend runic ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern.
Whoa.
You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself,
Whoa.
or with something you target at a distance, like Comet.
No, not more
There
common.
are also skills to modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies,
Okay.
to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies. Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost runic ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements,
Hey.
or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together, the Calgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well.
Cool.
There is also a set of runic supports that can be combined with regular skill gems in interesting ways. Concussive Runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns. While Runic Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill. Now, there are
I keep
other
wanting to
quests during the
pause to
campaign
read these
too
things more
that
detailed.
unlock
We'll go
even
through it
more interesting
afterwards.
crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from. Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons. With this technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage.
Ooh, that's
Now,
cool.
we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level uniques. All Calguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes. Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants.
That's kind of
There
spicy.
are also 100 new runes,
Oh, God.
as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the runes of Eldur after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another.
Oh, Jesus.
Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage.
Oh, that's crazy.
There is also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item. And there are
That's
even
crazy.
crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting.
Can
For
roll
example,
chronomancy
this rune of
modifiers.
chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effectuation.
23% cooldown.
You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items. Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example.
Increased chance of
There are honestly
ailments.
so many
Okay.
options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects. So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time. Once you get to King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Calguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Calguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Calguran expeditions that Danik has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Calguran expeditions that Danik has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering Verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face, or rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic. One very important difference from the simple remnant encounters, though, is that the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together. This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will find that the Atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast, with the ocean beyond. Kingsmarch has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwenin. He would like to launch an expedition deep into the ocean to find her, and this begins a new major mechanic for Expedition, exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast.
Oh, that's cool.
Uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwenin. You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions,
cool,
new bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwenin has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Calguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside. It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed. Now, after you have defeated Medved, you will find another logbook, and this time you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore. The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find.
Cool.
With each logbook, you can explore one sector and you can go as deep as you like. There are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore. Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible. The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become.
Cool.
These islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up. Free trapped wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology. And of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker.
Damn.
Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Calgurans used to power their ancient magic. and upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby. On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good. In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Calguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter.
So many
But to
hours
find
to
it,
sink into
you
this
will need to
already.
locate
Of
the
like
Tomb
one
of
little
Olroth,
like one
leader
aspect
of the
of
Knights
the
of the Sun.
endgame. There's like 10 other endgame activities.
Defeat him and gain access to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside. Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia. Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danik should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time. So that's the League, and there is a lot going on.
Plans, bro.
To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options.
Jesus.
Rune forging armors,
No, this is just one of the like endgame
upgrading
mechanics.
uniques,
Oh, that's crazy.
dozens of new Calguran skills and supports, tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean,
Afro, I think the
5
10
new
months,
bosses,
and Jacob
including a new
Twitch Prime.
pinnacle boss, and a bunch of new uniques to top it off. But there is still a ton more to come.
When does this happen?
It's time to talk about
end of
the
the month,
massive changes
May
to the
29th,
in-game.
or, yeah,
But for that,
29th.
I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the endgame atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new quest lines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west? The cracks in the earth to the east? Or perhaps visit the ruins of a Val city in the north? The atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations,
Nice.
giving you specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes, and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth. A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization. The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons, and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find.
Whoa.
You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes, discover many new areas, and uncover some dark secrets. Now, the Fortress is the first of the new full endgame storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the Fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes.
Strong boxes.
Or this one, which spawns an Asmeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map. Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain precursor nodes after the boss, and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree.
Cool.
Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat and move to an adjacent map. Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time. There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways, like this one which lets Ismeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential.
Cool.
You get points from every single area you complete in the
Jesus
fortress.
Christ.
And unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree. Yes, this whole tree
Wait,
can be yours.
what?
This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create
You can
before.
spec the
Like
whole
this
tree?
one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing on the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. Now obviously we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue
Interesting.
exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot? Or would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight?
Cool.
Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day, but we should probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2.
Hey.
For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress. An incredible challenge awaits you should you choose to go there. After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them. Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters. Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release Ismeri spirits when used. Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder, and not only that, he will have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points.
Oh,
so if you're the type of
shit.
player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points. So that's the Origins of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas,
D4
5 new
batting.
bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree, and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas.
Jesus Christ.
Now, earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree. Why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree?
Oh my god.
Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in. Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests, or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional unique item, or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier, but at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location. Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda. Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Rayclass and harvest their parts. In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes his Marian spirits no longer possess rare monsters,
three active
making them
at a
go for the
time?
unique bosses in the area instead. You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses. But in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques.
Oh.
Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing.
Okay. You can
As
only
you
have
unlock
one
each
active at a
master,
time, but you can
they
swap
will
between
appear
them.
on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and
Okay.
all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated. This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the endgame leagues we created when launching Early Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then.
It was pretty wild.
Fate of the
yep.
Vile and Rise of the Abyssal just had
Yeah,
a lot
that's-
more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for
The
example.
grind is going to be crazy.
We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to. So let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths, with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them. Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster.
Yep.
Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of
Used to
those who
lose, like,
step through his
Beyond
mirrors.
Yep.
And when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears. In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his Delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in
he's
one of
dancing.
Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him. Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features Delirium encounters. Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of Delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into Delirium you are. You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog, and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the Delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map,
I see.
but we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the Delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind. And must escape it while fighting off hordes of your worst fears.
What in the hell?
If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing.
2 random
You will need to track down
allocations?
Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him.
You see
And that means
It had,
entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors
2 like
in an
notables
attempt to
anointed
locate
on
him.
it.
Each area around the Withered Willow contains Delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start. As you do Deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well. Each one now has the ability
that's
to
as
add
crazy as I
crafted
think
mods
it
to
is.
jewels,
It's gonna be insane.
allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels.
What?
But there are many more. Once you've done enough Delirium
nice.
encounters, the location
Jewels
of
are
a
such a
grand
pain.
mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm is revealed. But it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the
No,
map
I don't
boss
think we're
for
getting a new
ridiculous
class.
empowered
2 new
fight,
Ascendancies,
then
though.
destroys the entrance into his realm of madness.
They haven't really talked about the Ascendancies yet.
In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm. Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas in fog, and every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind. At some point you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of your memories, twisted and perverted by the Raven Trickster. Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge.
Brother, what in the hell?
So, that's the new storyline of Delirium. As you can see, it's not only a questline, there are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder, and not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later. After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important, because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by Delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels,
Hey,
but
Drew
these potent
gameplay.
emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example, Potent Liquid Melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree.
Wait.
Like Storm's Rebuke, which makes Armor Break boost your cold and lightning damage. But also notables from a clearly deranged mind,
The next
like
fire
Calm's
spell you
Blessing.
cast,
This skill allows you to
Warcry
ancestrally boost
ancestrally
fire spells after using a
boosted.
Warcry. How about using an Ancestral Flame Blast? Now, just like before, you can also upgrade the league by getting
Interesting.
points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them, so it's easy to see how to progress. Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums. Like this one, which will pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds extra Delirium modifiers to monsters when you pick it up.
Bro,
There
I'm
are
just in
also
my head
nodes that can
trying to
add
like
new
think
types
like
of
how do you
drops,
explain all
like
this to a
this
brand
one,
new
which
player?
modifies simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels. And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League. Like this one, which causes the Grand Mirror to spread delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas,
Like
potentially containing multiple simulacrums.
We're getting depth.
All right, so that's the changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, but you have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items,
How are you
and a
gonna
massively
know what you
upgraded
can
Atlas tree
instill
just
on
for
it? Just,
Delirium.
like putting random things in. You know what I mean? You look at the skill tree, you can like see
But there's still
what
a
to
lot more to
instill.
come. So let's
If
talk
they're,
about
like,
Breach
brand new
next.
and they're not on the tree. How do you know
When you
what
first
can
do a
instill?
breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks
Oh my
dedicated
God,
to
there's
preventing the
more!
Hiveborn from entering the world. As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the order and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to keep the breach open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration. Once you've reached the monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers. In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1,
Yeah,
the
it'll
War
show
of the
the
Hiveborn has
instill, but
not
I'm
gone
saying,
well,
like,
and they have managed to establish a
I guess
foothold
we'll
in the
say.
world nearby.
I don't know how you would know
A
what the
gigantic
options
area
are
has
unless
fallen
they're,
to
like,
the
somewhere in
Scourge,
an off
and
tree.
the Keepers are unable to
But
get
there's a
inside.
list of things.
Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone
If you play
and
POE1,
penetrate the Hiveborn
you're
foothold.
probably familiar
But
with
without
this.
Hiveblood, the tree has withered.
It's a pretty cool crafting system.
To get Hiveblood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of Breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the Breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you.
Okay, so
and
literally
the Breach will
POE1,
not close
no?
until you can annihilate them, dropping Hiveblood that you can use to restore the Genesis Tree. In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht. These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis Tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn.
Yeah, it's literally POE1 Breach. Which is
Given
fine,
that
it's a good
25 years
system.
have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with
I
each
dig it. I
cycle
like the
it learns
Genesis
and
tree.
expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis Tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb
Jesus,
gifts.
fuck.
Each womb gift can
Wait,
be used
that's
to
like
create a different
5
type of
times the
jewelry
size of the
and must be
POE one.
fertilized with hive blood.
What? You see that thing?
So for example,
Brother,
you can
what
place
the
this amulet
fuck?
womb gift into the tree and it will give birth to a random rare amulet. But the Genesis Tree is capable of much more.
Wait, that's like...
As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth.
It's a crafting
So for example,
tree.
this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed.
Jesus.
And as you go deeper, it will even allow you to create new base types that you can't get anywhere else.
It's a
Like this one,
It's a
which gives you an
passive
entire
crafting
spirit
tree.
skill for free.
So it's like if you want to make a two-handed axe
Or this one,
like
which has a
a
rune
two-handed
socket in
mace,
it.
you'd pick only give me two-handed weapons, only give me maces.
To the left and right are
then
branches that
I
will
want
let you
fire
control which mods
modifiers
the
on the
amulet can
mace
get,
type deal.
including making sure that they're higher
You can
level
literally like exactly make certain items.
or controlling which specific mods that they will always have. With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts. But it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them. On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types like these, but you also have entire new classes of mods that can be added. The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells,
Ooh, that's cool. I like that.
or more niche options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash.
Rings are kind of boring for spells, so that's sick.
And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters. This stuff is actually pretty important, because casters and minion builds didn't have as many
Minions
slots
have a
with interesting item
94%
crafting compared
chance to
attack
fire an
builds.
additional
The
projectile.
Genesis Tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too. like being able to create new catalysts for jewels, or a belt that gives lightning damage.
Sick.
Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone. And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion. Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive.
Bro, this is POE3.
These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can. But your real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world. Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you will need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all.
What the F?
Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives, and defeat the Breach Lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing Breach Pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery. While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause Breach hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas.
Okay.
And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for way more items. There are also nodes that allow you to control your rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht.
New lineage supports.
Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get.
Not the breeding program.
There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesht to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
Brother, what in the fuck is that?
So that's a
3
rundown
out
of
of
what you can
60?
expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches, hive encounters, and Hiveborn incursions on the Atlas. But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well. Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next. When you first complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear. She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few words, beckoning you to come to the Wildwood. Like the other leagues, Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home.
Very
The
seriously.
Wildwood can be found to the west. When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form. Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her. But in order to do so, you will need
There's
her body
two new
currently in possession of
Ascendancies.
the
We
King.
don't think any new
To
class
reclaim
or
it,
weapon
you'll need
type.
to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood,
Which
there
is
are
a
many
bummer.
ritual encounters
Definitely.
to complete.
But it
Like
also looks
before,
like they're
in each
cooking
area,
up
triggering
a
rituals
crazy
will
amount
resurrect
of
the
new
nearby bound
endgame.
monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute.
I hope we get some real new
In
builds
addition,
though.
each ritual you do in the area will add the monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you complete. Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items. Now, an important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens, making this league's rewards
Wait,
much more valuable than
what?
before.
It's
In order
only
to gain an
uniques
audience
and
with the Nameless
omens.
King, you need to sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar. Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless
That's
Shrine.
Okay,
His location will be
offering thing
revealed
is
deeper
a
in the Wildwood,
huge improvement.
and you will need to make your way to him, kill him,
I like that. That's cool.
and get Aoife's body. Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless. The rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss,
Okay.
and defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name. But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you
Buckle
go
up
in this
indeed.
direction,
That
you gain significantly more tribute. But if you go in this direction,
Buckle up,
the uniques in the
everyone.
reward window will turn into currency instead. You can also sometimes get offered specific items that will be added as rewards. So in this
Mage
case,
blood.
you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A difficult decision, I'm sure.
Huh.
Now, as this is one continuous ritual, the encounters in the next map won't start from scratch. They
Interesting.
contain all the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder. And that includes the map boss too. You will
I'm
need to
very
defeat
curious about
both
the
map
Mage
bosses in the
Blood
final
there.
encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward, and add another map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all, and will be an incredible challenge.
Whoa.
But once complete, you can return to the Wildwood to perform the final rite. Transfer your
How does
name
the
to the
Mage
effigy,
Blood work in
adorn
this
the crown
video
of the
game?
Nameless King, and enter the prison.
Oh, you only have like 2 flash
Now,
slots?
of course, once the Pinnacle boss is complete, the League doesn't end there. As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the King in the Mists for another audience.
Oh, you're right. It is probably charm related.
Pick another forest to begin the Rite of the Nameless once more,
Divine
and this
Orb.
time with a harder Pinnacle boss and new unique items to find. Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas tree. Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood, and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the Rite of the Nameless, like this one, which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6? Or this one, which makes maps during the Rite have more reward mods, often having 2. You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter. There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear. Okay, so that's ritual. But let's have a look at what this means for endgame content as a whole for Path of Exile 2. When you include the expedition changes made by the League, we have a total of 5 new in-game storylines, each of which has a hub, crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs, and
I'm
a pinnacle boss as a
overwhelmed.
capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly, you now have immediate quests as soon as you arrive at the endgame, and goals with obvious progressions that you can see how to finish. Each in-game questline has a progress bar that you can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any
Holy
time.
shit.
This shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them.
That's helpful.
Overall, it's just a way better in-game experience with a significant number of fun objectives to complete. But just in case you didn't have enough goals, we did have one other thing that you might want to complete this league.
Oh, no.
These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges? Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league
Hey.
comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove
Basically
that
like
you are
a
indeed the
thing
best.
to do to get free
We
cosmetics.
haven't done these yet in Path of Exile 2, but it's time to change that. If you're able to complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Alder armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one, anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess. In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've completed.
Cool.
You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges, and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new Ascendancy classes as well, but to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As Jonathan said, we have 2 new classes to show you today, the Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity with the Asmerian animal spirits. She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing.
Whoa.
On the bottom part of the class, you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal, vivid, or wild. Each one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear. Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack.
Okay.
The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill.
Ooh.
And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies.
Okay.
Now you can specialize more into each of these wisps, but if you want to combine all 3 of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked. The power of the Sacred Wisps. This node is free
to
and
allocate.
enhances the quality of all 3 of your spirit animals. Your bear will take some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies. And your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as Idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using idol socketables in your equipment.
Okay.
And this one, which is my absolute favorite. The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses, opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build.
Interesting.
Maybe you tame the mighty
that's
Silverfist in the
fucking
jungle dance.
sick.
Or maybe a 3-headed chimeral beast in the
Yo,
chimeral
that's
wetlands.
kinda wild. That just becomes your minion now.
Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the Frozen Talon. There's
Slam
so
monkey,
many
I
choices.
choose you.
You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion.
Bro, that's
Next
kind of
up,
wild.
we have the monk's new
Holy shit, it's
Ascendancy
the
class,
Avatar.
the Martial Artist. After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the 7 Hollow techniques. Channeling Hollow Form technique allows the Martial Artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease.
Okay, that's cool.
Should you find
I
yourself
love that you get to,
overly
like,
vulnerable
stand
while
still
channeling, you
doing
might
it,
want to
though.
take Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This
get
can
over
even
here.
enhance your attacks too. By hardening your weapon in stone, you can deal even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects. In this case, bells, which will appear around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks, even ones from the Hollow Form technique earlier. Hollow Resonance technique furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you.
That's cool.
Through all the martial artist's thorough training, he has mastered the flow of internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic tattoos
Tattoo
around his
runes
meridians.
on your body.
By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes. Just open your inventory and add the runes. There is one that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots. Finally, your hands, the ultimate expression of a master of the martial arts. Taking Way of the Stone Fist will cause your gloves to become a new base type when equipped. Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier.
Okay.
For example, these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit.
Those are solid gloves.
Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies. With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers on gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with.
Okay.
Now, with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards. There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a two-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption. It converts all of your mace's skills fire damage to cold, and visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones.
That's sick.
This mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught. Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold metallic bolts from the stratosphere. Next, we have Eventide Petals, an amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation skill, Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you. Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed, creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it. The
Cool.
Raven's Flock is a staff perfect for minion characters. Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful, for maximum crowd control. That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy. This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger. For your POE 1 players,
that's
you can
fucking
think of
sick.
this just like a raven righteous fire.
What?
That's not all, however. These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with
Minion
minion
RF.
damage and come with their own command skill,
Oh,
Mad
shit.
Flight. This command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between.
That's kind of wild.
Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you cull enemies. To aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy.
That's cool looking.
As you use this, gain your stacks of Fear Incarnate, which increases your culling threshold, meaning enemies become easier and easier to cull, even to the point of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life. Sylvan's
Interesting.
Effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types,
What?
instead of the normal restriction of just one per type. But what makes this cool is the Asmerian Wolf companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral
Okay,
wolves
I mean,
to
you gotta
ambush
use that
all
with the
foes
druid,
around you.
right? The druid wolf form.
Liminal Coil is a crazy wand. It allows you to apply as many curses as you please, but those curses will have no effect. What's the point then? 2 reasons. Firstly, your spells gain a
Jesus.
bunch of extra physical and chaos damage for each curse on enemies. Secondly, is the skill it grants called Coiling Bolts. This skill is a projectile spell that fires coiling physical and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes this skill truly special though, is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus. See for yourself.
Okay.
Periphery
That's
is a
pretty
unique
sick.
bow, which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements. And all elements can cause all ailments. The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that
Like
are
shot.
summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further. Watch as you mow
He's
enemies
playing
down,
Ice Shot.
and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you,
Log
melting enemies
in.
one screen at a time. The Ordained is a new spear, mastering in physical and lightning damage, with high critical strike chance too. This spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage, but lightning too. It also creates a fragment of divinity nearby periodically. What are those? Well, this spear has the skill Righteous Descent, which is an epic, divine leap, aided by angelic wings. If you use the skill when a fragment of divinity is nearby, it will become empowered, dealing significantly more damage, gaining massive area of effect, and bypassing its cooldown. When fighting a boss, let a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc, obliterating them.
Okay.
Last, but not least, we have a new unique jewel, Voices.
Oh boy.
Voices is simple. It consumes one jewel slot to add more. There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots,
Lord.
and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel slots.
Bro, I like
Equip
how
it
they
and
changed the
notice the
skill
slot to
tree to
appear
not
next
have
to
it
your
in any
character's
jewel
portrait in the
sockets
center.
to now just having way more jewel sockets.
One of the things we are concerned about is how long it takes for experienced players to replay
boy.
through the game in
I'm
each
getting
new
Vampire
league.
Under Divine,
Survivor
yeah.
vibes from
As
some
we
of these
learned from
tools.
Path of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for. We'll cover just one example per act for Acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these. For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil.
My
You
only
might
thing with the
also
uniques
find
is, like,
corpses of
sometimes
dead
the
animals,
uniques are insane, and sometimes
killed
they're like
and picked at
too
by the
niche
crowbar.
to like be
You'll
good or
notice
don't
a
scale
trail
well
of blood
enough.
leading
So
away
we'll
from
see
them.
with some of those things.
Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss.
We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village.
Yay!
In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the Lightless Caverns and track down the Abyssal. Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks. Just follow them, and it will take you right to their
Brother,
lair,
hallelujah.
allowing you to find and unlock the Well of Souls. In Act 3, the jungle
Bro,
areas
I
have
needed
camps
this
of
so
explorers
badly.
to sell you items. However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. Not only that, but it will also reveal it on the minimap, so you can know exactly where to go.
Yay!
These are just
Best
some
change.
examples.
Best change
We
so
plan to
far.
do more and more of these over time in order to
Bro, I
streamline
get
the
so
experience.
lost in these maps.
Now, as this is an endgame expansion, it makes sense that we would work on Atlas QOL. We've added a search box that updates live as you type. Have a specific
Mountain.
map you want to run? Now they will be much easier to find.
Nice.
If there are multiple maps, hitting enter will move you from map to map.
Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex. And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides.
We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them.
Holy shit.
So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client.
Here's how it works. Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded,
I'm
the
gonna need
builds
help.
appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you everything
Alright,
you
I'm
need to know
listening.
to make that build.
Oh, it'll literally highlight
So
the
you can
whole
see
tree.
all the passives you need to allocate, Ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to equip, and
that's pretty
recommendations
sick.
for all the support gems you need to use as well.
Yeah, but now they're not going to watch the YouTube video
For
14
items,
times
the
to get
build
the info
designer
they
can
need.
specify which
Fuck.
uniques to use in each slot, or, if needed, just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item you need. In fact,
I can't tell if
build
this is
creators
helpful
can
or
add
hurtful.
notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to explain different trade-offs in context, or just give more
Wait,
info about
what?
how
You can
these
put
things should
in
be
notes
used.
on your pieces of gear?
They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations to change over time. Great for builds that need to
Holy
respec after they
fuck.
reach a certain level. Now,
That's
all of this is
crazy.
written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format.
Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item
Hold up.
will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices.
Hey.
For rare items, it's handy to exclude
that'd
some
be
mods.
really helpful for
So we
console.
added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price. Next up,
Yeah,
we're going
no
to be
third-party
talking about the
tool
new
needed.
supporter packs for Return of the
Finally.
Ancients. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter
Let me
packs.
spend some money.
The Blood Reaver and Divinity packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
Birthday present. Oh,
As
shit.
always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Blood Reaver series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Yeah, but why does his face look like that?
Let blood fuel your bloodshed. The Exsanguinator weapon effect draws the blood of enemies you've slain and funnels it into your weapons.
That's cool.
Turn the appearance of your endurance,
Have we had supporter packs
frenzy,
for POE2?
and power charges into orbiting
No,
globules
right?
of
I don't
blood
think so. This is the
with the
first time.
Blood Reaver charges. While your charges are active,
Can't remember.
these blood orbs will grow
We had
in
like
size
the
when you
generic
absorb more
like year
blood
ones,
from
but not
nearby
like the season
enemies.
ones.
There are options to have pure blood charges, or charges that still display which kind of charge they are at their core. A taste for blood doesn't negate a taste for style. The Elite Blood Reaver armor
Oh, you
features
can
crimson
choose if you
leathers
wanna show your
and
face or
golden
not.
accents to set yourself apart
did
from
have some. Okay.
uncivilized leeches. It also features a back attachment, fashioned out of the wing of a colossal bat. Alongside every Blood Reaver is their trusted gargoyle pet. In true gargoyle fashion, they take the form of a stone statue when you are idle, leaping into action when you're on the move again.
That's cool.
What good is immortality if you don't have a vast mansion to come home to at the end of the day? The Eternal Blood Reaver supporter pack contains the Blood Reaver Manor Hideout. This exquisite 2-story estate features an organ, a grand dining table, and cages for your visitors. You can alter the walls to create as many or few rooms as you like. Last but not least, the Servant of the Manor, eternally bound to the Order of the Blood Reavers. This henchman will manage your store, so you can spend more time spilling blood.
Stop that. We won't disappoint you. But if we do, you've our permission to beat us most violently.
The Divinity Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Call on Divinity to aid you in eluding enemy hits with the Divinity dodge roll effect.
Oh, that's
As you
pretty
sprint,
sick looking.
actual divine lightning wings will form out of your back, leaving a trail of radiance as you engage or escape from combat. For situations that are too dicey, call on the gods above to send down the Storm of Divinity portal to create a safe passage for you to retreat through.
God damn.
Adorn yourself with the Knight of Divinity armor set, a highly revered attire only bestowed to those deemed worthy for the divine cause. Equipping the Divine Surge character effect empowers you with a storm of divine
Yo,
energy.
log in.
Using skills causes the storm to burst from your character, spilling raw divinity into the area around you. The Arbiter of Divinity wings are the final piece remaining to emphasize the force Divinity has over this realm. This ancient precursor machine was found locked away in a highly guarded vault. Its original purpose is unclear, but it has been altered to fuel your maps using the pure, everlasting divinity within the statue. The pillars surrounding represent how many portals you have left for your map. This map device also tracks your progress as you complete the new Origins of Divinity storyline, added this expansion. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. On release weekend, we will also be releasing the Return of the Ancients mystery box, which will contain 2 armor sets,
Gamba
a set of
time.
map devices for your in-game adventures, a new tracking scroll that records the amount of currency you've gained from the currency exchange or your shop, and much more, like a set of finisher effects and affinity stashes. That's not all, however. The Fragment Stash tab is finally coming to Path of Exile 2, and with it comes some tabception. Inside this one tab, there's a tab for your various boss key fragments. There's also a tab for all your precursor tablets, with each type of tablet getting 6 tabs of storage. Finally, there's a tab for your Djinn barriers and inscribed ultimatums, both of which get their own 6 tabs. That's a lot of tabs.
So that's everything in 050. This is by far the biggest update we've ever made to POE1 or 2. New in-game storylines, pinnacle bosses, crafting systems, items, Ascendancy classes, and so much more. Now, because this update contains so much in-game content, we're doing significantly more testing than usual. For that to happen, we're taking a little longer than usual between the announcement and the release. 050 will be released in 3 weeks on May the 29th, with the patch notes being released on the Friday before that, on May 21st. But there's just one more thing to talk about. Now that the endgame is up to scratch, we have to start talking about our plan for 1.0 release.
Ooh.
The feedback we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we'll be making to the game. At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an ARPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1. Well, with 050, we now believe we have reached that point, and so this is going to be the last full-size league during early access. That's right, the next big update is going to be 1.0.
What?
Now, normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger.
Oh, fuck.
So we'll be launching 1.0 this year sometime after ExileCon. But that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime.
Wait, when's
In this
ExileCon?
final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates, it's going to be on improving what we already have. But we still want to encourage people to try out all the balance changes and improvements that we're making. So we're going to be running a few event leagues during
In
this phase
November.
alongside each update. Think remixes of existing mechanics or features.
Okay.
And speaking of ExileCon, don't forget to pencil it in on the weekend of November the 7th in New Zealand. ExileCon is a gathering of our players, and a chance for us to showcase everything we'll be working on for both Path of Exile 1 and 2. And this one will be particularly important for us, since we finally get to unveil some of the coolest content that we've been working on for a while now with Act 5 and 6. Tickets for the in-person event are currently sold out, but don't worry, all the announcements and talks are going to be streamed online for all of
Wow,
you to
they're
watch.
already sold out, dude. That's
Now, I'm
impressive.
personally so excited for this. This is the year that POE2 comes out. The campaign is finally finished.
Oh,
it's been 8
so
years
that
to
means
get
it's going
here,
on, like,
but
December
we're finally near the
then.
finish line. And with that, it's time to move on to our live Q&A.
Yeah, most likely December. How many classes / ascendancies do you think they're going to include for 1.0? Oh, there's no volume. Ziggy. Muted.
Good to
there it is.
sit down for a nice long Q&A once again today. We just had a teaser for Return of the Ancients expansion and its complete overhaul to just every single thing in the endgame, complete endgame overhaul. The Runes of Aldor League with a frankly somewhat confusing amount of crafting and systems and things in it. It kind of keeps going. And then we've got like the Calguran skills that work across weapons, the extra-looking Ascendancies, and some insane uniques and all that sort of stuff. But
there's so much,
honestly,
Walter. So much
it's kind of
info
easy to
to
talk about
process.
what's not part of 0.5. So with that very elegant segue, let's do that first. So I think some people definitely had an expectation or a hope that there was going to be a new class or a new weapon type here, swords perhaps.
Unfortunately, it's just the case that making a class is something that takes longer than a single cycle. So yeah, it was never going to be on the cards for 050, unfortunately. But
so it wasn't even that it was moved in this case.
No, it just wasn't. It just isn't something that we can do in that short amount of time. So it's going to have to be the next one before we're able to get.
Well, last time you guys teased like the druid and the huntress beforehand.
Exactly. Right? So it's kind of funny seeing everyone like this. Like probably the mistake we made was having a sword in the teaser for the breach stuff.
I thought it was a fishing rod.
yeah. So no one thought about that, but it's just kind of funny.
It is a shame, but it seems like you guys have kind of. Well, you keep raising the bar on yourself as far as class design is concerned.
And it's not like we're not working on it in the background, right? Like that is definitely happening.
I've been seeing a little bit of work going on there.
We're simple people from New Zealand. Like swords, they're advanced technology that we haven't quite gotten yet.
So I just don't understand.
We're trying to learn how they work.
Just like get on the map, aren't you?
There's like a straight line. There's like some metal. These are complex things.
There's a lot to figure out there. But do you care to speak at all, like kind of what your plans are in that regard as far as like classes and?
I really shouldn't, just because it'll spoil the reveal for that will come
not exactly,
some of the time.
But like, what are you kind of hoping towards getting like from 0.5 onwards? In the lead up to ExileCon in terms of that? Are you hoping to get like all of the classes in the game, just one or two more or something like that?
Well, so I think that what the main focus is going between 050 and 1.0 is going to be more about like improving what we have, like polishing everything, and 1.0 is where you're going to get the like the big new content update, like that's going to include the Acts 5 and 6, it's going to include like class stuff, it's going to include like all that sort of thing, because really ultimately the main goal of of early access is like make sure that all the systems that we have in the game are good. Right, so we need to make sure the end game is good. We need to make sure that all of the the skills, just the way that combat is good, and like all the various things, like like even stuff that isn't good yet. Like Ascendancy trials, right? Like there's going to be stuff that we need to do before 1.0 to get good, and so like that's kind of so long as we can get that stuff, then I think people trust that we know how to create like an act at this point, right? Like so that isn't exactly something we need to test per se, So really what we need to do now is like assuming that people are happy with the end game that we've released in 050. That will mean that we've kind of checked all the boxes of stuff that we need to know, and there's still stuff that we need to improve, and like that'll happen between 050 and 1.0.
Makes sense.
But like that's the main thing we need to be sure of, and then once we've got that, it's like now we can get the big update, the ridiculous update that is 1.0 ready.
And I heard you mentioning that recently as well, that you don't feel like you really need to get the last acts in for testing.
No. I mean, like
know how to do that.
We know how to do that. It's one of those things that like look, people saw in. For like we know what we're doing when it comes to that stuff. It's just
the plan's obviously to get like those last acts in, finish the story, and have all that come out at launch
in 1.0 exactly. And look, that'll be the launch
conclusion to the story then. Exactly. So you have done though
2 new classes for 1.0.
Gigantic update here for Endgame, and it seems like you've done a lot all in one expansion.
Yeah.
And you've got this plan to like kind of do a little bit of like some other stuff in the interim. So why did you go for this route of trying to do so much all in one instead of spreading out over say, a couple of expansions?
So in retrospect, maybe we should have spread it out. But honestly, the reason is because we wanted to actually make it so that like we wanted to deliver a patch where like this is what we expect the end game to be. Like this is the template for what leagues look like when they're in end game and that kind of thing. And I feel like if we'd just done a couple of them, it wouldn't have really got that across. Like it needs to be like once again, this is what end game is, and it really is fulfilling a lot more of what we had hoped for in terms of feeling like a world that you can explore, that there's things everywhere and that kind of stuff that we had wanted for. And the other thing as well is there were just like a few things about the current end game, right? It just didn't really give you goals in the right way. Like you get to end game, you don't know what the hell to do, and a lot of players just leave right there. There needs to be the case that when you get there, like there's objectives, there's things, that feels like there's actually a storyline there, this kind of stuff, in order to entice players to actually go further than the campaign and actually get into end game. So I think that if we hadn't have done all of the leagues at the same time, it just wouldn't really have kind of gotten across what we're really going for there.
And it sounds like the plan now is to be able to focus on a little bit more polish in the lead up to ExileCon as well.
So yeah, I mean, we plan to have some more leagues, but they won't be like content, like mega expansion type leagues. Like it's more like kind of like the 1 month event type things that we've done, and that's really just because we want to be able to. We still don't want to do mid-league nerfs, and so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do. You know, in order to do all that stuff, you still need to have an economy reset. And so what we'll probably do is like more event type stuff, like remixes of existing content, but also adding stuff where stuff's missing. So for example, like we still have a lot more uniques we need to make, especially like mid-game uniques, so that kind of stuff. Like we now believe we've got the standard of where a unique needs to be in POE2 in terms of like, you know, and it's like way more than what you need in POE1 in terms of being able to reach the standard.
And then the full game
so now
is
that we've got
launching
that, we can expand on that, get more uniques, sort of, you know, mid-game ones, that kind of stuff. You know, so yeah, there's stuff like that that'll be coming in the sort of the updates between now and 1.0. But yeah, like it isn't going to be the kind of like, you know, mega content craziness that we've got for OFOTO here.
We have a lot to dive into as far as endgame things. While people watching live, get your questions in the chat for all of that. In the meantime, I want to ask you folks about the new league, the Runes of Aldur, which this is like an expedition rework, but it's also its own separate league. This encountering remnants, uncovering these runes throughout this storyline in the campaign, and then into endgame. And I was like, really, like it's a lot. There's a lot of like crafting and items and reward types and systems and stuff going on here. In fact, Jonathan, you showed me this rather unhinged looking spreadsheet. Like I was like, oh, so these are just like random rewards or something. But then you showed me this spreadsheet, like that's like the recipes of all the how different runes combine together to make different things. Yeah. We probably put too much thought into it that honestly needed. But like, like we have to make sure that like if it's an iron rune, like what kind of stuff would be, you know, creating that, like, you know, that's just something that, like the recipes have a lot more structure to them, and I suspect a lot of that players won't even think about. Like they'll just see list pick for item, you know, like that's something I don't really think about. But there is some thought put into that of like what things go to what recipes.
One way to look at this is this league has the most spreadsheets we've ever made.
Like POE2 been good.
The other day I was looking through all the it's called like Verisium crafting or something.
Yeah.
I was looking through all the tabs, and I was like, I was on like the 60th tab, and I was like, the heck is this? I was reading all this stuff, and it said like Mark's ideas, and I was like, I don't remember coming up with any of this. I did. There's just like pages and pages and pages of crafts and stats, and just like honestly, I've lost the plot a little bit with respect to how many like different things we've made, and like it's honestly just been crazy.
Idea writing.
Yeah. Some of the rune stuff is like also super bizarre. Like, okay, what's like? I don't even really understand that rune that's got to do with uniques. Like, what's going on with that?
It's called Olroth's Legacy. And it's a rune that you can place in Izamite and Calguran uniques to destroy the unique, and it takes one of the mods off of it and creates a unique rune.
What?
With a slightly modified value sometimes, because obviously, and then you can put that in the same item class of a. I
don't even know about this system. What the systems just keep
There's just so many crazy crafting things going on. But it was kind of like, well, when we were designing the league, we're like, okay, we've got Calgurans. Like, what kind of crazy crafting and magic systems would Calgurans have, like that would be different than the stuff that's going on in Rayclast? And so, you know, their whole magic system is based around like this star metal that they have Verisium, and then they like, you know, like the you know, words give it power and so on. So we're just kind of thinking, we're using that as inspiration for all the different crafting things you have.
Blue shapes.
Yeah, all the blue runic shapes and everything. So it was just a lot of
little nuts on this.
Yeah, we went definitely. So there's so many crafting things. Like in fact, there's even more crafting stuff we had. Like, there were entire crafting benches that we have designed and practically like 80% implemented and then discarded. Like, there's just like a huge amount of that stuff.
We can do this or some other way.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool way. Yeah, so like because I saw that there's like, oh, you can bench craft a thing and then it changes the unique and it has a new modifier, but now you've also got a rune that steals modifiers off uniques as well. I had no idea.
Why not?
You like making more work for yourselves these days. That seems to be a running theme. I keep saying this to you. Like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this?
Yeah.
Why do you make it so you have to like from now on you always have to look at all the modifiers on gloves?
100%. So yeah, because of that monk ascendancy, now every unique we ever make that's a glove unique, we have to design extra mods that it changes to.
One other axis on that. All these new runes we've added, all of them. Remember that shaman that has that whole bonded modifier on every rune that we need to also add?
Yeah. Does that apply to the ones that come from uniques like that?
TBD. We're going to try. Yes, we are going to try to do it. Yes, but the idea is all of them will work. Yes.
So that's like there's some really unusual ones too, because there's runes that are designed to just be put into an item to metacraft and then be replaced. Right. So
I'm really proud of that one actually, because I really like the way that it's like doing metacrafting in a more understandable way, I reckon, than what POE1 had. So you put the item in, you can start rolling different mods, but then you can take it out again by putting another rune on top. So
and I
really
guess there's going to be maybe some process where you put one of those in, do a craft, and then put another one in, do another craft.
Almost certainly.
Together.
That one's pretty cool. We got like chronomancy mods on boots. You got like a berserking themed one for helmet. There's like a kind of decay, damage over time one for gloves, and there's a few others there. So we've kind of tried to theme them as well.
Yeah, that's like even a different thing to what we've had in the past with meta mods. Like that's not just shaping how we access the current modifiers.
They're never going to do a story
new modifier pools entirely getting added to items.
I mean, we also have that new modifier pool thing going on with Breach as well, where with the new minion set of mods and the new caster set of mods on rings and stuff like that. Like, But the thing is, part of the reason for this is because we really wanted to make sure. So one of the things we're in the sort of early design phase of this is we're kind of like every league needs to have something that you're going to keep, like, if you want to grind Justice League, that there's a thing that, like, a reward that, like, you can keep on, that keeps on giving, if you know what I mean. That there's, like, a reason to keep on doing this, like, economically. So therefore every league has to have some kind of crafting system that you can engage with for a very long period of time. And like, we didn't quite have that for, like, some of the leagues sort of had that a bit before, but now we want to make sure that every league definitely has something along those lines.
It's a big skill tree.
So that, just a reason to keep going.
Yeah, people can absolutely find like a niche, a service they provide the community or whatnot, which I quite like to see, especially the Breach tree getting real deep cuts on some of those things that you can do there, and now with the runes and everything as well. So for the back to the runes of Eldor, you're not actually needing to like find those runes that you're inscribing on those
right now is what's being discussed so shown. I have no idea what build I want to play.
That's how it works, but in reality, the way that you'll engage with it is when you find a rune sort of inscribed on a thing, then like all the recipes that relate to that rune will be displayed, except for that there's a few hidden ones that you have to do some quests to get. So there's some more quests throughout the campaign, and also some stuff in Endgame that you can do to unlock a few more recipes.
Yeah, but you don't have to like physically like cart these sorts of things around.
No, there's nothing like that. So effectively, like, you're just picking from the book every time. So like, if you want to just look at this as like, walk up to the object, there's some recipes, just pick which item you want. That's effectively how you can engage with it. But thematically, there's kind of more stuff going on with the way that the recipes form and what we decide to put and stuff.
So you showed that these remnants, then this new remnant system, obviously it shares the name with remnants from expeditions themselves.
Running back. Let's go.
Remnants. So you are still finding these standalone remnants from the league mechanic, like in maps as well as expeditions.
Correct. So every area there'll be a remnant, and you do the sort of standalone remnant mechanic. But then when you do expeditions, all the what used to be called remnants there have been replaced by these remnants, which serve a similar purpose, because they both give you an extra reward, but also make the monsters harder. And even just making the monsters harder in itself, by the way, does add more rarity to the monsters. So like the more runes that you are adding to the fight, the more rewards you're going to get. So it's worth doing, even aside from the reward that you're picking. There's still like extra juice that you're adding to the monsters as well.
We've effectively got a more unified monster mod system now, and so anytime we're pretty much adding mods to monsters, be it now runes, and we've even updated Delirium mods to apply to the same system. They all go through the same. They all add. There's like no rarity, XP, life, etc. columns, and so we're just trying to make sure that there's a. Whereas before it's like system over here, system over here, system over here. They're different reward axes, and we're just trying to make sure it's all difficulty equals reward.
Right, and that's the key thing. Like, we always want to make sure that whatever the difficulty we're adding, we're always adding rewards in kind. And a lot of the stuff in POE2, I mean, it's been quite hard to balance it, but it's one of those things that, if you get it right, then it feels right, and if it doesn't, then you kind of don't know why things feel off, and like why things is like this thing's too hard and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So on that topic, actually, so each of these runes has its own different modifiers that it does to make monsters harder. Is that something you can kind of engage with? You're like choosing the recipes?
So when you're choosing the recipe, you're also choosing what mods effectively go on it, because each rune that you're inscribing effectively comes with like, the thing that the monster's going to do. So there are definitely situations where you might want to decide to like pick something easier because you don't particularly like this mechanic, whatever, but it means you're missing out on whatever item is in that recipe. So like the goal there is that the harder, like the rarer the item, the harder the runes are that will be, the rune modifiers that will be added to the monsters.
Makes sense.
There's some pretty, like in expeditions and what we're now calling grand expeditions, because as what people knew as logbooks before.
The logbook is
the logbook is now is exploring the oceans. So,
it's actually a thing,
add all
you get the
classes.
cool things where,
I'm
okay,
imagining
let's
we'll
say
get
there's
like 2 new
12 remnants
classes.
and you want to get
is
them
my
all in the
guess
detonation
for
chain.
1.0 launch.
Each remnant you do the fight, and then one of those runes is passed on to be additive with the next. So it doesn't manipulate. So effectively, the monsters have the mods of the remnant, and then all of the next remnant's monsters have one of those runes as well as all the ones they had.
So
every remnant's harder than the next, getting more and more and more mods. And you can imagine if you go down 12, you can have technically up to 22 extra mods, which you'll note is the reason why we don't display a whole bunch of lines of text on screen, and we instead have the bar of actual runic symbols.
So you can mouse over those or something, can you? Like to see the modifiers?
You were meant to be able to, but probably not right now.
There's this thing that we'll do later, which is this pause rework.
Yes.
I'm going to just spoil it now because it's like one of those things that we're going to do. But effectively, the intention for frickin' ages has been, we just haven't had time to do it yet, that when you pause the game, you can mouse over all of the different things and like find out information about them. So the intention would be to like be able to expand all of that stuff, like so look at all buffs and explore like what exact stats they give and that kind of stuff. If you want to do that, we've just been planning on doing it for ages, but we didn't get around to it. But
I've been really keen on
they're
that.
launching this year.
The runes do say what they do on the remnant, and when the one that moves onto the next remnant has an extra icon above it.
It's not actually moving on all of them, because I was going to say, because it's kind of like each remnant has a lot of modifiers. So it's not. Is it?
So let's say you have a remnant with 5 runes.
Yeah.
One of them will have a symbol above it.
We don't
and that one forwards onto the next
gotta
remnant.
cover the new
and so
hotfix
you
and
can do
bash
a little bit
from last
of
week as well.
You can have a
behind
crazy
it.
encounter, but the next one is maybe not as bad. You're like, oh, maybe if I just make it through that, it'll be okay in the next part of the expedition.
Yeah, but then so the order of them kind of matters as well. And then, like, okay, let's say obviously each remnant gives a reward. There's a little bit of a more, if you're a juicer, so to speak, you're going to want to do a thing where you're like, okay, I want to get as many runes as possible. And so you want to kind of do things like avoiding overlaps. You want to make sure the last remnant has the most amount of runes, probably. And there's all these like different little things you can think about to try and
expedition. Then
there is, yes, and it's the kind of thing where people are like, I'm going to try and squeeze the most amount of rewards out of these out. Or if you just want to just go blow up a bunch of stuff, also that's completely fine.
On that note, extreme archaeology is still a thing with this new system. Then the giant explosion.
Not in the direct sense.
How do you mean?
Well, not with grand logbooks.
Right. Well, with the regular encounters and maps.
I believe it's on one of the master nodes.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I
do
need
want to work
to
on some shred
double check that because I can't be sure, but I believe it is. Yes, we are.
Yeah, that was always the thing for regular expedition encounters anyway, right?
But like, obviously, you don't want that in a grand expedition because you're just like, well, okay, I'll get 1% of the island, I guess. Yeah, for the regular ones, it should be there.
Yeah, awesome.
But
cool.
If it's not,
it's funny though. Like there's also a sort of hidden amount of work that we sort of glossed over there as well in all of the like logbook islands, like what used to be called logbooks, but now the Grand Expedition Islands.
Yeah.
Like we put a lot of effort into like making a bunch of unique islands with weird shit. Like like every one of them has got like unique things to find and blow up that like are kind of weird.
So it's not just a bunch of generic maps with expeditions in it.
Yeah. They're actually got a lot of effort put into them in terms of every one of them has 2 to 3 things that only spawn there. That are interesting. So yeah, there's quite a bit there too. Like it's kind of like we didn't want to spoil too many of them because it's quite fun like finding out, oh, maybe this will explode, maybe that'll explode. There's like things like that you can do, but it's quite a fun one.
There's even like there's like special logbooks you can find now that a logbook is just you click it to reveal a section of the ocean. We have one that you can get that you can turn on, and then when you click, it's all of the islands revealed have extra modifiers on them, like expedition themed modifiers, so like more explosives, more radius, and a whole bunch of stuff like that you can get in late game.
Yeah, I guess kind of somewhat filling the role of how towers work in the rest of the Atlas as well, but for the islands. Like an AoE craft of maps.
Well, but then you also have ones that reveal, like, guarantee Olroth will be there, for example. So it's like a little bit, which is a way to trade for like then getting Olroth kills.
Spicy,
of course.
Nice.
Not that you can always, of course, just trade for like the pinnacle boss keys themselves.
Anyway,
so,
yes.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
He's not the fake pinnacle anymore.
Right.
And you are actually using regular Waystone, so you can kind of juice up the expedition maps, the grand expedition maps now.
Yes, you can.
That's
potentially quite a bit. That's pretty juicy. It seems. I think you kind of mentioned, Jonathan, that it feels a little bit like Delve in some ways.
Yeah, it is a little bit. So the Exploring Ocean is sort of supposed to feel that way because it's one of those like sort of infinite expanses that you can go down.
Delve
but,
ocean.
Yeah.
Delve sideways.
I still want to make proper Delve one day, but at least we've got this.
You also don't have to run around the islands reading all those giant blocks of text anymore, hoping to not get.
There's a lot of new endgame systems.
So
it seems like there's going to be
is their modifiers like immune to fire damage and can't leach from them and stuff like that.
I'm imagining it's going to be hard to focus on like
more traditional modifiers, and then there's a set at the top. There's one called Power Rune, which is the rarest.
League mechanic, and then go do another one.
Takes every mod and makes it tier 2. So there's some meta-y ones, and then there's the ones some we showed, and there's one that causes all monsters spawned by the Remnant to share a life pool. So. Which is actually crazy and also very satisfying.
Like, kind of sounds fun, yeah.
The funny thing about this is that if it had been a normal live stream where we were just doing a league, like so much more of the stuff we probably would have delved into.
Yeah,
but instead, because we had so much in-game stuff as like other things as well.
You're doing like 5 leagues.
Yeah, exactly.
So you couldn't really show any of this stuff.
Yeah. There's tons of like hidden stuff.
Like, I can't believe you glazed over this thing where like a rune steals a unique modifier.
Yeah,
that would have been like a core system you showed off in another one.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like, oh yeah, we didn't have time. We had to cut it for time.
Well, I mean,
like,
another one of those we cut for time was the ability to upgrade runes there's a thing that will upgrade a rune that's already in your in your gear.
Yeah, you can get like a perfect.
So you get a perfect rune of any rune can be upgraded past the normal level that it could normally go to using one of those. Like it's called the Masterwork rune.
Rub your runes.
So there's something like that as well. Like, there's all sorts of stuff.
Which you can then do incursion, extract, and trade. By the way, just to be clear.
Yeah. Because there's the incursion room lets you extract stuff.
That thing.
Yeah, so you can actually trade those as the upgraded ones if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah. And you've got another category of ones that absolutely can't be removed, and I assume not with that either.
Yeah. Like, so that's like the dual socket thing and stuff like that.
It's almost like vialing an item that's done.
Yeah.
This is where you're going to get the weird economy where the upgrader item is for some reason cheaper or something than the rune that's taken out of that. There'll be some weird, someone's extracted a perfect rune because that's like an abnormal thing you got to do incursion, and the upgrader item is like for some reason going to have a weird price differential to the rune. It's always
going to be a wild economy. I mean, not to mention just like 100 new runes in general.
Yeah, I haven't really touched about temples at all.
Yeah,
it's a lot of runes.
It's a few.
2 new Ascendancies, no new classes.
60 now,
but it is
ridiculous amount of new
like,
endgame.
That's right.
It reworked every single endgame system.
Exactly.
Yeah, it'll just be Elder League otherwise.
And that's not even all. Like, there's the alloy crafting too, which is like we're gonna make a version of their essence crafting because, of course,
exactly.
Yeah. So, do you view this league just as like it was a crafting focused league from the outset? But
we knew. The Verisium stuff. Like they're known as like a whole culture of blacksmiths and like doing stuff, right? So they're gonna they're gonna do some crafting.
Do you think there is like a too much for crafting options, or is there some way that this is like kind of segmenting out that makes it feel like it's still manageable?
Well, I'd like to think it's manageable. Honestly, I find the rune stuff. I mean, you can always add more socketable type things like this because every time you find one, it's just a thing in itself. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why we steered away from like too many crafting bench type things. We've got like mega lists.
Yeah.
It's honestly way cooler to find an item and then like, okay, now this is a physical thing that I've got. So yeah, like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll notice the Verisium Metallurgy one we have, the rune smithing,
Are they bringing temple back? We don't know. They haven't said it yet.
Here's your input. Here's your output.
Exactly. So that one can be simple. You don't need to have the giant. And I think that the giant lists are part of what scare people off from crafting as well.
Yeah.
So I think doing it the way we've done it here is honestly more new player friendly than the
temple is back.
Than the giant list you feel like you need to understand when you see it.
It's core.
Yeah, of course, as these things go core, we'll see what works. We'll see what doesn't work. We'll see what worked in endgame and didn't. Because again, once the things are core, how they appear in the campaign, you don't know. Maybe these things work really well in the campaign and need to be pulled into a system that's more campaign friendly without having to have remnants in every area and stuff like that. So it's always nice to keep an eye on that and see what works, what's good for onboarding, what's good for campaign progression, what's all of that kind of stuff. I mean, honestly, all of this stuff, if you're using it all, you're going to be significantly more powerful in the campaign. We have a bunch of those kind of purple runes, those powerful runes appearing throughout the campaign that you can get from the remnants as well, and like they just
doesn't work for POE.
Some of them were, I think, but like there's the rune for bows that gives you 50% chance for an additional arrow, and like that. It's not like that's end game. That's just early. Now, of course, you're going to get the thing of like, do I want to use it early or do I want to save it till late? Because it depends on how many you get and all of that. But like, you know, the power is there if you need to use it and if you want to use it. So it's kind of up to you. And if they're abundant enough, go free. And
but to go back to your original question as well, we do sort of want to make sure that each of the crafting systems does like have specific domains most of the time. So in the case of the Breach one, again, you know, like that's about jewelry crafting if you're into, you know, like these specific things. And in particular, you've got the caster and minion stuff as well. So you're kind of looking at that and you're like, okay, like if I need to cast, you know, create some minion jewelry, then like this is the league I'm playing. But then if I'm not having to create that, then, you know, I don't have to necessarily understand that one. So we do try to like, we're trying to make sure that it's not like for every single item slot or every single use case, you have to know about every crafting system. Like there are specific ones that can help with specific areas.
Yeah, okay. And you can look into that. And that does divide it down a little bit more. Make it a bit more.
That's kind of the intention. This was actually one of those things we discussed way back in the early days of POE2 about how we would differentiate crafting from POE1.
With all these runes, I feel like Shaman will probably be a good pick.
Of the different crafting systems
you
and
can
different
slot all the extra runes, all the extra modifiers, and they're all going to be kind of crazy.
Because we're not finished through that list yet. So you can use rune forging to upgrade items, including unique items, to like increase their base damage, or give maybe some armors new rolls with ward and things like that as well. This is like another route to modifying uniques, which you've been doing a little experimenting a bit more with over time.
You need to aura farm, so you're playing martial artist.
An ability to change affixes on uniques as well, right?
Correct. So the changing affixes part, I believe, is mostly the Calguran uniques where it does that. Like, is that not correct?
Can you tell what is a Calguran unique?
We are going to add a way for you to tell what's Izamite Calguran, because Val for the other one as well. For the weapons, it's mostly about increasing the base damage to make it so that a low level unique can actually be something you can use in endgame. Because there's obviously a lot of uniques there that are interesting, but not viable for endgame because they just don't have the damage. So that's kind of like one of the main things we're solving. And then for the armors, it's all about, you know, like being able to make that ward versus other defense trade off. As well. For the Calguran uniques, what we've tried to do is have that, because most of the Calguran uniques are in-game, right? That's just, you know, drops from Olroth, drops from the new Pinnacle, a few others. And we've tried to have multiple outcomes for them. And you don't get to pick. So, for example, there's a new shield being added. And it is a strength dex shield, so armor evasion, and it comes with raised shield, and it has some mechanics around that. In the Verisium bench, you can put it in, you can craft, and it can turn into a full ES base, a full evasion base with parry, or a full strength base with raised shield. So you can, if you want to get away from it being hybrid, and like that's just one example. Now you might have to get a few of them to get the one you want. Deal with it. But for all of them, that's kind of the idea. Is like some are just mods, some are a bit more transformative.
2 weeks till
badge there's just like, okay, there's a weapon, and one of the outcomes might be that it's just higher damage, slower speed. One of it might be that converts all of its damage to lightning, like it's got a Tempest theme. One of it might be that, you know, there's like just a whole bunch of different stuff like that, and like some of them are a bit more niche, some of them are a bit more spike.
Craft some builds.
But the idea is that there's generally we're going to try and aim for 3 different outcomes for every Calguran unique. There are some other niche cases. I don't want to like spoil them because by the way, there's more crafting things. I'm just not going to tell you because they're secret.
Okay.
I'm getting all my secrets in. But I hope people can find them out and enjoy it. But yes, there are some other things as well that are a bit more out there. You know, one that isn't so secret, but like there's the kind of the questions of like what happens if you know, try and add runic ward to something that has no defenses to begin with. Tabula rasa. You know, like there's like weird things where it's like, what happens when you convert nothing into something? I don't know, you know. So
divide by 0.
And then there's some other weird cases as well. So yeah.
Interesting. Well, there's going to be a lot of exploration and tinkering, and it seems like a long tail of discovery for this league as well.
Yeah.
Months in, people might be still discovering stuff. So that's it's pretty exciting to hear. With the uniques in general, like I think this crafting, the ability to modify uniques, change how they work a little bit, has been pretty popular. Do you feel like, are you worried at all about like losing the identity of uniques, or what makes them uniques, or what is the feel of a unique, or do you have kind of like an idea of how you can maintain that?
I think that it'll be possible to break that, but I don't think that we have here, because at the end of the day, the uniques are still like each serving a specific purpose, and that is different from rares and how they work. So I think it is okay. Like, what I wouldn't want to do is just be like, oh, now a bunch of rare mods can spawn on uniques. Like, I'm not a fan of that at all. So as long as we're not doing that, I think it's okay. I mean, like, we do push the boundaries. Even just the fact that uniques have socketables that go in them kind of changes things a bit. But I think a lot of the time when you do that, you're not really looking at that as like the unique has got random mods. It sort of feels more like it's just an extra place for things to go on your character. So I think it still works in terms of the flavor of what a unique is supposed to be.
Yeah, it feels like a separate layer. I guess a lot of the time you are changing one unique modifier for another unique modifier that's like a twist on the original concept, so it still retains that identity quite a lot there as well. So kind of like transitioning. Oh wait, first I did want to ask about the Runic Ward thing. So Runic Ward obviously has undergone a bit of a redesign, a bit of a concept change here. It's now a layer under your life. How did you arrive at this design? Kind of what's the reason for it?
Well, once again, we were thinking, okay, we want to be able to make a magic system that feels like it's fundamentally different than what you'd have on Rayclast. We were trying to think like, okay, how do I say this? So I feel like I've lost myself here, but I guess it is really just coming, something that feels a little bit different. And we wanted to make colorless skills, right? We wanted to make a thing where these skills can be used across classes. So all of those skills we want to be used. But we didn't really feel like we would be able to use an energy system that wasn't independent of the existing ones that we had.
Right. Yeah.
And so then we're like, okay, if we make something here where you get to be able to trade some level of defensiveness for offense because you're spending effectively part of your life pool, then we'd be able to make a system there. But we probably couldn't have used life, because if we'd done that, there's so many other things that like are going on with life that wouldn't have really been able to, that wouldn't have been able to work. So hence, Ward. I mean, it's just a completely different thing than what Ward was in POE 1. We just sort of used the term, but it means something completely different in POE 2.
I think it's just a significant upgrade from POE 1's, just like kind of one-shot energy shield. I mean, that was like hard carried by uniques. Whereas this is a way more, just applicable system. You can just have a little bit of it, and you're just happy to have a little bit of extra life. Effectively, works way better in the campaign. Works just as more of an isolated system, and doesn't need to have like, okay, here's now 4 unique mechanics, and now my ward is a build, which is fine. If it's all in-game, that's fine. But like you were talking about having something in the campaign here, a full league and a system we want to engage with and get some, borrowed power out of via these skills and whatnot. And so, it just works a lot better.
One thing I should mention with the ward is that in the early base types, it's usually strict upgrades. Like if you're during early in the campaign, you're not trading off anything, you just get extra bonuses. But as you get into the end game, that's where those bases start to be like, okay, in order to have more ward, we're going to be trading off your other defenses. And that means that when we finally do potentially move it into core, it's going to be like, it'll be a question of like, do I want to go for, like, it's not going to be something mandatory, because if it had just been always additive, it would have been that every single person needs to put ward on every single base type, and we don't want it to be that way in the end game. We want it to be, once it gets there, it's like a choice of like, do I want to engage with this, do I not want to? So that was kind of an important consideration there at the end.
We've actually also handcrafted every outcome. So every single, like, generally how you would expect this kind of thing to be done. Here's the formula, it converts. Right. We've just gone and said, nah, like, let's do it manually for everything, which means it was a metric amount of metadata to add.
Every base type we add has to have the ward, the rune-crafted rune forged
version. At endgame, you get some cool stuff where base type A might become very, very heavy on runic ward, where base type B might have just a little bit, and some are in the middle, and some sacrifice a bit more defense where others don't, and then the same with the uniques. You're getting like crazy different outcomes where, it's a similar thing where it's like, what is Calm's Heart going to do? What's Brass Dome going to do? There's like different kind of things that people are going to play around with, and it's like, is it worth it? And the good thing is you can, of course, see the outcome before you do it with these non-random ones on armors. I
didn't realize that.
When you have both the slots, if you mouse over the right one, it will show what you're going to get, except for like those Calguran unique outcomes, like I said. So that's a bit more special. But most of the time, you can see what you're going to get. So if you're just like, oh, no, I don't want to lose that armor, then don't lose that armor. just to, you know. So, but yeah, there's some crazy stuff. You'll get some runic ward stackers. You'll get some people that just have a supplemental amount just to stack, maybe just enough to use a skill or just enough to use a support. And you'll get people who are just trying to spam the skills as much as they possibly can. You'll have some people that have low amounts stacking higher regen of it, and like all kinds of stuff is the goal. All done via, you know, the metallurgy, the runes, the, you know, different skills, like the whole suite is there, so there's just all kinds of stuff you can do.
Calguran builds.
And on the topic of the Calguran skills, this is like, especially because this is like something that gets asked all the time, is like, oh, can we have more weapon agnostic skills? Things that kind of like blur those boundaries a little bit now that you've got those established. What's the design process or the goal, or how you
So it's a little bit tricky because, yeah, we have to make sure that these things are going to be things that can be used across classes. Like, I don't want to just be like, okay, this one's only for, like, you know, one particular character, and it needs to kind of span them, and that means they tend to need to work with things like existing debuffs and existing buffs. We've got one that generates sorry, they've got various things that like that just play with all of those different mechanics. So you know, like the example we gave in the presentation of like converting fire to frost fire, like that kind of thing. Like there's a lot of different builds, a lot of different character classes that'll be able to play with that. And ideally that means that it can just open up for different. Like, you know,
only
like
downside is no new class.
Synergize between different mechanics all over the place.
But everything else is looking pretty good.
Because they spend ward rather than some other resource, it means that, you know, there's no issue there either.
Yeah, potentially slot into any build and don't have attribute requirements or colors.
That's the other thing, of course. Yeah, they don't have strength, dex, and attribute requirements. They just have level requirements. So that way, you know,
the Calgurans are a little bit more ahead of Ray class times, it seems. Oh well.
There's a bit more of a technological magic, isn't it?
Yeah. It's cool that it's often the case when we add these things, it can feel a bit shallow. Like it can feel like, here's this whole new magic system, but only there's this little amount. Whereas here, I feel like we've actually
more
gone,
so the community,
here's
like
this whole magic system, like here's the
thinking that
and here's a taste of it, and like
thing.
in some cases, like sure, 25 skills now, we'll see what happens later, you know, and like there's things to expand on, unless they're of course terrible, in which case they never existed, you know what I mean? But I mean for the long-term health of the game. But you get this thing where it's like it really feels like, with respect to the Calguran magic, the Calguran technology, we're just like getting further and further and really learning more and more about how these people gain their power, how it's different from everything you know on Ray class, and like it's honestly been just quite cool. And like Runic Ward, as I said, it feels way more than just
a bit.
It feels pretty core. Like it doesn't feel like this like
the
secondary thing. Not that you have to do it. It's not mandatory, but it feels core when you do engage with it, which is very cool. And I wouldn't say we've gone this deep into like a extra resource system and thing like in any league ever before. Not in this regard. So.
Yeah, it's like usually just like some map thing, you collect petals or something.
Yeah.
Seems a bit more engaging than that, a bit more fundamental character builds. Okay. Well, it seems like that's something you would probably want to keep long term then as well, like as long as it works.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, then we will.
Yeah, if people like it ultimately. Since we're talking a lot about gear, just kind of zooming out to a bit broader picture, some outstanding issues from our last meeting. If I consult the minutes here, plus skills is often brought up as something that's has a very high level of impact on your gearing choices and can feel for some, I think, a bit restrictive, as just because it's so much stronger than other.
We did have a big conversation about that. I can't remember what we finally decided on there.
Yeah, it's one of those dexterity-like conversations.
Yeah.
I think we are trimming a few levels off the top.
Yeah, that's right.
Or more so, we're trimming some off the top and moving some of it up so that there's still a high-level mod. But doing that for the weapon mods. But like, there's more to do here, for sure. I would say that given the like this league in particular, like I remember we started it and we were like, here's all the things that we've discussed we need to fix, we need to do all this, and then it was like, oh, and here's the like 8,000 other balanced runes and crafting systems and everything we want to do, and new classes, and it was like new versus existing having a bit of a conflict, and we were so I wouldn't say we got to do as much of the balance fix up to a lot of the stuff we've discussed previous that we wanted to do here, but as you were talking about at the start of the Q&A, like that is and what Jonathan said is that is a lot of what we want to do, while we have the team making the acts. Yeah, like that's a different kind of balance. We don't have, you're not adding runes and crafting systems to the axe in the same way,
Which
right?
means that those designers
it's
are
a
freed
different
up
team. Are
freed up to be able to work on all of those kinds of larger balance concerns.
You can pretty much do some balance leagues between.
We
now
do,
and,
exactly, and we do have a big list of stuff we want to change there. Like there's a lot.
It is a list.
Which isn't to say that we didn't do some balance for this.
I expected you to do almost none on this one, given the scope.
No, there's definitely some. There's some important ones too.
Which we'll cover a few of those.
Got some Chronomancer stuff. There's we're doing a bunch of stuff, but honestly, it just is as much as we can, to be honest. We're not sitting idly.
So balance
not doing
changes,
it,
but not like crazy.
I understand that there's a few things which I assume you're going to bring up a couple others that are left unresolved, and
certainly.
Hopefully, maybe one of them's resolved. We'll see.
Well, the next one was Rarity, reprising our earlier discussions on Rarity from the last Q&A, where you were saying that you were eager to at some point remove Rarity from.
I am interested in doing that. It's still a question of what we can replace it with. But there is one other change to talk about around that is a bit more subtle, and I don't know whether it will matter or not. But one of the things we identified, I mean, look, the thing people often say with Rarity is they just don't want it to give currency.
Yeah,
that's like a common thing that they'll say. Like people who say they want to keep Rarity, they'll often say, "Oh, but it should. You could just remove the currency from it, and then it'll be okay." So what we were thinking about is like, there's a sort of market dynamic that goes on in POE1, but hadn't been going on in POE2 so much, where people couldn't really respond in POE2 to the market by like picking the reward type that they would like to get as much.
Yeah.
So in POE1, it's like if currency is becoming more valuable, you can respond to that by farming leagues that give you more currency. And if uniques are becoming more valuable, then you can respond to that by farming more uniques and that kind of stuff. So there was like a little bit of an aim here to make it so that the league's a little bit more like by picking what league you're also picking more of what types of rewards you want to get a little bit better, which can mean that like if there's a gap in the market, you can fill it that way, and that should result in like more price. We're getting total economist here right now, but it'll mean that people can respond to the price signals that the market is giving them by farming the correct thing to like get the thing that like, the market is valuing more right now.
So we're actually seeing that phenomenal difference between the two games on like the economic statistic level.
Well, I think it's not so much looking at the statistics, but just realizing that like without the ability for players to do that, it can mean that you can get endless inflation in one thing because people aren't able to respond to that by effectively getting more of that thing to drive the prices down again. So that kind of stuff actually can matter. And so one of the things we have been doing is making it so that here's a league you can farm more to get more of this thing. And like even with regard to something like Breach, because you can pick there's mods for picking what type of womb gift is going to drop more often. You can be like, okay, if currency is more valuable right now, I'm going to pick that one. That's the I'm going to have that tree be the one that I'm getting more of, and that kind of stuff. So it's like giving a little bit more control over what the rewards are, which should actually lead to a bit more price stabilization here as well. But we'll see how that works. Like I don't know whether that's actually one of the things, but it does seem related to the fact that in POE2, since Rarity effectively boosts everything, it meant that that mechanic wasn't letting it be one of the levers that people could use to respond to the market that way.
Yeah, exactly. You were just going to do it because it was clear.
Sorry guys, I turned into an economist all of a sudden.
It's probably going to work with charms.
I like it.
It's one of those things.
I think it's just ignoring the whole economy aspect. It just gives players agency to target what type of loot they want anyway, right? How is that not just straight up better for like, here's what I need, here's what I want, I'm going to go get it, and here's the different levers I have to be able to achieve that, be it via choosing a different league, be it by choosing different multi-choice atlas tree things within that league, be it by picking a certain master and taking a certain Atlas Master skill that changes the rewards of one of the leagues. Like there's many different axes here, which is very, very cool to just be like, all right, we're going to try and get the best out of the uniques today, or I'm going to try and target farm this or that. And like, it's just a win, even if you're just like, I don't care about inflation and all of the trade and all of that. Like it's just good. So win-win on that regard, hopefully, assuming
but
the economy
in saying
adapts.
that doesn't necessarily mean that we're like happy with how item find stuff is. Like there still might be changes.
Yeah, correct.
Well, it sounds like you're still eager to replace that.
Yeah, I am.
Given that you can find the
it's one of those things that's surprisingly hard, alongside Leech, alongside Dex and various other things like the forever topics that always seem to come back and to haunt us every time.
Yes, keep you awake at night.
Yeah.
Since we're talking economy and inflation, is that something you guys are kind of like interested in looking at in some way, like sinks for exalts or divines, or kind of managing that sort of stuff? Or you just
this is a
see what happens.
This is a weird one because some of the perceptions that people have about like what each thing means can be backwards from what people expect. But I do think that that's gonna come down to that sort of ability for people to respond to the market, I think that's going to help. But as I said, we'll see. If it doesn't help with that stuff, then we'll revisit it and see what
More
happens.
syncs for exalts is an inevitability for sure. It will occur at some. It just kind of has to. Syncs for divines. I don't know. Find Mage Blood, see what happens.
I was like, you have something in the works for that one. I know how you do.
Good luck.
Yeah, wait and see with that. On the topic of crafting, are there any, with all this new stuff, are there any changes to like the existing stuff of crafting, like how the crafting systems work, the currencies work? How happy have you been with the introduction of Greater and Perfect orbs?
I would just say that Greater and Perfect are too, especially Perfect is just too common. Like we're probably going to have to nerf the drop rates of those.
Transmutes and orgs. Yeah.
And because effectively it's sort of being a problem in that kind of early in the end game crafting is like probably a little bit too easy. So we'll probably nerf the drop rates of some of that stuff a little bit. I think it's probably just a little bit too far. Like not to make them like impossible.
Mostly transmutes and augmentations.
Mostly transmutes and augments. So it was just making it a little bit too easy. Yeah. So
I guess the outcome of that is that they become the norm like immediately, right?
Sure. So there'll probably be a change there. But like I think that it was just making it a little bit too easy to progress in that early end game part there.
Interesting.
Right. Now I'm going to hit you with, I usually do this at the end, but right now, a surprise QOL UX round. So you've got this in-game build planner, which is an awesome addition. Very excited and kind of surprised that you did that as well. It's a huge leap over what you tested in the past that kind of went away for a while, which was like the ability to plan passives.
Yeah.
So I guess that was the reason why that went away, since you had a bigger project in mind. I'm curious, when you take a different angle on this, what don't you want to do with this? Like, where is the line of where you don't want this to do? Because this is something that helps like players a lot. It's very in-game.
Right. Well, some people have asked us, like, you know, are you going to suggest builds? Like, is GGG going to be like, here's some builds to play and that kind of thing? And I don't want to be doing that. I do want to leave it to the community to decide what is that stuff. So that means we're not going to be like, what I don't want it to be is like, okay, you like join the game for the first time and the game's like, pick a build, you know? Like, that isn't how it should work. Like, it needs to be that that most, look, I know that a lot of players wanted to follow build guides, and that's absolutely fine. We want to give as good of tools as we can for that. But at the same time, like, I still want the desirable theory of the game to be that you join the game having never played it before and you just explore and find the stuff that's interesting. So, you know, but then like if you're already going to a website to find a build guide, then at the point you've done that, like we might as well make that as easy as possible for you to do and follow and all that sort of thing. So
we've actually made sure to keep it hidden unless you know to do it.
So unless you basically
you don't open your passive tree and it's like load files and you're like, what the heck is going on here?
Now I should mention that we didn't put it in the live stream because we weren't like 100% sure that it would be there, but it is being worked on right now that there's going to be like a one-click solution for getting a build from a community website, right? So the idea is like, you know, a community website can put a link, and when you click the link, it'll just add it to your account.
Like with filters, like what?
Yeah, exactly like with filters, right? So then it can just add it to your account, and that way you don't have to screw around with files or anything. That's important for console players as well because they obviously can't put files on the console. So basically they'll be able to, you know, add it to their account just like an item filter, and then now it's just going to appear there.
I know right now you have to have a real trust in your filter creator. Because they could just hide mirrors. So hopefully your build creator, So April 1st, your build creator just completely just changes your build randomly for a day.
But the documentation for how to do the build file should be going up today-ish, and that means that what I'd expect to happen, although obviously it's up to them, like the various community projects like Path of Building and that kind of stuff, to all like adopt that and make it so that you can so that you can export a build from those tools, and then then the creators can create websites showing
put it
those
behind the Patreon.
And, that kind of stuff is what we'd expect.
It just improves the actual like
build guide link in the Patreon,
implementing that, using it for people who that's awesome.
And if we also find that like build creators are interested in adding notes to more places, like we tried to get everything we could think of, but there might be places where you like because the idea is like anywhere where a creator wants to be able to say like here's some more tutorialization that they want to add. But the idea is that they can kind of do that.
I love that.
Like that's the sort of
I can tell people to upgrade their life flasks for life flasks that heal more life than the
for sure
one.
Exactly like the example we had in the video.
Love it. It's very true. People overlook it. So another one from our outstanding minutes is the mouse and keyboard and controller hot swap.
I know, and it's becoming a running joke at this point of like promising it every league and then not delivering it. And the annoying thing about it is that it's one of those things that like like someone will work on it for like there's a surprising amount of code to do to change it, but then every time it's like the guy, like someone will work on it for like a month or something, and they'll be like, oh shit, we've got this urgent League UI that needs doing, and then they get derailed. But I promise this time is the time that we will get it for 1.0.
I took him for the fragment tab. Sorry.
Yeah, it is actually legitimate.
But also not
legitimately
sorry. But not sorry because the fragment tab's kind of I want it and I need it.
Yeah. But it's just like I think whoops. I think there was a bingo card that you saw where you're like, so many people want this.
Yeah.
Fragment. So you can actually blame the bingo card makers.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hot Stopping was on there too. I had my hand over it. I was like, look, they want the fragment tab.
I see.
Really what I mean is I want the fragment tab.
Another one that I haven't mentioned before, but revisiting is visibility issues. So skills, I think, are being designed to look as cool as possible under normal circumstances a lot of the time. Like the artist, I imagine, is working on them in that situation. But then they can become extreme on endgame builds, right? You're adding like 10 extra projectiles and screen size AoE scaling and attack speed. So I think like a good example is Explosive Grenade. Phenomenal looking skill, immensely satisfying. Sounds, visuals, but now we've got like grenade nova projectiles with totems firing out multiple of them at rapid
it can get pretty extreme. You
got to put your sunnies on, man.
I know.
It's funny when I'm streaming, you can see the face just light up whenever you toss a grenade.
It's one of those things where, like, over time, ideally, we're able to just improve the situation with regard to effects. I mean, we do have some systems for limiting this kind of stuff, like to prevent certain particles from spawning.
I was wondering if like some sort of dynamic culling effect.
We do have stuff like that, but it's one of those things that it's easy for it to get left till the end and then not done, because the effects artists are obviously optimizing for what looks good. And whenever you're if effects artists come to me and like, hey, what do you think of the skill? It's not I tend not to be like, okay, now let's see it when there's like a bajillion of them, that's one of those steps we should probably take at some point. But it's like we do have systems for it. It's just a matter of like spending time working on it, and it's the kind of thing that just over time.
It honestly is a time problem.
Yeah,
like we do. It gets tested internally. It does get reported. There are issues, tasks that are made, and they say, help my frame rate, help my eyes. It does say that, and 100%. And then it's like, I could optimize this. I don't quite know how, and a few people have to collaborate to do it.
We definitely do fix the worst cases, like when they're really, really bad. We do. Before you see them, ideally. But there can also just be cases where it's like we didn't realize that a build would be created that could get to this level of insane.
Well, yeah, when explosive grenades were added, there wasn't a way to do all this
exactly.
Stuff.
So then,
and 3 leagues later,
sometimes it is the balance that's the problem, right? And then so that can be a bit tricky when it's like, how do you know, is this an engine task, an art task, is it a balance task? And that's
the funny thing about it as well, because all of those sorts of issues have to actually go to a game designer
by an opacity
slider. They're the ones who can decide, like, is this even acceptable in the first place?
Effect slider.
And that's like a sort of a very tricky thing. So like we did do some nerfs in 040, I believe, to some of the grenade spam stuff that you could do. But then I believe there were some other mechanics added that kind of made it come back again. So
yeah, it was.
No one's asking for nerfs.
It was like slight nerf, and then way more. It
happens.
Yeah.
That's good.
But like we'll resolve them over time. Like we will get it better.
And just to reiterate, because in the past we'd asked about the idea of like transparency sliders or brightness sliders.
I'm not a fan, honestly. Like I think it does fundamentally kind of ruin something there that I'm not.
So they
did bring up.
I want to try and fix it so that you don't even have to think about it. That it's not a setting you need to do. It's not anything like that.
You want to take the hard route.
PJ just put up your
sure. Always, every time. The hard route. That's the best route.
The last one I have, maybe, unless there's some extra chat ones in there, is you guys looking to get full Steam Deck verified sometime?
Yes. Well, I was telling you about that earlier. So so this is there were a few things around the UI that made it so we couldn't get Steam Deck verified, like UI size. So we've actually added a lot of options for UI scaling in like different areas now. So pretty much everything, like like hovers versus like the like just like all these different areas are now scalable. All the different parts of the UI, and that means we can now have defaults for Steam Deck that we can now go, okay, hey Valve, can you Steam Deck verify us, please, and get all that stuff. And we're sort of testing on the Steam Deck now. Like we have Steam Deck stuff internally. It's a thing we're taking seriously because we know there are a lot of people who want to be able to play it on the deck. So on
the what now?
It is now a thing that we're doing. I really want to make sure that by launch especially that it's like a perfect experience. Awesome. There's still some performance issues at the end game on Steam Deck, like it's still not quite there that we need to work on. But during campaign it's fine. But
I'm not going to play grenades on Steam Deck.
yeah. So there's like a few things there we still need to do to improve, but yeah, in terms of like the experience of like the main experience and all that stuff, it's way better now.
Great news, excellent. I keep seeing in chat, so I'm just going to ask it. But like, people are asking, like, tell me about Mage Blood, but like, quite clearly,
we're not going to tell you about Mage Blood.
Yes,
you have to find Mage Blood.
You want people to find Mage Blood. I mean, you did drop some extra hints there, kind of subtly. But people can maybe you can rewatch the Q&A and kind of like find out what those hints were.
I know how to tease a unique. You know?
I mean, this is like outside of a headhunter or something. This is like one of the most like chase long-awaited items.
And the tricky thing is making sure that people actually like it as well, because we don't want to disappoint people.
Yes,
that would be sad.
It's going to be insane, though. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. When we're filming the trailer, I'm like, you make sure that Mage Blood's on the screen for a second. You put that text there.
There's one frame of Mage Blood.
But it's so rare. I'm like, I don't care. Do it.
Excellent. There's one for you to look forward to. Before we jump into the end game, let's talk a little bit about campaign leveling. So there's a pretty nice signposting tricks addition there.
Oh, bro, I thought that was the end of the Q&A, not the end of that section of the Q&A.
So we do understand that if you're a repeated playthrough, like it needs to be that it can be efficient. Yeah, we were thinking about like what is better in POE1 than POE2 in this respect, and we're thinking there's just like people have just learned a lot of tricks. But then we're like, are there even enough tricks in POE2 to learn? Like, you know, like we want more mastery things. Like we want it so that if you're paying attention, you actually can work out, hey, like this thing leads to that thing and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, go nuts on that.
So yeah, we are just going nuts on it, right? Because it won't actually affect the time it takes for a first-time player to play through, because like they're not going to know what it means.
And that's the secret, isn't it? That's
exactly.
That's the secret sauce there.
And like, you know, in some cases we have shortened some stuff. Like for example, at the end of Act 2, there was like 2 areas of the cart. You know, the Farragon cart. Now there's just one.
Oh, nice.
You know, like the one that there is like very slightly longer than one was before, so like it doesn't feel like a complete compromise of that, but like it is definitely shorter than what it was. There's just stuff like that all through the game.
Nice.
And there's some counterintuitive things that we've done. Like in some cases, you want to take an area and that was linear and actually make it non-linear, but with wayfinding, right? Because if something's linear, there's literally only one path to go. Like it entirely depends on what your clear speed is to get from one end to the other. Whereas if something is more open, but then you've got things that point you where to go. It's like if you know what those are, now you can get through it faster. But if you don't know what they are, it's still like an area that's going to take you a little while to get through.
That's quality of life improvement.
Exactly. So things like that can actually be something kind of counterintuitive that you can do, because a lot of people just assume, like, in order to make it shorter, the way to do it is just make the levels smaller, you know. But that would compromise the first time experience. So it really is about, like, you know, how can I make it take you less time?
I won't be able to
also
answer
not making it take you less time if you were playing for the first time.
Yeah, so
even like the jungle ruins now, the silverback, the big old quadrilla is now in the direct center of the level.
Right. So that means you can always find him easily, right?
If you find him, you know, northeast, southwest, you just know. And then obviously you can find the camp is another way. You know, there's all these different ways. I mean, if you find the venom crypts, you escape out the other end.
Yeah. So there's an extra exit in the venom crypts that comes out directly next to the exit of the area. So if you want to go down through the venom crypts, it's actually can be a faster way to find the exit to the zone. There's like a shortcut through there. And then the venom crypt. Here's an interesting one.
+3 sigil.
All the snakes. This is one people probably want to notice. I'm going to tell you. All the snakes will go towards where the venom crypts are.
Oh.
So all the snake, the little snake critters, they're going home. They're going towards it. So if you see a snake, that's the way that the venom crypts are. So there's like little details like that everywhere. Just little things like that.
That's so cute. I love it.
There's a little bit of stuff with monsters as well. Like there's in the venom crypts again. Towards the boss room where there was the shaman making the whole venom potion, now you get more of the humanoid monsters of that tribe.
So that was an area. It was really hard to find that final place like where it was. But now you know, if I find those type of monsters, that means I'm getting near the place where
we've done that in a few places. So like a density of monsters increasing, or more so the other types of monsters phasing out as well. So an introduction of an abnormal monster, or one that's not natural to the rest of the area, or in some cases one that's natural to the area, and then you get to a section where now only those monsters are there and all the other monsters aren't spawning. For example, the snakes in Keth.
Yep.
Right around Kabbalah's section, the boss there is only Serpent Clan. You don't get the other
if you want to find Kabbalah, then you fight, run in the direction where there's more snakes.
So now I gotta pay attention while I'm playing.
I don't know if we'll get it all perfect in one go, but we're going to be doing a lot more of just that sort of stuff all through the campaign.
Definitely got more to do, and we're just going to keep going.
Excellent. Good stuff.
And also what we're finding is it's just adding more flavor to the areas. It's adding more identity. It's adding more interesting things. And it's just an upgrade overall and on every axis.
I had a little bit of hands-on time, and I was especially a fan of the Ogham Village change because, like, now you actually just
got a little hoodie on.
There's a obvious cobblestone road there, and if you follow that, you get to the blacksmith.
Exactly.
That was so annoying to find before.
Yes. And it actually, like, it makes the zone feel a lot better as an actual zone too. Now it actually feels like a village, like a town. It doesn't feel like just a random maze like it was before. So it actually, a bit more of a, believable.
We're gonna get one. They were a limited drop.
Stuff.
I don't think you can get one anymore.
On the leveling topic, something that comes
we might do another round of them later.
This idea of, like, so you've got new skills getting unlocked all the way through into like Act 4. And I've always thought of this personally as like a good thing, right? Like, you've got a nice steady progression of new stuff to play with. But recently I saw some interesting reasons why people don't like this. And that's the idea that you sometimes spend hours leveling a build that it just isn't your build. Like, you play all the way through to Act 4 on some other build that you don't want to play until you get your top tier ice skill there. So I have to imagine you're like a fan of having that like long tail of progression. But there are other reasons why you kind of like want this spread. And how do you feel the idea of compressing, I don't know, maybe the main skills down to the first 30 levels or something?
That's actually not something that I've had come up before in terms of being a problem like that. So that's
also
very
a good question.
To think about.
I've seen. I prefer the slow unlocks personally. That's my style. I prefer.
It's certainly if as a first-time player, you want it to be that you kind of get that, like, it feels like your build is still progressing as you get through the game. But it is interesting, of course, to think if you want to just speed through and you want to play a certain build. Like that is certainly something.
Even on like the experimentation level. So like when you respec to a character at endgame, it's like just trash. It feels bad generally to do that because you didn't have that evolution of that build over time. And I feel like it maybe if you're swapping over at level 52 to your actual build then, because that's when you get the skill, then you don't actually really have much of that progression evolution of your build to test.
It might be more of a matter of just swapping where some skills are given.
I think
it also can also be that we're not necessarily, like, it's not necessarily clear when we're creating the build, like what some skills might end up being ones that feel like main skills in that way.
Yeah, I imagine that needs to review
so there's probably likely that that's like one of the issues there is just like moving things around where they start.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't want something that's like too flashy to be something you get really, really early, because otherwise it feels kind of strange in the power curve. Like, you do need to feel like that level of progression of like the skills get more epic. So
I imagine like it's pretty okay to have things like those glory skills and stuff like that right down the bottom there.
Well, certainly.
Like
the last row tends to always be those sort of ultimate type things that, like in theory, those are not things that your entire build is like made around. So it's more just sort of extra.
The examples that I see brought up usually aren't that sort of thing, but rather like what's that ice skill that shoots projectiles everywhere?
You got a plushie. Let's go.
Winter something.
Is it Winter Orb? Is that the name?
Or Eye of Winter?
Eye of Winter, that's the one. Yeah, Eye of Winter is an example that I see get brought up because like it is on that last tier and it is kind of a main skill and it's not really like a big cooldown skill.
Point. Yeah, that one honestly might be able to come down.
All right, so that's something to
maybe.
I suspect there's some tweaks to the levels. There's some reorganization. There's possibly. I mean, I could see a thing where also once we have the full campaign in place. Maybe there's a point where we're like, okay, you want every skill by, and then we come up with a new point. You know, like. But
I honestly suspect the rearranging is the solution there.
Nice. Okay, sure. That's good to hear. I think that would be good for these people who feel like they don't get to play their build for a long time now.
Right.
Kind of carrying on with the topic of skills, builds, and balance, we have the two new Ascendancies, which you seem to be getting a little bit like with the classes. They're following a similar trajectory of getting a little bit more. A little bit extra, a little bit more high effort each time. So,
well, as we kind of learned from POE1, like we have changed some, but Ascendancy classes are kind of like just forever things. Yep. You know, we obviously have a whole alternate classes league and stuff like that, which is cool. But we don't. On rare occasions, we're obviously going to change the balance, change kind of what the skills are, but who those characters are and the identity of that, and most of them are going to remain fixed for like a long time.
Yep.
You'll get rebalances, you'll get changes, like obviously, right? We've done that a lot, but like, I wouldn't expect the Deadeye to despawn anytime soon as an identity.
Let's go.
If ever, just by the way, just and so like they just need to be high effort, and they need to be, you know, something that we are like something that comes up a lot, and
They're
you'll
not
notice it in
deleting
these two.
that.
Like, now for every single beast boss, the Spirit Walker,
Yes.
we have to make a tamed version
This is what I keep saying. Like,
for
why do you do
every
this to
pair of
yourself?
for every mod on gloves, of which we just added a bunch of alloys. And there's, you know, it goes on and on. We have to. It's a maintenance, but the thing is, as I said, these are forever classes. These are identities. These are very important, and so it's like always very worth it. But now we just a bit of a rant here about those beasts, because it's come up a bit recently where I'm like, what is a beast? Are the new pinnacle bosses beasts? And I'm just like, oh no, what's going on here? What are we doing? Like, you know, like some, you know, there was
Is
the
a shapeshifted one who turns into a werewolf, a beast when they're in shapeshift form?
wow,
for example?
exactly. So you know,
Well, you're going to tame the count? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, only in second form.
only in second phase, yeah, maybe, or maybe because
I
he's,
mean, cool.
you know, or maybe specifically. Nah, I don't know. I don't know where we're getting with that. I don't know. The point is, it gets a little bit complicated. It's like, where does it end? And you know, how much you're talking about, you know, visibility. How much of your screen are you willing to have be a gigantic pinnacle boss? And thing is, like, changing the scale is not actually as trivial. Like,
Yeah, I was like, I thought you make them smaller, but then I saw like the giant bird boss. I'm like, nope, that looks like a normal size boss right there.
I think that's fun, but you know, we did limit it to 1. We did internally have it that people were running around with 5 for a while, and it was a little bit off, a little bit out of control. But yeah, it's quite fun, but I'm so excited to just see how
I wish I was more into summon
such a weird
stuff.
thing to say. I'm so excited for how much work we've created for ourselves in the future.
I'm very glad to hear that.
Summon
That was
playstyle.
It was the right
much.
mindset, I think.
But that new class does look cool. But it
so
basically
with
just
tame
means
beast
it's
thing,
like the only new one for me is
when you
really
get your
monk.
first ascendancy, that tame beast gem is actually a higher level though. Like, is this something you?
Yeah,
seems
we
very
do
summoner
a
focused.
thing that we're going to do about that.
Okay, so
There's a solution I believe that we had for that one.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah.
And with this being the idea of being a big single beast, and a lot of the time, like, I don't know that bosses compared to say like Aura,
Surely you build
beasts
unarmed
don't
on the
have
new, like,
a
martial
bunch
art
of utility stuff on them. Like, there will be some, but not as much exactly. So I imagine you want these to actually be things that kill stuff. So how do you make the big single minion work?
We have, like, honestly, I think it might have even been, we've tripled the damage, I think, of tamed beasts. Just
I'd have to see the patch notes and new skills.
We're doing a few changes around that because we want, like, damaging companion builds outside of obviously just Wolf Zerg to be more of a thing. So, you know, we're doing a bunch of changes to
gloves, yeah.
For example, we're trying to give them a longer revive time. The idea behind the revive time on that, which I know sounds bad, but just let me explain the thing, is that with obviously an undead build, you generally have a swarm. And so the revive time's a little bit lower, and the assumption that things are dying and reviving more frequently.
Yeah.
Companions should be a bit more, you obviously have 1 or 2, and you have a lot fewer of them. They're more significant, so they should take longer to revive. And so these, like, uninvested aura companions, and when they die, you should feel that more. Like, you should be having to invest into them to keep it alive.
Okay.
On the other end, we're making them deal way more damage, so they're more of just an aura bot. And then for the bosses in particular, what we've done is gone through, and for every single one of them, we've gone, okay, are you good at stunning? Are you good at freezing? Maybe they have, you know, the primed for stun thing. Maybe they have, we're trying to just really give each of them something that can complement your build.
Themes a bit.
So it isn't just a question of just taking the boss as it is and being just like,
No,
hey,
you're
it's
actually,
like, all of them are actually like designed, you know, in terms of like what they can be.
Crazy. So it's even more effort.
Yeah,
Because
it's more like, you know, it's more like taking a creature that's got existing animations and being like, now we have to completely do AI and everything.
We're adding a bunch of new passives for companions. There's obviously a bunch of uniques. Some of, I think we showed
Quarterstaff skills into
today.
fire.
But yeah, playing into that archetype a lot more for sure. It's,
I mean, you
definitely
can
way more fun to
technically
play.
turn them into fire. The question
running
is,
around with you
would it be good?
a mini zoo. It's kind of fun. So.
Awesome. On the martial artist, the Fists of Stone that converts gloves, you showed that working with a rare, and that was quite spicy. A lot of uniques don't have like modifiers that are like actual kind of like regular modifiers. So does this work on uniques?
Certainly does.
Crazy.
Why not?
Why not?
Every unique glove from now on.
There's a node in the tree that
some way to convert
reads
the
that you can only do fire damage. It's on the opposite side of the monk tree, but it exists.
They're in the item.
I don't think it affects socketed mods, no.
Right.
It's
So
meant to affect every explicit mod. We talked recently about Vile Corruptions and whether or not it does or doesn't, so TBD. But yes, it does affect uniques. It is intended to affect all essence mods and alloys and all of that. But like, honestly, you will go as far as we can with these until we run out of time.
You've got the rune modifiers that have their unique modifier pools now. So I guess you're doing those too.
I was just trying to think of some uniques to talk about, but I can't remember a whole lot of specifics.
Yeah,
so it's one of those find out things.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm wondering what happens if there's like
Calling every mob is going to be insane.
Or something like that. What are you going to do with that?
We generally don't touch the skills.
They'll actually stay there, so you could still use it potentially. So that's interesting in its own way too.
Or, like, we're not... Look, having to remake a skill for this is a little bit in the... Okay, I talk about creating work for ourselves. That's not a bang for buck win. So, like, making a new skill of a skill for this, that's a line that would have to be very special to cross. So, maybe in the future, but not right now,
Right on. So normally patch notes would be right out of this Q&A, but thankfully we're not holding that hostage today, as that's coming out a week before.
Yeah, so it still needs to be that it's a week before launch because there's still too much that will change between now and then.
Usually going right up until the end.
If you got them now, that'd be inaccurate, and then you'd get disappointed or even happier. Who knows? But too much would just change, and
But maybe we can speak like on the bigger picture intentions, which to some extent we've already been doing a bit, but. Like a classic, another minutes from previous. You've done some buffs to armor and evasion, added some new mechanics here and there. Is there any additional love for those on the card in some way, or defenses in general discussion?
Defenses. So we looked at a couple of things. Like the first thing we identified, because I'm all about like just reviewing the fundamentals. Is we're like, okay, we at some point in one of our many millions of spreadsheets. We were like, okay, here's obviously you have an expected amount of how much defense does someone have at a certain point in the game. Now that we have obviously enough players, enough statistics, we went and then had a look, and we were like, oh, people are way low, especially at say between interlude, Act 4, mid game, early end game. People's defenses are significantly lower than what we had deemed as what we wanted them to have. And you can look at that in a few ways. You can say, well, okay, people aren't upgrading gear as much as we wanted or expected. People aren't upgrading, I wouldn't say expected is definitely more of the thing. People aren't maybe taking as many defensive passives as we had expected, etc. And there are obviously many reasons for that. Some of them are garbage. But at the end of the day, right, we balance the game for people to have this much of a defense or this much EHP, and they don't have it. So let's get them to have that amount is our play. So instead of obviously changing, you could either change monster damage at that point, or we can give people more defenses. So we are generally buffing all of the base types on all of the defensive gear, on all armor and evasion, I should say, up to the end of endgame, because like peak characters, there's a lot. You can get a lot. So like we've taken some of the outliers that are the things that make
the evasion builds early just feel rough.
End game characters have a lot of those defenses and kind of brought them a bit down. So it shouldn't be worse. It should just be the same. But relative to rares, they could be a little bit worse. But yeah, ultimately,
this is mostly from Act 3 onwards, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So more armor and evasion is the start point.
Big homies.
We've done a whole bunch of other stuff like
only the past 2.5 hours.
There's a thing where it has too much recovery available, like too easily for recharge, and like we've done a few things. A lot of them are outliers, not necessarily all of them. So we've done a bit of changes to a whole bunch of stuff. But in particular, we're also doing. Like the deflection equation is honestly kind of not good enough. It's too rewarding for very little investment, and then there's like a kind of weird thing in the formula that I was trying to figure out the other day. But and then for investing beyond that, it's kind of like, well, not worth it. The passive tree nodes are too weak. There's all these clusters there no one cares about. Well, mostly. There's other things like the armor applies to elemental. Like there's a bit of it. Generally, it isn't weak, but you know, I wanted 5 clusters for it. I wanted you to be able to actually invest in it if you were in different parts of the tree. Currently, there's only like 3 nodes that granted in the strength section. It's not enough. And then all the way through to like things like the hybrid section of the passive tree, where normally you have armor in the strength section. Over here you have evasion in the dex section, and then combined you should have both of them on the nodes. And you do for armor and evasion, and then you have I know, big rant here. Then you have things where like, okay, all the armor and evasion notables are like kind of hyper conditional. Some of them don't even grant armor and evasion, and so there's just like a ton of work across the board. And then those secondary defenses don't generally have hybrid nodes, which they should. So if you're now playing hybrid, you have to double invest in the secondary axes, and so there's just all kinds of just like, honestly, what I would establish as fundamental problems going on here that just need to all be addressed. And
sounded pretty good.
When I look at all of them, I'm like, well, they all are just buffing it. So that's great. Awesome. Except for like a little bit of energy shield problems, and I mean, you know, other hybrid going more northeast, like we looked at all evasion, pure evasion versus pure evasion with 1,000 energy shield or more kind of thing, as in a Ghost Dance user.
Yep.
And like the differential in power of using Ghost Dance with 1k ES is just out of control. And I know everyone will be like, make everything like that. That's how this works. We're not going to do that. So like Ghost Dance needs some changes, but then also playing hybrid without that needs to be brought up. So there's a whole bunch. And then also, I mean, the highest death rate, just to be clear, and by 300%, is armor ES, which I don't have an exact plan for yet, but that needs a lot of love.
There's a missing piece of the puzzle there.
Yes, and it's obvious, right? You look at it and you're like, obviously, but it's I don't exactly know what the solution is yet, but we need to do some more love there. But like generally speaking, yes, there's a couple of OP outliers, but everything should be getting raised up for average player, especially mid game, early end game, without having to. And you don't have to, the only way to play it shouldn't be this one very specific node to take this very specific skill or use this very specific node or use this very specific unique, and just trying to make it just more broadly like investing in defenses no matter what feels good. And we're not there yet. So anyway, Giga Rant. Covered a lot of things there, but anyway.
I saw a few questions about it in chat. It does surprise me a little
duelist.
bit.
Yeah, a bit of
I
a
thought there was
bummer.
more of a consensus that life on the tree was unpopular as it was kind of.
I kind of
in part
assumed it was a
FL1,
given, to be honest. I didn't realize it was a possibility of it not happening.
Node tax, but I'm curious how you obviously removed life from the tree in POE2 effectively. What led to that decision, and how do you feel about it now? Kind of like 0.5 of the way in.
Again, I personally prefer it not being there. I think it makes the decisions of what I'm taking on the tree more interesting and where I'm pathing.
And to not have it.
I think, to not have it, I think that will increase over time. I think I am less penalized for hunkering down in a certain section.
I'm expecting 2 new classes for
to get this like minimum life percentage threshold by going to certain spots.
Or Shadow.
I think it allows you to be a bit more free, but I also understand why people are asking for it. Especially like I see a lot of people comparing life and energy shield, where it's obvious, right? They're both your life pool, but energy shield should be compared to armor and evasion, and obviously they're asymmetric, so I can understand how that can't be so trivial. And I can also understand that when people are dying to a thing and they don't necessarily understand why, the answer is I need more life, and I get it, but that can. Not that it can be that the problem and the solution don't have to be the same thing. Like there's an obvious path to the solution when you're dying, you're running out of life. But it can be that there are other ways to solve that problem. And when I look at the defenses and just identify fundamental problems, how much of that problem will be solved by just fixing those fundamentals?
You want to make those juicy to take and actually.
Yeah, so I'm not ready just yet to like, you know. But that doesn't say things like these are off the cards, for sure.
So it sounds like energy shield sagging.
But if
still going to be really good.
Then we should fix the defenses first, and then see if it's still bad.
Really, well, I'm just going to go follow the trail of bad until, and then we'll see.
It's just that the reason why we don't want to do it is really we just don't want to make it so that if you don't know to pick life, then you're just going to suck. And this is a thing that POE1 has, right? If you don't know that you have to pick life. Yeah. If you don't know that, you just die. And we wanted to try and remove like noob traps, right? Of just things where like the things you just have to know. And so ideally we can get to a situation where we just don't,
Thing is, I'd even rather solve it with the more immediate options. So for example, if you're dying a lot and you're like, I need more life, here's a cluster 12 passive points away. It's like, okay, so I got to level 12 more times to now feel a bit stronger. I would rather just immediately go, if you need more life, then the way to get that should be itemization solutions. Like you should be doing it on your gear and that should be something that is readily available via things like essences or various crafting systems. Like, I mean, Runic Ward kind of is that in a way. It's like, I'm dying. Okay, let's add some Runic Ward. Now I'm probably going to die less. Like, I understand it's more of like a campaign, newer player problem kind of thing. Melee. But I don't like, you know, I need to be tankier now because I'm dying. I can't overcome this boss. It's all good. I'll be able to solve it 2 days from now if they're playing only like an hour or two a day. So I also just make sure there are immediate solutions to these things as well via itemization. So it might be even that we need to look at that more. I mean, okay, I am looking at that more recently. I was like, damn, a lot of these runes that go in your armor, just because we're doing the martial artist and you get these rune slots. And I was like, okay, in game there's some chase stuff, but these ones in the campaign are just kind of sad. Like there's some sad, like obviously resistances are fine. I got no issue with that, but some of these other armor runes, I'm like, well, that's not okay. I put that in and now I'm like I'm what, 2% tankier. Like what am I even getting out of this? Like I want to make sure that, so I was looking recently and I'm like, we just need to buff all these armor runes. Like those were meant to be problem solvers for holes in your core stats throughout the campaign. And so even just things like that, where it's like, yeah, you should be able to just get a lot more of that just by using defense or armor slot runes, as well as adding new ones, because honestly, there's kind of a thin selection and it just ends up being like resistances in most slots until endgame again. Well, even still sometimes just resistances there as well, depends. But yeah, obviously we're adding 160, so that's a big difference. But I wanted to make sure there's a lot more in the campaign, and the campaign ones are buffed as well. So I don't know. There's heaps going on here. It's like hard to nail down to a single problem and a single solution.
+6 into
and I know there's like the easy way out, and we spoke. We don't like necessarily the easy way out.
You run into a whole lot of like,
kind of compromising
I need like
decisions
3 more intelligence to use this piece of gear, or use this skill in the campaign.
We have just
it's
fundamental
annoying.
problems left, right, and center still. So we'll just keep fixing them, and that's part of, again, this lead up. Like we need to address
I just changed my ring to an upgrade, and now I can't wear the rest of my armor because I'm 2 in short.
Release, right? This is why we're wanting to do, you know, these intermediary patches, and here on out, just like make everything
no duelist
better.
authority.
Plug all the holes, get everything good.
1.0 this year,
because it's really hard to do that when you're
update.
adding 100 new systems and crafting systems at the same time. You're like, okay, we're making holes faster than we can plug them, and it's obviously not that dire. Like most of the time, it's like pretty, you know, things are pretty comfortable. But so obviously, it's my job to make these good, and so I look at them with a lot more self-criticism. But at the end of the day, you know, we will get it pretty damn good, if not, you know, perfect. Balance is never perfect.
We were talking about yesterday, how do you make the passive skill tree good for launch? Like, how do you get that? Like, what are the problems with it? Because it's something that, like, you're adding more and more cool stuff to it, but at the same time, there's still people that just kind of like don't like the passive tree for some reason, and it's often a lot of different reasons, like the size of it, the travel nodes, like the downside nodes.
It takes a lot of massaging to get the tree into a good kind of state, and it's really, really tricky detail work as well. Like the difference of just like one node here, one connection there can like make a huge difference to quite a lot of stuff. So it's just
I've identified, I mean, as I said, issues with defenses, there's issues with lack of interesting mechanics in some, and some of those is just due to the absence of classes. Like you'll notice the parts of the tree that have 2 classes for the start point have just generally a lot more going on, because there's a lot more stat design, mechanics design, and stuff that's happened. So, you know, that's the thing that expands, and as you get more Ascendancy classes, as I said, we're doing the Spirit Walker, all of a sudden companion stuff's going to be a lot more fleshed out. So this is stuff that's just going to happen over time anyway, but we're going to do a big push to try and fill in all those gaps. There's obviously just like a bunch of just terrible clusters. As I said, there's notable armor and evasion notables with no armor and evasion, and like, yeah, they have a stat, but why can't they have like a, you know, immune to ailment thing, but why can't they also have armor and evasion? Why must it be only one or the other? And you know, there's all kinds of just things like that kind of everywhere, and it does take time. It does take a lot of like really fine, you know, work of going through and tweaking everything, and iteration after iteration after iteration, and But it'll be all right.
I think some of us feel like a little lost on what you need to do the passive tree, but we walked away from that conversation with you. You seem pretty confident that you know exactly what you need to do. You're like, "Oh, give me a day, I'll fix this section." Like
100%. I mean, I did literally say, "Give me a day and I'll fix one of the slices," and it won't be perfectly fixed because again, but it'll be twice, 3 times, 4 times as good. But like getting a day is not exactly entirely trivial, but that's all right. We'll get there. I am confident we'll get there, though. I have no doubt in my mind that I see a road to success there. So it's just a matter of getting there. And yeah, it takes time, and I don't want to make things worse in the meanwhile as well. So obviously knee-jerk reactioning everything in, and sometimes stuff you can't come back from or makes it very hard to come back from can be very dangerous. But I would say that like
they're
if there's any criticisms after 1.0,
right?
which there always will be, like of course you can't.
Probably gonna be
there's
some
always
cool
gonna
new
be
nodes
some
there.
finer than others, some broader.
Maybe run an Ice Shot Deadeye.
It should be significantly less core issues by that point of
benefit from all those new juicy nodes
are addressed. So
yeah,
but yeah, hopefully if we do a couple of cool eventy league economy resets between here and full release. We'll do some substantial passive tree updates as well at the same time. That way we can get a lot of feedback and testing, right? I'm not just going to take a shot in the dark without people being able to get their hands on it. So, which is similar to why we're doing the in game now is very important.
For the fifth time. I mean, Ice Shot's been good literally every league.
A lot of eyes on that for quality, for just making sure people really enjoy the end game after 10,000 hours, not just how it looks at the start. There's a lot of time there, and obviously the player base is capable of testing this at a significantly faster rate than we are. And so that's the joy of being able to try and get all this done before the release and have it be as flawless as possible.
Excellent. On the build meta side of things, one of the ones that came up was fire and ignite builds, but kind of like damage over time builds in general. In particular, there's kind of like absence of the pure damage over time build. Like it seems to be always better to scale the hit damage and treat things.
I feel
like
we had this conversation last time. There seems to be various
other problems with ignite as well in terms of like
we had this
scaling. It seems to be
still
always
not fixed,
like
but I remember
in some cases people saying like, well, the best way to play ignite is chaos damage. So how do you guys feel about kind of like the state of that sort of thing?
Those keystones are always going to have that level of like one way is quantifiably better than the other in an interesting way, but this obviously is not fully fleshed out or fully right, like you can tell while playing this, and we do want to do more. It was number 3 on I had my like top 5, here's the things I want to fix, so like defenses was number 1. Number 2 I think I actually had some stuff to do with some minion stuff, which, I mean, we've done a lot of itemization for, but I didn't get to do as much as I wanted. We had the Ascendancy classes in there, had Chronomancer in there, and I had, there was like some gemling stuff in there, and we had Chaos Hits, and, by correlation, Archon, we had Ignite. Like, these are all in I was saying top 5, this is now a top 10 list, I guess.
More than 5.
But, like, they're all up there, and so as soon as we actually get to Horlass and start fixing all the balance, more than we have been able to with this patch, given that it's kind of the same resources, trying to ensure endgame is good and there's quite a bit of overlap there, and with all the crafting systems in the league, like the same resources that are going to be looking at all of these. So as soon as we can get to, as soon as we're like back focused working on the campaign with our core content, monsters, pipeline, etc., and thus doing less systems, we can have those guys come in and just start fixing all of these balance systems.
Is the intention to get to there being builds that are like the pure dot feel, like where you don't really have the upfront hit damage, so you dual flame blast and then it's just pure ignite, that sort of thing?
Oh, like the whole spreading wildfire ignite fantasy 100% needs to be a thing where you're just doing there is the thing where when you take away hits, things can lose a lot of satisfaction, but there is a different kind of satisfaction of just watching the world burn around you or decay around you. So, you trade one for another, and different players have their different preferences, but 100% that is something that we want to support. We had a bunch of keystones in mind for enabling it. We had different supports that we thought we could try to enable it. It's just a matter of being time to execute it. So I would be very, very surprised if it doesn't come in one of these interim patches between here and full release, though, to at least some degree.
With that wanting to get things right for 1.0, there's I have a feeling that like 1.0 is like where you get to establish like here's the baseline of what the game is supposed to look like, and that's what you were saying with Endgame, indeed. So I kind of wonder about like how you feel about a few things and how close they are to where you want them to be for that game's foundation thing. One of them is the pace of combat, especially in Endgame maps across the build spectrum. So like from the lower end build to the really high end builds that are just currently like 100 move speed through maps.
It's a really tricky question because like people get such different experiences here. I mean, like there are definitely a few, like part of the issue that we have is that people often judge things by watching streamers who are often playing something that's completely cracked and out of control.
Sure.
And so people don't get an understanding of what the average player is actually experiencing. And it can even like affect like our designers in some ways because like, yeah, when you look at people and they're just like completely trivializing things, it's easy to forget that the average player isn't like, is actually taking it longer. And when I say average, like the true average is like way worse than you might expect in terms of the number of minutes that it takes them to kill bosses and so on. Like, like it's easy. Yeah, it's easy to look at it and be like, oh yeah, like everyone's killing bosses in 5 seconds. But really, there's a lot of people out there who aren't.
So do you feel pretty good about the lower end of things, but less good about the higher end of things?
Well, I mean, there's things that need to come up as well, for sure. But it's more just that, like, okay, like, there's some things that are a bit out of control with, like, on the top end, like, there's some of the stuff going on with triggering and like is a bit out, it's a bit out of control. And so there's stuff like that, and like as I said, I think a lot of people judge the pace of combat from things like that. So yeah, like I guess that's
ultimately it comes down to if you have a mage blood or equivalent, you should be cracked.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think I've said before that the ideal situation is the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a pretty damn tough fight. But then after that, you're getting more stuff. You like the post pinnacle content of getting uniques and like pretty like leads to like craziness, and then you feel like a complete god. Like you do want to get to that point. It's just that like there's just
By the way, I have made a change in that regard, by the way, which I know will be nice for some people. Every boss where you've had to farm for the fragment and go through 60 maps and you finally got there does now have infinite attempts.
Nice.
So once you've earned it, unless you decide to log out and
I thought we did that in 040.
We did it for some things and not for others.
Right, okay.
It's just it is across the board now. If you've
Squishy builds rise up.
You can try it. You can die 150 times and keep going. But of course, if you just like let your instance time out and die, that's a different story. So if you go to bed, sorry, my bad.
Go to bed defeated and failed.
I would still love to be able to do that, such that if you log back in, like the next day, you're still there and able to do it. But there's a slight technology gap there for maps right now. But I know that's just it's. The whole the reason I bring that up is because that whole like, I don't want to fight the pinnacle yet because I might fail it, and some or fight the end boss.
And then what that leads to is that you only do it once you've over prepared.
Yeah, and then like first encounter is disappointing. I've done that before, yeah.
So that's the reason.
You're like, that was kind of lame.
Yeah.
It's not what you want. You want to go in early and have an uphill battle the first time.
Cold pedal,
sure,
unique.
Exactly.
That thing did look pretty sick.
I guess what I'm trying to say there is that I think that like.
It looked spell related.
The pace of combat is correct in many instances.
I want to like go back through and look at things, but if I remember correctly, its stats were like more spell focused.
Bananas after the point where you've done that, so
I can't remember that.
It's just a question of the power progression needs to be right. In terms
Sounds
of
like if anything, you just want a wide spectrum and just tuning some certain points of that.
For sure.
There's crazy things you see where even when you go and ask a lot of our designers, you're like, how long do you reckon the average boss fight takes? And you specify a boss. You're like, how long do you reckon?
It'd be pretty cool amulet for
the
average.
I don't know what's a random boss. That killing the Forsaken Sun takes, let's say. And like honestly, I would say my experience at this point with understanding how to get my character and build my build at that point, sometimes it's honestly 8 seconds and sometimes it's 20 seconds and it's like, is it ever really more than that? Yeah. And then you get that with obviously a lot of our designers play and a bunch of people, and then you go and actually look at the stats and you're like, oh, it's 119 seconds average. That's 2 minutes. That's what we intended for it to be.
Yeah.
And so the average across and that's the average, which means there's some people taking 4 minutes and whatnot. And so it's actually like, the numbers are not as bad, and it turns out if you know what you're doing and you are good and you play a lot, you kind of kill things quickly. I know a lot of people might be like, you should have that be flatter because what the hell, an 8-second fight's not necessarily fun, right? You're not engaging with any mechanics and stuff. And some people are like, nah, if you're that powerful, you're that powerful, and if you know what you're doing, have it be that fast, right? So it's a bit of thing where some people want the way less variance between character power, but also then that feeds into the end game of, yeah, you want characters that feel like gods among gods among gods, right? Like you can. The
only way to normalize the
again,
fight times of a super strong character and not super strong character is health gates, and that's stupid.
Of different kinds. So
I agree with you.
When things are too cheaply OP,
if I'm super powerful, let me kill things quickly.
Almost free. And I don't mean economically. I mean like as in you just your general time to
Diablo 4 health gating every single boss is silly.
Down.
And I think that really is the message overall of like, if it cost you a lot, then yeah, you can be a god. If it didn't cost you very much, maybe that's going to be something that we would consider nerfing.
So Leech.
Yeah.
And thus triggering the state of recovery, especially because like really fast life recovery tends to lead to situations where in combat the only thing that matters is the thing that kills you instantly. So how do you feel about recovery overall?
So we're definitely unhappy with Leech, and this is one of those things where we attempted to simplify it from POE1 because POE1 had the most complicated Leech thing in the history of the universe.
So funny.
And so we're going to simplify it. We're going to try and make it simpler, but unfortunately, the simpler thing has not led to a good result, and so now Leech is it's a bit of a problem. So we are changing it drastically. Like, are we fine with telling people how it works now? Like, we could go into it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, all right. Well, so basically, the key thing that we're first changing is we're going to a single source method of doing Leech, which means there's only one Leech buff active. So whatever is the biggest hit that you did, like you're only leeching from one place, and that obviously then means that we need to change all the balance of Leech and everything like that to make that work. But it does mean that. There's a difference between there's more of a thing with like life gain on hit versus Leech is like a thing between like fast hitting and slow hitting builds. Like higher hits are going to lead to more Leech. But the other thing we're changing as well, and this is just kind of to retain the idea. Like, so one thing we liked about what we had was that when you get more Leech percent, you do get more Leech. But the thing is that the way that damage scales, like, it just gets completely cracked at some point, and like it gives you insane amounts. So effectively, what we want to do is add a cap to the amount of damage that Leech will consider when or 100,000 or some number, right? That it'll be like, okay, like after when we go to calculate Leech, we're first capping your damage to that. Like, you're still doing the damage, by the way, but like just for the Leech calculation, and then we apply your Leech percent to that. And what that will mean is that it's always the case that getting more Leech will give you more recovery, right? Like if you double the percent on your character, you get double the recovery. So there's no like capping thing like that, but it just means that
life
exactly. But then at some point, like getting more damage isn't increasing your recovery,
right?
And that's like the key thing that we need to
that's why you're trying to disentangle.
So, and I mean, the intention really is to sort of get it so that like a typical character who's like investing in Leech actually cares. It's like they're able to recover their entire life orb in like 3 seconds or something like that. Like that's the kind of thing, right? And yeah, you could go further than that with like even more investment, but it's probably like not worthwhile compared to other stuff. And then like other characters who aren't investing are going to get less than that sort of thing. But like you do actually have to like we don't want it to be so ridiculous that that's the only like source of recovery you would ever need.
Yeah, because it's now capped, we can give a lot more Leech early as well, because that was kind of a bit dead.
Yeah,
if you're not dealing significantly high damage.
So then we get to buff all those values. And that
obviously, some people know about Leech resist on monsters. Like currently you leech less from a white or magic monster than say a unique monster, because the assumption was you're hitting many, you're AoEing. Right. Now you only get one instance that's flat,
and then that means that Leech will be more consistent between boss fights versus not boss fights, which is another thing. I think a good thing. Like you kind of can rely on that in some level.
But if you have all the affixes, you got some investment, you could anywhere between 20, maybe up to 40, 50% of your life recovery per second.
That's where you're aiming
which
for.
Is obviously still pretty fast, but and then we're removing some of the instant Leech just because obviously that's then bypassing that.
It's funny though, 'cause I remember you coming to me at one point and you were like, either we can nerf like all these skills by 10 times, or we can nerf Leech.
We're always empowered with volatility.
From
the Chaos Sigil and our Ritual Shard.
Damage begets recovery, which also begets energy triggering, and like it just feeds into itself, and then you have characters getting 3 million% of their life per frame. While triggering.
This is part of the meta skill equation as well.
Infinite triggering per frame, and it's just like, what are you supposed to do? And hence the 200 million DPS, like infinite comet, infinite recovery, and immortality builds.
The Leech explanation sounds like complicated, and it kind of is on the back end, but the player-facing side of it is now just that you get a Leech percentage, and that's the only affix.
Yep.
And you get more of it, you get more. Like,
for most people, you get a mod, and now your life starts recovering recovering.
So it's very
honestly
simple.
better than before.
And more importantly, and better than before, but also importantly, doubling it doubles the amount of life you're getting.
Yes.
You know, so like, there's a lot of calculation going on to achieve that.
Very
but,
simple
but the one player facing thing that is important to know is that there is a point beyond which getting more single hit damage is not going to increase the amount of recovery you're getting.
Yeah.
So at some point, obviously, getting damage gives you damage, but at some point, getting damage is less.
They're going to make it
valuable
easier
than
to get
getting
elemental
more leech
leech
investment if you
no?
are simply wanting leech investment. So.
Okay. Interesting. All right. There's obviously going to be some adjustments there for people to
for sure. It's a big change
with the meta skills and custom crit comments and things like that, and their interactions with these various things.
For sure.
Yep. So that's going in 0.5. This stuff for people to figure out.
Yeah.
Cool.
Go test it out. It's all fully changed internally. Feel free to go have a look at it.
Oh, all right. and with that, so like I mentioned, the part of the core problem ultimately is that you, aside from the meta skill stuff, you're
no life increases.
If you're recovering so quickly, then things have to kill you very quickly. Does that allow you to look at things that are killing very quickly? Then, once you start to feel like recovery is getting a bit more under control.
Well,
nope,
part
you
of
still
that,
die really
that falls
fast.
into the whole the defenses and everything thing. But like outliers are outliers for sure. I mean, obviously, some stuff is intended to mess you up. It's kind of the point. But you know, it all falls into the same. Be it recovery, full life, one shots. Characters having significantly lower defenses than we anticipated, tools for getting more life via runes, like all of that folds into the same problem here of
they're solid.
Yeah,
though.
if you're absent of all of these tools,
I don't
and
think
you don't
they
know how to
like
do
move
the
the
like
needle
very
too much. The
I guess the
sticky chains will
meta
definitely
strategies, then yeah, you sometimes
change quite a
are
bit.
just going to get obliterated by things. So I'm just hoping, like, obviously that leech is a case of bringing down the top end, but I think more the defenses, bringing up the defensive tools, like i.e. body armor runes, etc. Runic ward, everything. All of this is going to help contribute to ideally things feeling more fair. And of course, as expected, though, if anything's just like one-shotting you and you don't think the telegraphing's enough, you just let us know, because like, you know, it might be on our radar, but it might not be on our urgent radar, and maybe we need to do something about it. Like, we have improved a lot of these things, either via increasing telegraphing or lowering damage. Like, we had problems with a whole number of skills, especially early. I'd say the number of those is dwindling, but they're still there, and obviously we might add some new ones on accident. But, you know, just keep telling us about that stuff 100%. It's not the intention. I mean, the important thing is things feel fair, less so than damage one way or the other. So, you know, if you're getting insta-killed by something you couldn't even see coming, that is a problem. We're obviously adding a ton of new pinnacles and all of that, and we're going to do our best to get everything as well telegraphed and as, you know, the correct damage output and everything. But, you know, we miss things, and if things feel unfair, just raise the alarm.
All right. With that, we'll change topic a little bit to Endgame, and I've seen it getting asked a lot with Temple going core. Is there any major changes there to how Temple snaking works? Especially,
we had to get rid of the snake strategy. It caused a lot of problems. We actually had a solution for the snake strategy, the proper solution, as it were, that we wanted to do right after the league launched. Like, it was actually I was actually on holiday, and like I was like, okay, I need to like fix the snake strategy. But the problem is, the one that we came up with is that we felt like it would be a mid-league nerf if we deployed it. Yeah. So we made like a few band-aid fixes, but it wasn't really the correct strategy. And ultimately what the snake strategy is it comes about because there are rooms that the game wants to delete, but it can't delete them because it would disconnect the temple.
Yeah.
And so what we've got as a solution to that effectively is that if that would happen, then it will just create an empty room there that still connects it up, but isn't the room that you had there before. And that just means that there's no incentive to kind of do those weird strategies anymore, which should result in all of the weird, really broken stuff from happening. Like, you can kind of take it more at face value because you don't have to worry about this like particular way of organizing things to be able to, you know, to be able to do well.
And to be clear, the current like snaking is resulting in what we deem as 1,000% unacceptable levels of item drops.
Yeah,
like,
the item drops are out of control due to that.
Out of control.
But there was just there's always the situation when you've got the stuff where like we would love to nerf it, but you can only nerf something like that if it hasn't gotten too out of containment before you nerf it.
Yeah.
Because the moment that people feel like, oh, like 10% of the player base have like gotten, well, then I can't do it, and like you're pulling the ladder up behind them and that kind of stuff.
Exactly,
Like, it just doesn't feel good. So
the whole thing.
We just sort of had to let it be. And the thing that sucks about it is that that can like make people's perception of what the correct level of item drops is to be incorrect, and that can then mean that like when we don't have the like bananas temple loot going on, that people like might not be as happy with that, but it'll be a thing there, like, you know, 1 league down the line after they've forgotten about that part. it'll be okay. But yeah, like that was it was out of control and we didn't love it. That being said, like there are also some. Did you get the extra reward stuff for the reward rooms? Is that
we've done some buffs to the reward rooms.
So basically, just like if you play it conventionally, there's some buffs to the rewards when you're like for the stuff that was like pointless to do before. So in particular, the reward rooms that you get for killing the architects, like those weren't good enough. We want to make sure, you know, so people weren't even bothering.
There was a strategy where people were using those to like get quick at Zeri runs and stuff as well, and we fixed that problem. There's a bunch of algorithmic problems with like how rooms get deleted or decide to get deleted or swapped that have been changed such that there's not like some of these weird, you know, they got to the point of being honestly a little bit exploitative to the point it's like, oh, I hate that I have to do this thing.
We certainly don't want anything where people feel like I have to do this weird thing that I don't enjoy doing in order to get the most rewards. Like that's the key thing we want to. Yeah, because of course they will do it, right? Because that's the most reward.
No new class,
things. Atlas tree now applies
2
to
new
the temple.
Ascendancies.
Cool.
Right, whole thing, and we're obviously relevant. There are some cases where obviously there's no summoning circles in there, you know. And obviously it has its own Atlas tree now. Now that it's core, and its own entire quest line on the Atlas, where you can go there and do the thing.
There's a place where it physically is.
It's like you get all the points, and there's parts of the tree that are blocked behind killing the architects. So you're getting like little unlocks and stuff like that.
There's supposed to be little districts in the city where like you kill the architect, and now this district is unlocked, and you can go in there and little things. Yeah, there's just little things.
Sort of exploring that. Very nice. Yep. Production, could I request a brief intermission for us so we don't have to rush the rest of the endgame discussion? How you guys feel about just having a quick 2-minute break?
Sure, if that's what you'd like to do. We've never done that before, but all right.
I know, we've never done that before, but we should. We'll be right back, folks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Wow, look at that technology. They've only been going for 3 hours. I hope they go for another few. I am finishing up this build guide for our Hell Fracture. Build. One of those forever and beta games. They announced 1.0 is going to be this year. So no. 1.0 is out this year. You slid into my DMs. I got you, boo. Ooh, back to no volume. Very good.
Firstly, I'm very happy to see that the world looks like an actual world now.
Yes.
It's an atlas, an actual map. It's where you go and do exploration. So was this kind of the goal for the outset when you were making this whole world map style atlas from the beginning?
Well, okay. I think that I didn't realize when we were making it the importance of having those fixed locations, like knowing where things are.
Okay.
And so it's like we wanted it to feel like there was a world of stuff to explore, but I think that we did make a mistake in not necessarily like realizing that it is important that you can get your bearings and that kind of stuff initially. So having the fixed points has worked even better than I expected. Honestly, like I was a little bit worried it would make it feel like too samey every time, but honestly, it's really cool. Like in all of those points of interest, like I don't know if we really showed it like how easy it is to sort of get to the things, but it's usually to get to one of the league things. It's only like 4 or 5 maps away from the sign location. Like when I was first showing it to you when you first arrived, like like you do just go like I started with it just all fog of war there, and I'm like, okay, if you just go down this way a little bit, then you get into the breach area, and if you just go like and ride a little bit, then look, there's these abyss cracks here and stuff like that. So that's really cool. And the other thing is as well is just like the fact that there's like a giant ocean to one side means you just got your bearings. We're like, okay, we're on the edge of the continent here. Like this is where we are, and we did even try to sort of think, okay, well, like in the physical Rayclast map,
you see the BL4 update notes
like,
today. I haven't gone over them on stream, but I did look through them prior. Probably have a video on it tomorrow.
The Zeri's temple and everything of Laraval was, and like so we're going to put it in that direction. We try to sort of like have our bearings so that all those things are sort of like have some kind of real world analog, which is pretty cool. And there's even if you go far enough into the ocean, you will find Oriath over there.
I didn't know you were going to say that.
Which has the beast. Apocalypse is there. You see, it doesn't actually do anything. Like there's not a reason, but it's like we wanted it to feel more like this is actually
like 5 and 6 for that. Right?
Yeah. So it'll change later once we've got the rest of the campaign in. But
that blew my mind though. That you can just go in the ocean as long as you pick the exact right direction.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of more of an Easter egg than anything. The fact that it's there, but we do want it to feel like it is Rayclass that you're exploring. That this is like like things are at least broadly where they're supposed to be, and like while it is the biomes and stuff like that are all randomly generated, like what maps are there randomly generated, like the initial layout of where the landmarks are is really nice.
We're gonna have like a world first race to Oriath or something like that.
I don't know, maybe
expedition race so you can get over there first.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So I think before when you first started Endgame, you just kind of ran maps and it took dozens of maps for anything to kind of
happen. Yes, I agree. And now we want that to be way shorter. So like the first time you open the atlas, like there's towers that rise out of the ground, and like there's a quest marker right there to do that, but you don't have to do that, right? You can go a different direction, and pretty soon you'll run into like a breach or something, and then you'll be an NPC. Like within 1 or 2 maps, there'll definitely be an NPC telling you, "Hey, look over here," and like it'll appear in the fog of war. You'll see there's a quest marker. You're like, "Oh, right, there's something over that way." Like that's the kind of experience that we want to have of like feeling like you are exploring, like a kind of. Like, I guess it's more of a sort of, it's funny because it's a little bit, in a way, it's sort of a bit more like that sort of open world game design that you would get from a kind of open world game, except it's on a kind of like Atlas level. So you need to be thinking, get that feeling of like, but there's points of interest and stuff to find and that sort of stuff. And not only that, but we did want to make the kind of the infinite part, like once you have done all the quest lines, the infinite part needs to be more interesting too. So now what we have is all of the leagues are adding Atlas mechanics, right? Like, so you've got things that, and I guess that's one of the other things I really want to make sure people are aware of is like all the leagues do have things that interact with the Atlas in interesting ways. So like, you've got the Delirium fog thing where you're spreading fog over and the positions of things matter and where you pick to do it will matter and
actual
like that sort of stuff. Actual abyss cracks that close on the Atlas is really cool. Like I really like that one.
How goes the POE2 stuff? Just Divinity. It's going well.
People thought I was a bit crazy when I suggested that one. But, it's one of those things that's just it's just really cool.
Crazy.
I also fully thought today was Friday.
It's fun to come up with those kinds of mechanics for leagues and think about how they can escalate and so on. But it also adds like another sort of deeper layer to everything too, because one of the big issues we had with all of the leagues was that they had kind of like their mechanic, but they didn't have like, and here's how the mechanic changes and here's how it evolves, and like there wasn't kind of a lot of that going on with those initial 0-1-0 early access leagues. And it's really adding all that extra depth that like makes an actually interesting thing. And like part of the reason why we identified that is because like when we came to write a quest line for them, we're like, well, there actually isn't enough here to write a quest line for.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Like there just kind of wasn't really stuff enough to do. So it's like we have to add a bunch more
Dude,
to make
I'm
it so a quest line
to go
is
back
reasonable
into their presentation and look at
so
some
the
of
quest
those
line actually sort of
uniques and
drove in some
stuff.
ways, like making sure that there is an evolution that happens across the course of every league. And I guess that really does set the standard now for what you have to make a league for POE2. like that it's going to have things like that and mechanics like that.
It seems like you're really trying to min-max the breadcrumbing here in particular, because like you leave the town as like literally the second map is a tower, and then like 3-4 maps after that is the gate of the giant fortress.
Yeah, exactly, right? We want you to get to that stuff quickly, right? And the funny thing is that it also, like what we said earlier about how the different sort of amount of time it takes for like the average player versus what people believe is the average, like it really does need to be that minimal number of maps to make that happen, because for some people, like, they're taking a long time to complete maps, right? Like, you know, like if it's taking like, you know, 7 to 15 minutes in some cases to do a map, like you don't want it to be multiple hours of gameplay to get to the first.
Even that's fast by the average.
Yeah, and it's like we don't want it to be hours and hours later when you finally get to one of these things. So it really does need to be just a few maps. And obviously, if you're a fast map runner, you're going to just blaze through that real quickly. But yeah, you do need to sort of consider, you know, what that experience looks like if it's the first time, because a lot of this questifying stuff is for people who don't even know what's in the end game. Like an issue you'd have with a first time player before is you'd go to in the end game. It's like, is there even anything out there? Like you don't even know, right? It's like you need those kind of like a few guideposts to even get you started to be like, okay, well, like here's some stuff that I might be able to find.
Yeah, and even if you don't go like that tower into the fortress,
you can go another way.
Literally pick any direction. Like, because that was the thing that surprised me the most when you were showing me by kind of like revealing the map, was like you literally can't pick a direction and miss.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. You will hit something no matter which way
basically,
you go.
It actually made like the raid class situation look. This raid class situation is crazy. It looked pretty dire. You're like basically surrounded on all sides. There's like you look one side and there's like a giant breach for sunken areas. There's like a freaking abyss over there.
Just wait till like 5 years from now.
I know, right? Because now whenever you add a new thing, you add it as a spot on that.
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to do a bit of rearranging to make sure that the newest stuff is like close to the center, and there's like, you know, the ring outside that, which has got some of the lesser known stuff you can kind of snake out to get to.
Like weird passive tree situation where there's like stuff further out and stuff closer, and that's that is going to be wild. But it also kind of helps solve that problem a bit, because like I sometimes I go back and I play like a game that's been around for a long time, and the way that usually they're like 10 years worth of content is presented is like a giant menu.
No, and it's definitely much cooler that you find it.
Very difficult to engage with that, but here it's physical places in a world. So it's kind of almost solved by the fact that you have to travel to them to start interacting with them in some capacity.
Yeah, I would say so.
So it's kind of a nice solution.
I mean, but yet all of them do have events that will occur that will direct you there and like reveal it on the map and show you that it's there as well. Yeah. If you do find that in the you know, so you sort of get quests.
We have a few things as well though. Like, it's a lot, but I also don't want people to feel like, oh, I have to do all of it every time. And there are different ways. Obviously, I think we mentioned the way to shortcut the fortress completion. Like, if you just want to, obviously, there's a big grid, a tree of nodes, right? So you can go like path of least resistance to all that. If you're, look, this is if you're good. If you know what you're doing, you're repeating, good build. Like, just beeline towards that, go to that, go to that, go to that, kill the bosses, kill the pinnacle, right? You've now done the quest line, and now just go out into the infinite and go and farm, or maybe go do one of the other leagues, or 2 of the other leagues, whatever, and then go out and farm. And every time you then get a set of citadels, you kill the thing, you can then auto-complete a section of the fortress.
And that unlocks a big chunk of passage.
Like ding, 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 and complete all the maps, and you're like, all right, sweet, there's my 15 points, allocate. And so you don't have to just like hunker down and sit in the fortress for like forever. Right?
We were really concerned that what would happen is like you'd kill the boss and you're like, oh, now I have to do all these maps in here like to just finish it off. So we wanted to make sure there was a shortcut for that stuff. So if you didn't do all that stuff,
Borderlands 4's raid boss comes out a day before this
like burning through the tiers that quickly. That number of maps is intended to be the number that you'd need to be able to do for like a sort of an average player who hasn't done it before to be able to tear up to get to like, you know, to get to T5 to get into this part of the fortress, and then get to
everything in that.
Yeah, exactly. So like it's kind of designed
to be like
their
raid boss to get absolutely effed by
if you're a player who like really knows how to tear up really quick, then you can just like beeline to the quest objectives really quickly and get through that very quickly. And I guess one of the things that we wanted to do as well, even just for the regular leagues, is like if you're like an actual like a player, like we sort of imagine it's like a night of gaming is what it's going to take you to like do one of the quest lines.
Yeah.
You know, like I mean, I don't mean like a, you know, like half an hour. I mean like, you know, like a solid night of gaming.
A couple hours.
You know, a few hours, right? You know, like of gaming is enough to kind of get like a sort of a fairly reasonable player through one of those quest lines.
Yeah.
And then that's kind of that can be like your goal for the night. And then the fortress might be like a couple more initially, but yeah, but I mean for the good players, they're just going to be able to, they can obviously get through the stuff really quick because they know how to burn through every map really quick and that kind of thing.
So with the fortress, so how many roughly passives is there on that core Atlas tree that you want?
It's more than 300, I believe.
Okay, so that's like 300 maps within the fortress.
No, but it isn't, because some of them give you more than 1 point.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, so we actually initially had it, so the number of points on the tree was the same as the number of points in the fortress. But the problem was that we found that
That's a ton of maps.
Yeah. Like the number of maps that was too many.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we need to do some like things here so that the Atlas tree can be bigger than what the fortress is.
Roughly know what it is, like 100, 150 or something?
I actually don't remember what the number in there is.
I'm talking about myself.
But yeah, like we sort of wanted to make it so that it wasn't onerous.
There's a few options there as well if we want.
Yeah.
If we want. We haven't yet, based on testing really, is technically,
I want to be able to play
it doesn't have to be every map gives you a point. It can be the first X map give you point. Like, as in technically, you can fully allocate the tree.
And then you could avoid some layouts or whatever you don't
it's
like.
It's just
as well.
if we needed to do that, we've got lots of levers to be able to flexibly just go. Okay, this is like way
We
too
don't want the
long,
fortress to feel like a chore, though. That's like really important.
Well,
we're
that's what I was going to say. Is like I was a little worried that would be the case, but you showed me that there's there's little icons over the top of the maps, and that wasn't all of them. Like what was shown in the footage was actually you hadn't done the list yet. It was like half of them or something. But what surprised me, so these are adding like things like, every rare monster in the map is an essences, or monstrous treasure, or rogue exiles are fighting each other and you're hunting them down. And stuff
Do you
like
complete this fortress and then just never go into it again?
What I was surprised to learn,
I guess
was
besides
that
to fight the pinnacle boss,
these are actually all individual, unique things. Like there's they're not being repeated inside of the fortress.
Yes,
there's
the
one
fortress,
of each of those things.
Exactly. So all of those mechanics are things that, there's one-offs. And so if you auto-complete that part of the fortress, you're effectively losing that for this run. But they do appear out in the infinite as well sometimes to kind of make the infinite farm part more interesting.
But this is like really interesting. So like even in POE1, as good as that endgame is, which is really, really good, is it kind of takes like 30, 40 maps before you start getting like stuff to being in your maps all the time, right? You've got the scarabs, you've got enough points, but here you've almost created like an end game Atlas area of maps that you can do, but that's preloaded with scarabs
effectively,
almost,
yes. And then as you do that, you're effectively then loading it more with the Atlas tree, so that when you do the infinite farm, you've kind of got more of that stuff there.
So when you run out of that, then you've got your passive tree filled out and everything.
And the passive tree does add a lot, and of course you allocate all of it now. So it's like
the big question is the order that you do things. It sounds like they want you to do this fortress first.
We have had to do some work to the level design side to make it so that the maps can support more of those kind of mechanics and so on as well, because like people, you've got like especially after juicing and everything, like that can be quite a lot.
A bit too much, was it? So.
Speaking of things like the completion, there's a few other little bits where people are like, "Oh, I've got to do every league tree." Like that's a lot, right? Because that's the same thing. You don't want to be too chore-like. But reality is, there's a few changes around this. So let's say you do the fortress or you do the infinite and auto complete it after doing the quest line, and then you do just Delirium. Now you can run 3 Delirium tablets and it will scale all 3, and you can just go do that for the rest of your life. And the thing is, people will be like, oh, but Breach can randomly spawn and then I have to get the Breach tree, otherwise I'm not invested in it.
Yes, we have changed how this works.
And once you're so effectively your area can support 3 leagues and juice versions of it. And so when you force 3 Delirium tablets, it won't spawn other leagues.
So effectively, by putting a tablet, what putting a tablet in does is lock what that league will be, thus preventing the other leagues from spawning, which means that you don't have a situation where by not doing a certain league, you're losing out on potential juicing, because you've effectively made sure that like you're going to get the specific content you want. So you can do that, or you can still leave it wildcard by using the generic
irradiated. All of it says will wildcard the leagues.
Can you still mix and match
Of course, yeah, of course. So you can still do exactly right. And
you could do breach Delirium if you want 2/3 Breach, 1/3 Delirium. You can do whatever. You combine it.
Like a greater level of control over this previously as well.
But what it means is that if you just want to all in on 1, you can. If you want to all in on 2, you can. If you want to go 3, you can. And if you want to get them all on wildcard, you can do that.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. And part of this that I was a little bit worried as well, that you were like the physicality of the map is really cool, but I was a bit worried that the downside of that would be that you'd be removing this ability to focus on things.
No, but you definitely can.
Yeah, okay. And in particular, I was worried about the breachstone thing because I was like, oh, so if you want to use a breachstone, you have to find one of those things on the map to put it in. Does that mean you can only farm a boss if you physically have one of those locations on the map?
But no, all of the pinnacle keys are all tradable, so you can do that stuff.
And if you have 20 of those keys, you can just do the boss 20 times.
Yeah, exactly. So the bosses are all in the so effectively each of the leagues has a kind of hub that like where the league, and that happens like in its physical location, right? So you know, like there's the and the hub is where you use the pinnacle keys in order to fight the pinnacle boss. So that means that if you want to do them back to back, you just go to the hub, run 20 bosses. That's fine.
Once you've done the quest line one, you can then farm it as much as you want if you trade. The other thing that we've done is, so Breach is unique in that regard because in order to kill the penultimate boss to get the ticket to the ultimate boss, you do need the biome. Now you can buy the key after, right? That's completely fine, and you can buy the breachstone, but that one is unique in that you do need to go find those biomes, or someone has to go find those biomes. So that one is a bit unique in that regard. But for some of these leagues also, for example, simulacrums, like you do deliriums, you get this grand mirror, you apply the fog, and there's a simulacrum in there. We do still drop simulacrum splinters, and a lot less of them. And once you finally get that item, instead of that item now just going in the realm gate because that's gone, what that does is allows you to turn a map into a simulacrum on your atlas. And so that will give you an extra key. And so there are some ways, the expectation is that you complete the quest line and experience all that before you complete a simulacrum, but later in the game when you're farming, there's actually alternate ways to get access to more of these. And so we have that for a few of the leagues. I can't remember exactly which ones do and don't because it's asymmetric, but yeah, some of them are like trying to counter that. So it's a thing with Breach where if we're finding a Breachstone versus Breach biome imbalance, we can do a thing where once you've finished the quest line, you can start getting splinters towards pinnacles without necessarily having to do that. Or maybe there's some other mechanic where you can create a breach biome, in the fog of war that way. So mechanically create it, reveal one that definitely was there the whole time, and go over there and do that. So there are tools we have to be able to do all this, but yeah, Breach is relatively unique in that regard. The others are less problematic, but just trying to have different ways.
One of the things that is fun with those ones though is that there's reasons generally to pick one area of the Atlas versus another. Like they're kind of subtle, but like we should have tried to explain that.
I mean,
with
it's gonna be great.
There's certain emotions that only come from certain map.
I'm gonna be honest, most likely.
So what that means is that you're like, okay, if I want to be able to
revenue
get
quite a bit,
like this emotion,
we'll see.
Then I'm like, I want to find this type of map.
It's a net positive.
So there's little hidden things like that
actually
like if you're looking for a build guide, you can look on my Maxroll, which I make revenue from, or my YouTube, which I make revenue from. I won't make any revenue from you
something you actually do
downloading the thing and never referencing either. Technically, if that makes sense.
Right. Wild. Okay. Now, it's impossible to say, put an hours of gameplay estimate on Endgame for Path of Exile because it's, like you said, it's so variable. But how would you say some of the Endgame milestones for POE2 now, line up with maybe the milestones from POE1 that we're a bit more familiar with? So, for example, getting to the Fortress Pinnacle boss, unlocking your full tree, so getting that full clear of the Atlas if that's the clear goal. Filling up those nice new progress bars for the league mechanics. Where do those kind of pan out?
So it's definitely intended that the kind of like completing the fortress is supposed to sort of be analogous to doing Atlas completion in POE1. It's like a kind of similar thing. That you're the similar type of goal.
Well, I think it's going to be like a one-button download. You go to the Maxroll Planner, you click download, and then you'll have a file that you just put into your game.
45, 50 maps to kill the pinnacle if you can.
Okay.
Right, which is honestly not, that out of control. No, that's not Fortress complete. That's that main quest line complete, right? You think you've got a big square with 2 ramparts. You're just going up to this thing.
I mean, you still need to watch a video to understand how to play a build and stuff like that.
Kill this, kill the thing in the middle.
I'm really not worried about it.
And you just follow this path, the shortest path to it. If you
most
can
obvious
do it,
thing is that
go for it. It's
won't
fine.
Need to
it's entirely up to you.
Rewatch a video as much or re-reference a planner once you have it downloaded.
So 40, 50-ish there. And as you said, the first the ziggurat to the fortress wall, pretty short distance. It's right there and then right there. Let's say Breach.
I'm not
I'm
worried
just giving
about
some
it.
examples just to give some people some context.
I didn't get
Breach is
into
the
making
closest
build
biome
guides
to the
because I wanted to make
ziggurat,
money.
the closest
I
start,
did it
so you
because I
just
like helping people.
If you went tower,
You know what I mean?
is it?
If it's more helpful, then
5
that's
maps
awesome.
over to Breach.
Nah, it's less than that, I think.
It's for
I think it's only
4,
4,
sure.
yeah.
Then you do a few breaches.
I don't have a
You
rock
have to do
ally. I
that
love my
many.
Steam Deck,
She gives
though.
you the first breach stone. You use the breach stone. You do. You can probably minimum
again for
one
the gear
hive, one
upgrade.
sky
Yep.
hive, and then the boss. Now, this is the problem that we run into a bit here, where I have level restricted the bosses.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can actually do this
because
too
I
fast.
don't want you to just do a
Not-
tier
it's
3.
tier restricted.
Yeah,
for
tier
map
restricted,
tier.
tier, not character level, yes.
Yeah.
As in, you do need some waystone figures. So if you just go shortest path there, yeah, you're probably going to find you don't have the waystones. But if you know what you're doing, you can obviously get pretty far pretty quickly. And then you can kill, the breach lords, and then you can immediately do the pinnacle.
Steam Deck
as
does
soon
not
as-
play
because we've,
POE2 well at all.
Waystone tier
But they
restricted.
said they're
the
verifying
penultimates.
it. I tried to use it on my Steam Deck a long
But that's
time
like
ago,
Breach
and
and
it
the
was pretty
Fortress,
rough.
whereas okay, over to the left of the ziggurat, you've got Breach.
Like, I'd say, like,
Slightly further
15
across is
FPS.
Delirium, so +5 maps. Even that maybe Ritual +5 on that. +5, and then the what is it, 8? Honestly, it's probably only like 8 maps you have to do, 9 maps or something within each. And I'm talking like absolute. If you're just zoom into the end,
So, like the early versions of the endgame, the thing definitely burned me out was just like the sheer amount of time it took to just travel through maps. I was even like coming up with theory crafts for like ideas of like, what if there was one of these travel maps that are like really fast? so it seems like there's just so much less of that now.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
the travel
definitely.
between
And I mean,
stuff.
like that's the experience you're going to get if you know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
If you don't, it's going to take longer because you're like, okay, I need to be able to put up this. I'm not juicing it as much. I'm not doing all this.
Well, at
stuff,
that point,
you know?
yeah, when you're in that position, you're focusing on the actual content you're doing, not like your
that's
goal
it.
so much, because you don't have the experience for that anyway.
Yeah.
King's March is a bit further away.
It is. Being on the coast, it kind of, if it had put it too close, it would have restricted the other things that can go there. So we've got like a sort of slightly longer lines to shorten the distance to get to King's March.
Oh, yeah, so it's not as many maps.
Yeah, so it's not as many maps as what it would be for the normal conventional distance.
Right, yeah.
But it is a couple of extra maps further than some of the others.
The
just being
cool
on the
thing
coast.
is, because it's now questline, as soon as you get to King's March, you're given the first logbook.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So you just instantly like reveal a whole section of ocean, start
Go on
mapping.
islands.
Yeah.
You're getting 15
Nice.
to 20 maps per logbook, give or take. You can, if you just want to explore, like let's say the logbook you placed didn't spawn the chase thing you're looking for, you can just shortest path to the edge and then reveal another, and you can go
Check another logbook and
up,
go again.
sideways, up it's just a big grid of squares.
Are logbook's tradable thing? Like if you want to blast through that?
Yeah, the quest ones are not like.
Obviously,
which,
yeah.
by the way, you get your first logbook. It spawns a guaranteed island with a quest marker. You complete that. It gives you your second logbook.
Because the start's questified, right?
So the first-
therefore,
yeah,
therefore you
the
can get through
first-
those bosses and stuff like that with the first 4 logbooks.
So it actually takes you all the way to the boss as part of the quest.
Because, as I said,
Oh,
because
that's-
now what we're doing is every single quest line takes you to the pinnacle boss, right?
so-
Like there's no randomness in the ability to do that,
Because it is the active league, in particular, the Runes of Aldur Pinnacle is more maps than some of those other biomes.
Right.
Because it also it doesn't have a tree, right? Because it is the active league.
Right.
And it has just a lot more generally going on in many different ways. So it itself is a bit more. Yeah, there's more going on.
You have a wedding
Then,
that next
when it's not
day.
the active league, we can then,
an engagement party.
get that to be more like in line with the others and that kind of thing.
Oh man, I'm so excited for this to play it so much. But funny thing is though, like I heard you talking about very recently this idea of like it's actually good to have a quitting point, stepping off point.
No,
and
they
this seems to
didn't,
be tackling that
serious.
problem.
So
too.
that was another
Serious,
big thing.
I don't think
when we
they're
were
ever gonna
designing
do
this
a
initially. Is like, so I mean, and
story
at this
skip.
point, we were literally just looking at Steam reviews and being like, okay, like what, like on a more meta level, like why do you get
It's
a
just-
situation
it's
where
not
someone's
gonna be
like,
a-
game
not
is
gonna be a
terrible,
thing.
400 hours played, right? Like what leads to that? You know what I mean? And honestly, we're like one of the big problems is like there isn't an obvious point to stop, and like eventually any end game is going to get boring eventually, right? And if like you didn't have a point of like you felt like
I
you
like
were
what
done,
Last
like,
Epoch
you've got a place
does,
to leave,
where they
then yeah, you're gonna
have little like
then the game's gonna
passageways
eventually
you can like
suck for
skip
you.
a bit of
So like
content.
we have to be like
or
we
skip a
want
bit
to
of
actually
story to
get
get to
you
the
to
next
feel like
area
you're
on
done.
a alt.
And part of the way
I
that you
could
do
see
that
them
is you
doing
add
something
more
like that.
objectives that like have have progress
not
bars where
require
you
you to
finish
go
them,
to
and then you're
every
like, okay, I'm
single
done with this
map
now.
or every
And
single
so,
area or kill every
whether or
single
not you want
boss,
to do
but
all
it'll
of them
still
or
have
not,
to
the
be
key
like a
thing
story
is that there is a
progression.
point where you finish the fortress, you've got all the points there, and like there's progress bars, and like there is a point where you do, you know, you finish the league. There is a point where you finish, you know, all of the other league mechanics around, and then, you know, and then there's, for other people, there's challenges, right? Like part of the reason we wanted to add challenges in this one was to see, like, there's quite a lot of people who just like the thing that their goal for the league is finish the challenges and then I'm done with it, you know. And so it's like it's just another one of those things that POE1 had that can give you an objective for yourself so that you know when to quit. Because ultimately the goal is, you know, like we want you to play when you have a great time, but we want when you decide to leave that you come back with a plan to play again next league.
Yeah.
And so long as we can get you to that point without burning you out, then you're going to be wanting to come back and play again. So yeah, it's like that. It's just one of those really important things that POE2 just didn't really have, because it just kind of petered out into like into nothingness. It didn't really have like this.
Yeah,
I'm done with this now.
Ultimately, it's just about having cool core goals to shoot for,
exactly.
like, and then you've got nice clear goals for that now. It's probably like Fortress plus like a specific league mechanic.
Or maybe you want to do all of them, or maybe you don't. But the key thing is yeah, like you get to that point, you know when you're done with it, and you know we've got those progress bars that can pop out the side, so you can sort of see at a glance, like here is my like in-game completion of like how much of that stuff they've done. And you also know, by the way, that when you do finish that progress bar, that you have seen all the major content that the league has to offer in terms of like, you know, you fought the pinnacle boss, and yeah, there's more uniques you could get and more things you could farm, but you know, like that stuff is really extra stuff. It isn't really the core of the experience of that. So yeah, that's part of what we want to do.
And at the same time, for the people who never quit, the infinite Atlas.
Of course, we want to make sure that stuff is better, of course. But you know, like at the end of the day, like it is still important that
Infinite Atlas significantly better.
Well, it is way better. Yeah.
Way more chase drops to get.
Yeah.
And Mage Blood. You know, like it's so much more crafting that you might want to min max. Like there's just a ton. And you could be like, I'm gonna go farm the land. The not ocean.
Okay.
You're gonna go farming mechanic confirmed. Is that what we're talking about?
You're gonna go farm the infinite land.
Time to retire down to a nice life of farming.
And then the next day, I'm gonna go explore the ocean and just logbook, and do all of those. You know, like different choices, different axes. That's also important and cool. I'm gonna go do Breach this day, and the next day I'm gonna do Delirium, and the next day I'm gonna mix them all. Well, you know, like
it seems super easy to change like whatever it is you want to do if you want to mix a match now. So if you are focusing on expedition, like there's nothing now to stop you from going and focusing on Breach for a while instead.
And of course the fate of the Vile Temple, right? Like it actually is unique amongst the others in that it doesn't have an Atlas active mechanic, because the temple is its own whole building a dungeon vibe, and so it still is a tree, it still appears in maps, it has a tablet, all of that, but you know, instead of now like doing the progression on the Atlas, the meta progression layer, you're doing it in the temple, right? Just with less snakes.
Excellent. And the new Atlas tree design supports this idea as well, where this core full tree is like a full completion thing, which is cool, but also like your initial reaction to that might be to kind of like worry that, oh, it seems like it kind of removes some player decision. You have some specific things.
So that is something we're really worried about, and but I'll explain also why we did it in the first place. So we had this problem where designing the Atlas in a way where you don't want to constantly respec really handcuffs you in terms of what kind of nodes you can add. Because if you want to add a node which is like, oh, this cool thing happens when you're in forests, it's like, well, now if you're not in a forest, you're like, it's a waste of a point, right? Yeah. So effectively, by doing full allocation, you can now say, okay, well, I'm not wasting any points. Like they do different things at different locations, and it means that we can just be more interesting with the bonuses.
And they can be way punchier.
Yeah. Because we're not like worrying about so much about the balance of that. So then when you're doing initial progression, when you're picking stuff, it's more about like, you know, what stuff do I want now versus later.
Probably make another druid build.
The issue with that is you can't add difficulty if you've got a full tree.
It's not happening
you still wanted the idea of having a build for your character. So then we're like, okay, we're going to solve this in two ways. One of the ways is we're going to add multi-choice nodes to the
They were working on it though,
so that those ones can be like, am I going to go difficulty, or am I going to go like more difficulty, more rewards, or am I going to go less difficulty, less rewards? So that example in the stream of like, okay, for shrines, like, do I want the shrines to go on the bosses, which is going to make it so that they're harder with more rewards? Do I want to make it so that when I go into a boss fight, I get an extra shrine effect, thus making the bosses easier? So you've kind of got that tweaking you can do. And so on the regular Atlas tree, you'll find things like that where the design space there is that they're decisions that you're going to want to make, but not very often, right? So it's like, as my character gets more powerful, maybe I'll flick that node from one mode to the other, but it's not something you're going to be changing all the time. So that's that design space. But then for the Atlas Masters, this is the design space of things that I do want to change all the time, because it depends on what like maps I'm facing. But then we make it really easy to change because we've got that system where just a button on the side, you just pick which one. So what that's actually most close to in a way is kind of like the Jesus Christ, I've forgotten the name of even these. You pick the modes when you run a map in POE1. What do you call that again? There was the Zara thing for
Exarch and
the influence.
Okay, that thing. Yeah, exactly, right? So it's, Jesus Christ, I can't remember any more the names of the shit. It's kind of more analogous to that in a way, because it's like before each map, you might want to consider what you're picking, and like depending on what it is that you're doing there. So that's that design space. And so those things together, but that thing there also has like, like the choices that you're going to make, your sort of Atlas build comes out.
They're kind of like your
Masters.
Atlas build loadouts. But with pre-configured nodes as opposed
and way better than that, because like if you want to respec one of those, it's only a couple of nodes,
exactly.
and you can do that freely.
Yes, exactly. So it's no longer but by making that not be on the giant Atlas, it actually simplifies that quite a lot in terms of being able to see that. So like at a glance, you can see like here's the choices that are important, as opposed to like the million other little nodes that kind of don't really matter in practice.
So nice not having also just like I suspect from a more player who's like approaching it for the first time as well, just way less FOMO, way less like, oh my god, I don't know, do I go this way, that way, I don't know what to do. And there's still choice of how you get there, but even with the masters and stuff, that you don't have to have all these respec systems with different currencies and gold costs, and then they're too cheap and not too cheap and all of that, and yet there's still builds. Like there's still Atlas strategies. There's what tablets you're doing, what multi-choice you've taken on your league trees. There's I mean, even just what league you're running is in itself a build. Like, I guess you have this kind of like, you could be, it's more of a meta strategy, but you'd be like, I'm going for forest biomes because this league with these nodes on the Atlas tree equals, some certain benefit when combined with Delirium. And then you could be even doing things like, as I said, all the multi-choice.
Yeah, you
maybe
can
you
run the drop.
This master when fighting bosses, and this master when fighting or when boss chasing. This master when doing certain leagues over others. This master while logbooking. There's just like all kinds of stuff where it's like, okay. So you'd think by having the tree be fully allocation, you're like, there's no builds anymore, and then it's like, hold on, there's like.
There's a lot there. But effectively, the complexity there has been moved into a much more tight place where you can sort of. Do all of that in one go, so it's just a lot more manageable and it feels a lot better, I think.
What's the deal with like the sub trees within each master? Because they each have 3 tabs, don't they? Is that right?
No. So each of those tabs is a master.
Oh, okay.
So basically, so like one master is one of those tabs, and then you pick like the things you want for that master. But then when you change to a different master, that's like that's the choice of master you're making for that map.
Right. Okay. And it's just whatever master you have that's selected is the one that's active.
Is the one that's active. Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
so it's really
each has the 4 rows, which is their quest line unlocks each unlocks one row and 1 point. You can take all of one row, or you can take one of each row. They're just all kind of keystone-y things that. So there's a lot of. Even within that, there's obviously a ton of permutations of things you could do.
It's gonna be insane.
Right. So we've got our Atlas Ascendancies and all of that lined up.
I'm already overwhelmed. I'm not even playing it.
The kind of like the equivalent to your T16 plus endgame juicing now is like go do the fortress, maybe complete like the couple leagues that you're going to focus on, get your masters done. So they have their quests. I guess they appear kind of like at certain points when you discover
those ones.
Things.
So for example, you've got Hilda who's like sending you to kill like bosses.
Yeah.
She'll pick maps that are like a few maps away from the map you just did as like the place where she's going to set her objective. So then it's kind of like you can kind of do that like while you're doing other things, because like
there's new skills.
You do have to visit her campsite first to like get to get
there's
her.
New skills and new Ascendancies.
Like right a new base starting class. Point where that is, but like that's like then her mission can kind of be completed as you're doing other things. Whereas like other ones have kind of like they're a little bit different.
But Doriani's tracking down the corruption.
So effectively that quest of what you had as like the quest before
farm for,
is now just like
crazy on day one. So we can get a Rakiatis flow.
And the places where the corruption biomes are is like hard. Like in the starting zone, we've put them in like specific places so they can questify going to them. Like so, Doriani can be like, I'll go to this one and then go to that one and so on. So like we've kind of got that stuff that so his quest line is kind of that.
seeing Doriani's quest kind of like minified into his little master thing.
They did add that.
Makes it seem like it'd be pretty easy for you to in the future make
that literally exists in the game currently.
Well.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say next. I was immediately like, someone who's looking at this damn well knows we're going to be adding more of this.
There's going to be more of for sure.
Effectively, more Atlas classes get added over time.
One of the new Ascendancies. Well, I'm not interested in companions, so if we play one of the new Ascendancies, it's going to be the monk.
The whole thing is like, getting powerful artifacts out of the hands of
I could see like an ice,
and so you get a vibe there about what the types of nodes could be or should be. Where you've got Doriani, who's like a powerful thaumaturge scientist, so you can get
Ice Monk.
You have all these different characters, and you have just the classic I want to kill bosses Hilda, who's just trying to like kill powerful beasts, and so you immediately can go, okay, well,
I shot Dead
not that this is confirmed. I'm literally making this up as we go.
Like
but it's like,
well,
you got
companion.
Pharaoh, who's the rune seeker, trying to learn blue shapes.
could be
Maybe that's a master when he's not, if it's core or not core, depending on how things go.
Yeah, or it goes on the Atlas is a big thing. Like you've got these options now for how to integrate things, which as exciting as this is to play now, I'm excited for the future of this as well, because it seems like
it could be a lot more.
It's much easier to see.
We designed more than the masters that we're even putting in here. We just didn't get time to do them.
Yeah.
We had some ideas there.
Excellent. Good to hear. Yes, okay, you guys could scroll down a little bit more on our Q&A. We can move to the next part. Thank you, guys. With the traveling around the
like
map...
what? I mean, they didn't show them all off. They only showed 2 of the skills. They said there's 30 new
does
skills.
Does the Grand Project still exist as the way to kind of like teleport after you've done a tower?
It does.
We can go over. They're on the website. We can go
now?
over them after this is over. If this ever ends.
This
might just go until launch, though.
Not to like nerf it. It's just like there's a way about how it needs to work that I can't remember the exact specifics of, but yes, ultimately, yes, it does.
Excellent. Okay. Have you guys ever considered like just making towers work like that in general? I kind of love that thing.
Maybe.
Might help with some of the discussions around. I know you're a big fan of like having nice variety in the Atlas, and certainly there's going to be a lot of that, because if you're doing like one of those breach areas, you're going to be like doing a variety of maps in them. But for some people, they want to just avoid certain layouts ultimately if they can. And so in a way, like you can path around maps a lot of the time. I guess Grand Project is one of those ways that you can kind of dodge those things too. So.
Is it near the end? I don't know. We're at 3 hours and 45 minutes right now.
For, like unlocked layouts.
There's always some of that work that's been done. I'm not entirely sure how much of it there's here, but there's definitely some. There's also a bunch of new maps, just new maps in the pool as well. There's always work on layout stuff, and they address that stuff typically. Just like the level design team just tends to sort of address that sort of stuff.
Just always
over
happening
time,
in the background.
just happening in the background. They're just adjusting things. But that being said, I don't want people to believe that we're just going to devolve into just like every map is just a simple layout without any like resistance at all. There does need to, on some level, be some maps that are just like have like. Maps should have some level of identity, and like I wouldn't want to just erase it all and just turn into a pile of slop.
Gorgeous all day.
Exactly, you know what I mean? So like I don't want people to think that it's like, oh yeah, everything will eventually just become like a freaking circle or something. You do want to have some level of interest.
You want some interaction with some maps are better with certain leagues than others, and others, kind of thing. Different things like that. So,
but yeah, obviously if there's maps that are just like nobody likes, like not a single person is ever keen to run ever, then we might want to consider changing that.
Well, you did get rid of the slow levers in Augury. So
yeah, for sure.
Rogue Exiles are a fun idea, and there's some cool things for them here where you've got this like Nemesis system where they can come back and hunt you down. It's the patent's expired on that. It's okay, we're safe. Have Exiles been made more substantial in general, because they kind of pushovers? Like to make that a bit juicier. Excellent, great. I'm glad, because I was like very excited for them, but they were like, they're kind of lame. So that's good to hear. Co-op progression, I had like grim expectations for how co-op progression would work with this, but you've reassured me that it seems like co-op works well here.
So the way that it works basically is that for the fixed part of the Atlas, when you complete a map that would give you something like a passive point or something like that, it actually completes it for everyone. And because the layout is fixed for the parts of the Atlas that are important for quest stuff, it means that, effectively you can all progress and co-op the Atlases at the same time. So you don't have to worry about that part. But as soon as you're in the infinite farm area, now you're effectively working on your own Atlases just like how you were before. Some don't, and I'll give some examples, because, so the general just random map that gives...
gives a passive point. It completes for everyone. Now, if that's disconnected, like let's say I've been mapping and you join me on day 2, and now I'm just completing maps, you will have a disconnected set of completed maps. Right. You cannot path from those. They have to be connected to your home to be a path. So you still got a path there, right? But they are completed for you.
Oh, interesting.
So once you connect it up, you can skip over them. But the other thing is that... let's say you get to the Delirium tree, you get to the hub, you do some of the maps with Delirium, those will complete in multiplayer. But then you get to the Grand Mirror. That one does not complete in multiplayer because it applies a thing to your Atlas that, if it were to just complete, would rob one of those players out of some sort of either quest or meta progression, which ultimately yields a reward. Yep. So some maps shouldn't complete in multiplayer because then you have to split up, you have to run them each in your own, and then you apply your own miss to your own Atlas. And then you can run all those, and those will complete together.
Well, the flip side of that is that the entire party gets to go around and do everyone's pinnacle boss, I suppose, at that point.
Correct. Yes.
That's good.
Yeah. So, some do, some don't. We're just...
But almost all do. It's just a few cases where we needed to make sure.
It's judgment calls where we don't want to rob you out of rewards, right?
Yeah.
Like, because you happen to be playing in a group and you're like, damn it, we should have split up. Or I should have left the instance before you did that so that I got it twice, We're trying to make it that's not, just stealing loot from you.
We've got some kind of rapid fire random chat questions here mixed in. Some people have been asking about like the portals for maps. So like the portal restriction, 1 portal for 6 modifier maps. Is that something you're like looking at or reevaluating, or how do you feel about that change now at this point?
There was some discussion with it.
I think we now have it be -1 portal per 2 modifiers.
Oh, what's
but wasn't there something where the tablets did something as well?
Oh my god, I don't remember.
I can't remember. There was some change here.
Oh, this is actually... I wasn't expecting
there was a change here. I just...
We've changed some stuff, but the whole thing of like we don't want you to run 5 mod maps all the time because like just of an happenstance of dying. Like we've done some stuff around this. Maybe we undid that though because now we have like Atlas nodes and the master for additional revives.
There was something about that though. I feel like we did something in... There is an Atlas node that gives you an extra...
we have the master for an extra revive.
Oh, the master does it? Okay, right.
Okay.
There was something here, I just don't quite remember.
We have one that removes all the revives.
That's often what's mentioned is like people are like, 1 portal just feels like, oh man, like some BS gets me, and I'm like...
We are doing things around it. I just can't remember exactly which decision we landed on. But we did show it. We did show... Well, at least,
like
I don't know if we put it in here, but on the I think on the website when you're looking at the announcement page, there's a few nodes on there that you can open. One of them is an additional revive.
Oh, great!
So it's like you could at least turn that on if you're running a certain class. But I think we have some ways to do this now. But I can't remember how much we baked into the inherent behavior versus just putting via the tree.
That's
and
good, man. I don't like the 1 portal
like 5
system.
iterations here.
Yep.
Not a
There's
fan.
a question for Ascendancy trials. So I guess there's 2 questions here. One is Trial of the Ancestors, or the third.
Especially when you get killed by some total BS.
No, but
a little bit too much content to do.
But I assume that's one of those things that you want to have absolutely in and good for launch. And I guess the second question is the existing ones. Is there any kind of plans to improve them?
We do want to improve them. They're not good enough, but we didn't get time this time. There's a lot that needs to happen.
But all 3 of those are on the cards for before 0.1. Before 1.0
should be. But look, I wouldn't want anything. Put it this way: anything that's in the game right now, I don't want anything that's in the game to be bad at 1.0. So certainly, I would want to fix those other 2 trials before we get to 1.0.
Nice.
The third one, I want to get it in for 1.0. We'll have to see how that goes.
I would say that's a coin flip.
Yeah.
80x
There's quite a lot to do there to make that good.
Doing that would compromise something else. It would, 100%, and I don't think we will.
Fingers crossed for you. I'm very excited to see this mystery third trial.
Might be afterwards, but it's really hard to say. Of course, it just depends. See how things go. But the other 2, we had a plan for. We were like, we're going to fix everything in the end game, and those 2 were on our cards as well. Because technically we want to improve the in-game farmability of them as well.
Crazy. Like thinking about the complexity of this end game and the amount of stuff is going to.
We want
Beat a farm and grind versus war plans.
That's like a viable league.
It's like
you want it to stand alongside these other
different cups of tea.
We wanted to do the core Atlas stuff first, and then because we were like, okay, we can't do this and this and this and this, and we already did that, and then the and this kind of tape it off in
Pros
those
and
returns.
cons
We're like,
to
let's do
both.
those in a separate patch, a separate time, and give them the justice.
You might
that
have
They
tried to
talked
do too
about
much at
rarity
once,
already.
You guys seem to like doing that anyway. One kind of fun topic for us here is bosses. I cannot overlook bosses. It's always one of my favorite things, and you guys are getting a little bit cracked with bosses. They're getting crazier and crazier. I've seen like a bit more than I think what was teased in some of these boss fights, and they're unhinged. So I guess my first question is, who is each of your favorite of the new bosses? Because there's what, 15 new bosses or something? Who's each
I
of your
mean, I
favorites?
reckon just conceptually that the one that's the ritual one,
the big freaky Bodak.
thing, yeah, the Bodak
That
under
Bodak.
under the ground is just like really cool. The light, like just with the darkness and the like,
Yeah, the
you know,
beams on that thing
just
looks
the yeah,
insane.
and it's just like it's just really cool. Just like conceptually, as I said, like with the, you know, and the way that I mean, I don't know how much to spoil about that, but like the way that, you know, you bring in some entities to help you with that, and like it, you know, it reveals the like, playing with the mechanic of the light and all that sort of stuff. Like it's just pretty cool.
the tale of light versus darkness.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just a really cool one.
Yeah.
about you?
Favorite. I never pick favorites. They're all
You must pick a favorite of your children. Go on. Which child do you love more than the
Miller.
others? Miller.
I mean, that Delirium boss is
I mean, it's good. Finally, having the is that spoilery?
Go on.
It's good having the strange voice have has a thing now. You know what I mean?
Okay.
He's not so strange after all. Or he's more strange, I guess. One of the two. Anyway, but like it's nice that from a you know, Delirium's been in POE1 for so long. So it's like holy, it's been this long till we got, you know, a new pinnacle out of Delirium. But in the same sense, so is Ritual, and honestly,
So
it doesn't
spoilers?
really
Yeah,
have
I was
any
kind of
of
thinking
the
like
way
that's
of
kind of a
bosses and
question
anything
that maybe
really
shouldn't ask.
so much. And at some point, King in the Mist became it, but that honestly wasn't. You know, that came with the Affliction League.
Realistically,
and,
it's
you know,
in
so
like
it's like
3
this,
weeks.
He's just a little
People
guy.
will
it's just
forget,
interesting finally getting some new capstones to some of these stories that have been around for like a decade, which I think is real cool. And honestly, it's just nice to be able to like the King in the Mist. Come on, you fight him in Act 1.
I know he went from being like a pinnacle boss to a campaign
like,
boss. Now it's so
come
good
on.
because
Like-
your bar has elevated that much.
And then you get it
like-
again, and you're like Pinnacle of Ritual, and it's King in the Mist again. And didn't they kill this guy in the first act of the game?
He's a side boss.
He's got a new skill. You know, it's like it's just not good enough at all. Obviously, it's more than I'm underselling it, but it is clearly just not good enough. And
Yeah.
so yes, I wanted to be more, you know, ancient with it, more, you know, primordial with it, like things that are just beyond your comprehension of power, and just like holy, we're on a
Yeah, a couple of them look a bit
you know.
mind bending in that regard, which
yeah,
I'm looking
but not
forward to.
also just like you know, OP human. You know, those are cool. You know, like technically, Tang Mizu is just a OP human.
Yeah.
You know, and there's such a cool little storyline there, and you know, people. I can't wait for people to like see that, because there's actually a cool story link between Ritual and Delirium. Not that mechanically they're
It's
overlapped,
interesting, yeah.
and you get to see, you know, some of the origins of how he came to be who he is, and you know,
Bro, I'm so out of
you
the
might
loop
feel a
on
little bit
POE
sympathetic for
lore.
him,
I
or you're
can't
just
even
like,
keep up with
nah, I don't
Diablo
like
lore.
you. You just make me see
Never
crazy
mind the
demons and
POE
stuff.
lore.
Or maybe you're like, I love that you make me see crazy demons and stuff. I don't know, but I just love all of that. Like, I like that we're finally putting a bow on some of these things, finally getting to the end of these. Well, I wouldn't even say it's the end, right? Like, it could be the beginning of something new as well. Like, that's the whole point. But
Something you'd be a bit more proud of, absolutely.
100%. It's like, oh, it's a bit sad that just Olroth.
Is this still the
that
same
Olroth
interview?
guy
Yeah,
that,
bro, it's
you
4
know,
hours
who,
now.
As a character is cool, but as a, you know, boss fight, it's just, it was clearly just a rip from POE1.
They just build different.
You know, it's like, here's this new thing in POE2 with this new epic new how we make bosses has obviously evolved over so long, and we're just taking this thing from several years ago, and it's just the pinnacle.
What's the
and
biggest
sure, we
change?
redid the
They
effects and
reworked
gave it a fresh coat of
literally
paint, but
every
it's just
single
not the
aspect of
justice
the
they
end
deserved,
game.
and so,
But yeah, that's. I would love like a mini documentary, honestly, on like the process of how you make a boss now. Like, how does it actually go? Like, how do you get from like the original concept or whatever to the boss now that has like 40 skills and is crazy?
there's kind of a few ways. Sometimes where it can be driven from 3 points. One can just be purely like
The biggest
narrative.
change,
Let's
yes.
see what we can come up with. Like the
Yeah, they
campaign
showed
is
some
way more
gameplay off.
narratively driven design of bosses.
Right.
Like we kind of know who is going to be the final boss and story before we develop the boss, and thus then it goes to concept and through the art pipeline. That's probably a more standard pipeline, but honestly, I would say a good half the bosses, and for example, and you're not going to know this, and it almost undersells it in a way, but the Expedition Pinnacle boss, like the Runes of Eldur Pinnacle boss, right? That, which some people saw some silhouettes of and whatnot, but that thing is like this giant, massive, horrific creature that's just like, resembling a spider, and that was initially just a random mini boss in Act 5 that we were going to do. Yeah, and the area kind of evolved to the point where that boss didn't fit anymore, and so we were like,
well, whenever we're looking at we're doing league design, we're often looking at some of the assets that we've got around, and then like it can actually inspire design for some of the stories as well.
Yeah, you like look at this cool.
So we
thing,
sort of look at this thing, we're like,
yeah.
oh man, like what if we looked at the mix between what if Verisium and Corruption were to come together and mix, and like what that would sort of result in. Like you see this thing, oh maybe that could be, and then once you've got that, you're like, okay, maybe if we change this model to kind of be more in line with that, we can then like look at this and be like, okay, like and sort of create something. So having those constraints when you're designing a story, and then like seeing like some other stuff can actually really inspire.
1 hour, what little power nap?
As, like designing the story as well as concerned.
You go back and we're like, like partly it's also like it's too epic for this just random Act 5 area. That's like an in between. It's not a key story boss, I guess is what I'd call it. And not that those shouldn't be epic, but then you take it and you're like, all right, let's make the limbs out of Verisium. Let's add this. Let's add this. Add some magical power. We can do this blue glow here. Add some more flesh. And by the way, and then we tell the modelers, like, by the way, we're going to 3x the scale of it. And they're like, oh geez, the resolution of the textures might not hold up. So they're like, there's all kinds of stuff like that where we have to do. And then all of a sudden you've got this like, and obviously when you make something that big, you have to, if it's already animated, you probably have to reanimate it, right? Because the way it will move needs to be different.
Big things move slow.
Correct. Especially if you want some telegraphing that matters. So, it helps. But honestly, the way it comes about can just be honestly just out of nowhere. You just have this thing and you take it from somewhere else. You have the narrative driven. And other times you just have like, our artists are just working on stuff. Like normally we're very, very reactive to player demand for what they want from mechanics and balance and stuff like that. We try to be. And so we don't generally design leagues significantly ahead, right? And generally, honestly, we do not know the next league. Just, we've said this many times before, we do not know it. So, but obviously you need time for the artist to produce all that art. And so they're just making stuff.
They're just in there making cool stuff.
They're just making lots and lots of cool stuff. And it can be sometimes we have a mechanic we want and we want art to support it. So we look through our library of just ruckus and we find something that fits. Or sometimes we're like, damn, we're like struggling to come up with a theme for a league here. We look through and we're like, oh, what do we do all this, and this is the boss and this is that. And then we just piece some stuff together, bit of retexturing, maybe some, and it just can come together in that regard as well. And so we have this just insane backlog library of art constantly being made for stuff that we don't necessarily know. And sometimes they give some direction. Like, for example, I know, and Jonathan's mentioned it, we are going to do Delve again at some point, right? So that's, as soon as I hear that, I'm like, okay, I'm going to tell the, concept artists, the character artists, and sometimes even the environment artists, it's just like, we are going to do this at some point, make sure it's there, make sure we're experimenting and thinking about what does it look like? Who is now all of the Crystal Knight, or maybe his friends or his siblings or his father or his, you just start expanding and just let them start coming up with the real epic stuff, and then it's like, what does the underground now look like? Are we still, they might want to experiment with things that's like, do we want to change how Azurite is represented because it might just look like Verisium now, and stuff like that. So we kind of have just stuff like that going, where it's sometimes directed, sometimes completely undirected, just going constantly. And it just allows us to just really quickly then just grab some stuff out of the hat and chuck it in and start, assign it to either a mechanic or a theme and just unify those three threads, which is the art, the mechanics, and the narrative, which, either can come first is kind of the thing. Either could be the chicken or the egg, and, it's kind of awesome, and it allows us to just be like real fast.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you guys are absolutely cooking with this. Can't wait to check some of it out. We do unfortunately have to wait a little while, but I suppose you might have a few teasers and things like that for us over the next couple of weeks to help make things worse, maybe, while we agonize over this wait. But very much looking forward to it. Thank you both for the extended amount of time for a very large Q&A.
It's been a good one. Awesome. Flew by.
Yeah. Flew by. It was good stuff. I enjoyed this
first intermission.
Yeah, first intermission. Woohoo! Walker of the league, right?
Very excited.
I couldn't make it.
They did it.
All right, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks, everyone.
GG.
Thank you. See you on launch.
Bro, I was just thinking about it. The like downloadable thing. Is this gonna work on console? As many players choose to follow build guides from content creators, we're introducing a build guide system that makes this process easier. Simply download the build file you'd like to use and it'll appear in your game client. Is that gonna work on console? I feel like probably not, no? This will work just like loot filters. So you should be able to do it on the website then for console. You just do it on the website if you're on console, and then it'll like, you know, apply to your game, and then you should be able to just select it. Yeah, like loot filters. Okay. Easy enough.
Is growing inside.
I wanted to go back and look at some of the things that we missed, which, by the way, a very impressive showcase from them. Mainly skills and stuff. Like, I wanted to see gear and runes that they, like, absolutely blew by.
Contain more essences, summoning circles.
You playing Monk on League Start?
In the area?
I'm gonna have to see patch notes, but
loot?
Most likely.
Would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arena day? Means that sell too. More interesting rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts.
Oh, they just ended the stream, so it ended my watch. Bummer. I should just be able to watch this.
Circles or rogue exile
from their VODs.
But there's all more challenge. Now, if you're this includes it. Earlier we sent in specifics that many you want to just have a lot of the leagues we launched in other league. You will first that it's
yeah, there's so much stuff.
Larger area of as you
I want to see build stuff.
Each one once is all hive, which adds a set of new linear to be drastic.
New lineage support. Varun's Aftermath supports war cries, causing them to destroy ice crystals and ice fragments. Supported skills empower additional attacks if they destroy enough ice crystals and ice fragments. Okay. That pairs well with that mace that they added.
Or this one, which is Nameless words. Has been need to get us to a reward sacrifice shrine is located of the book and the to pick another tribute. On the right of the Nameless can continue to give tribute to the king in the mists for another audience. Bosses, which great you can complete it.
Okay, here's the classes.
On the bottom part of the class, you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with. Be they primal.
Primal Bounty, gain a primal owl feather every 4 seconds, up to a maximum of 3. Expend an owl feather when you dodge to trigger Primal Bounty.
Vivid.
Gain a Vivid Wisp for every 20 meters you move, up to a maximum of 3. Expend all Vivid Wisp to trigger Vivid Stampede when you attack.
Or Wild. Each one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear.
Vivid Stampede, 362 attack damage. Call upon spirits of the stag, sending them leaping forward. Each stag releases a damaging shockwave each time it lands.
Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack. The owl grants boon.
Empowers the next projectile skill you use, causing it to create additional projectiles and fly faster. Empowered skills fire 2 additional projectiles and have 68% increased projectile speed.
Adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill.
That is a lot of projectile speed. Call upon a bear spirit companion among your foes. Bear spirit leaps at enemies to maim them, leeches life with its slam and periodically roars. The bear does not count towards your companion limit.
Summons a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies. Now you can specialize more into each of these wisps.
I didn't quit BL4. Dodge again, expend up to 3 owl feathers, granting primal bounty, 100% more empowerment effect per additional feather expended. Gain owl feathers 50% faster. More empowerment effect per additional feather expended. Gain owl feathers 50% faster.
But if you want to combine all
companions deal additional attacks.
3 of them,
60% of your main hand weapon
then
damage.
a new hidden power will be unlocked.
Sheesh.
The power
Bear spirits gain embrace of the wild. Vivid stags leaps towards the enemies. Central projectile of owl feathers and power skills leaves a trail of soaring ground.
This node is free and enhances the quality of all 3 of your spirit animals. Your bear will take some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies, and your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as idolatry.
Companions deal 10% increased damage per idol in your equipment. 2% increased reservation efficiency of skills per idol in your equipment. -4 to all elemental resistance per non-idol augment. Okay, so you have to use all idols.
Which can give you large bonuses for using idol socketables in your equipment. And
Tame Beasts. Tame Beasts can capture unique beasts, can have up to 1 unique Tame Beast summon. Unique Tame Beast summon have 30% increased movement speed. Tame Beasts are possessed by random Mesmeric spirits, changing every 20 seconds.
And this one, which is my absolute favorite. The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability
What's
to
the
tame
idol? They are like the runes that you get from wisps. Like there's like the normal runes that give you like reses and intelligence, and then there's the like runes that you get from like wisp empowered mobs that are idols.
Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar.
They have different effects. It's a little bit more niche use typically.
Choices. You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion.
It just seemed very cool.
Next up, we have the Monk's new Ascendancy class, the Martial Artist. After decades of training,
okay, that does look pretty cool.
Your trusted boss companion. Next up, we have the Monk's new Ascendancy class, the Martial Artist. After decades of training,
see, like, the only thing is, this looks really cool.
Next up, we have the Monk's new Ascendancy class, the Martial Artist.
Like, this looks really cool. You summon these guys that go and repeat your skills. Like, you can pick what skill that they use. The only issue is you have to stand still to do it. Like, you're sitting there channeling the whole time. Bro, I gotta fix my camera. I don't know why it looks, like, so hazy. Something's going on with it. I might just need to wipe the camera lens.
Of the 7 hollow techniques. Channeling hollow form technique.
Like, it looks powerful, but I don't love the idea of, like,
to create illusions of
basically
himself,
constantly being locked in place to attack a few enemies. You know what I mean? Like, look how slow this looks to clear.
Ones that can obliterate packs
and you gotta hold there to channel, roll.
Should you find yourself overly vulnerable,
it does look like it could be insane for single target, though.
Which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies.
Well, potentially is like 3x the value of your attack, right? Hollow form. Channel to create fleeting images of your astral self near the target location. The images perform a socketed attack once, then vanish, targeting the closest enemy if possible. The images cannot perform channeled skills or conditional skills. Images can be created within 6-meter radius of you. Creating an image spends 80% of socketed skill cost. Creates 2 additional images when consuming a power charge. Socketed skills have 30% less attack speed and 20% less damage.
Which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease. Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too.
While you have any of Mountain's teaching, attacks you use yourself and attacks granted by the Ascendancy class deal 20% more damage. Enemy hits you take that would deal damage less than or equal to 30% of your max health. After mitigation says armor resistance, but before other modifiers damage, they can deal 70% less damage. So small hits deal 70% less damage.
By hardening your weapon in stone, you can deal even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your...
While active, ghostly bells periodically appear near you. Your hits immediately destroy the bells. While active, ghostly bells periodically appear near you. Your hits immediately destroy the bells, creating a shockwave that damages nearby enemies and causes a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun. The bells themselves are always primed for stun and can be cold. Limit one active bell.
Into objects. In this case, bells, which will appear around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks, even ones from the hollow form technique earlier. Hollow resonance technique.
Interesting. Only thing there in that
After taking hollow focus technique, you can manifest your spirit
20-second teaser.
spiritual energy into objects.
Only thing here is, look, like the bell is constantly spawning behind him. Like there's nothing for him to hit there.
Which will appear around.
And then he hits these guys, and then the bell spawns behind him, and he just goes fucking hits the bell because why not? You know what I mean? Like
even ones from the hollow.
And there it spawns behind him again. Like zero of these scenarios has that looked actually helpful.
Hollow resonance.
Attacks a ghostly bell to your back. Critical hits with other skills will cause the bell to ring out, damaging nearby enemies. AoE trigger. 224 attack damage. Requires any non-talisman. Melee martial arts weapon.
Technique furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back.
That seems
which
pretty
rings
solid.
Each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you.
That seems kind of nuts. That one's good. Just any time you crit, you deal an additional 224% attack damage, which also does tons of stun. You know what I mean? Like that's just good.
Resonance technique furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a hollow form technique.
Okay, but you have to spec the bad bell to get to that one. So
strike,
it's
damaging
worth
all enemies around
4
you.
points. Can tattoo runes onto your body, gaining additional rune-only sockets.
Through all the martial artist's thorough training, he has mastered the flow of internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic tattoos around his meridians. By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes. Just open your inventory and add the runes. There is one that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots. Finally,
that'll probably get pretty insane with the new, like, perfected Calguran runes, right? That's just like a bunch of extra stats. Where was that on the tree?
energy too.
That's okay. You could technically, honestly, it might be a decent starting Ascendancy node. You just grab that and just socket a bunch of things for a bunch of extra stats early on, and you replace them later.
There is one that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor.
Like, this is pretty ordinary, fucking plus 10 intelligence, but we're getting tons of new of these things, right? So they probably get pretty crazy.
And 1 is boots.
Gloves you equip have their base type transformed into Fist of Stone. Right. Long watch party. Transformed into Fist of Stones while equipped, and their prefixes and suffixes are transformed into more powerful related modifiers. Implicit evasion per level, maximum energy shield per level. What is Doesn't this scale off of something? Hollow palm technique. Can attack as though using a quarterstaff while both your hand slots are empty. Unarmed attacks that would use your quarterstaff damage gain physical damage based on their skill level. 1% more attack speed per 75 item evasion rating on equipped armor items. Crit chance per item energy shield on equipped armor items. Okay, so that's like specifically built for hollow form technique. Your gloves are getting plus evasion, plus energy shield. So that is, I mean, one that's defenses, but that's also
your hands. The
hollow palm technique perfectly, which
ultimate
makes sense.
expression of a master of the martial arts.
That's also a, you can grab immediately.
Taking Way of the Stone Fist will cause your gloves to become a new base type when equipped. Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier. For example, these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit. Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone.
Dude, these gloves are nuts. Plus 3 evasion rating per level, plus 1 max energy shield per level, max reses for fire, max res to lightning, fire, lightning res, life per hit, and then 24% of damage is extra fizz, 17 is extra cold, and 20% is extra lightning. That's insane. Also, for a 2-pointer, a 1-pointer.
And not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield,
that's crazy.
They now also grant
That's an insane Ascendancy node.
Some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies. With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers on gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with. Now, with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards. There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a 2-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption. It converts all of your mace's skills fire damage to cold, and visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones. This mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught. Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold, metallic bolts from the stratosphere. Next, we have Eventide Petal.
I'm very interested in this amulet. Bunch of crit chance. Runic Ward. Ice crystals have reduced max life per 5 cold res you have.
Not only grants Runic Ward, but also comes with its own reservation.
While active, critical hits with other skills that kill targets or hit powerful targets cause you to gain Arctic Petals. Once you have enough Arctic Petals, they'll be consumed to create ice crystals near the most recent target. This skill cannot cause meta skills to gain energy. You cannot gain Arctic Petals from this skill's critical hits. Plus 1 Arctic Petals per power on targets killed with crits. Arctic Petals on critically hitting rare or unique targets. Consumes 10 Arctic Petals to create 5 ice crystals.
Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic Petals that hover around you. Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed,
creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it.
Shocker. Hey, you can use that on Monk
Raven's
too.
Flock is a staff perfect for minion characters.
Minion RF go crazy.
Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful for maximum crowd control. That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy. This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger. For your POE1 players, you can think of this just like a Raven Righteous Fire.
Yeah, people are going to be all over that.
These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and
That's
come with
pretty
their own
sick.
command skill.
How expensive you think this staff is going to be?
Flight.
That's my only concern here is you don't get to play like you play a totally different build until you get this exact staff. When's this update dropping? End of the month, 29th.
Command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between. Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you cull enemies. To aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy.
Dude, those gloves look pretty
As
sick.
you use this, gain your
Just
stacks
like
of fear
literally
incarnate,
clap an entire
which
map.
increases your culling threshold, meaning enemies become easier and easier to cull, even to the point of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life.
Pretty sick.
Sylvan's Effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type. But what makes this cool is the Asmerian Wolf Companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you. Liminal Coil is a crazy one. Used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush by the Asmerians.
I feel like this with like a Oracle companion wolf build would be pretty sick. I can't remember if the like companion wolves, I feel like they were never that great, right? So helpful? How good it'd be? I have no idea. They specifically said it wouldn't work with the, like, you can summon bosses.
It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per
Also,
type.
Twisted Thing to 10 months
But
and
what makes this cool
VX6 to the
is
Twitch
the
Prime.
Asmerian Wolf Companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause
Well, there's
bleeding,
that
and
node
even
that you can
howls to
hold a
buff nearby
scepter,
allies.
specifically on Oracle.
Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when
There's like
used,
a
it will
specific
howl,
node for exactly
calling on the
being able to
spirits
hold a
manifest
scepter
spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you.
on Oracle.
Liminal Coil is a crazy wand. It allows you to apply as
80% increased spell damage, increased cast speed, magnitudes of curses you inflict are 0, curses you inflict ignore curse limit. So let's gain 20% of damage as extra chaos damage per curse on target. 25% damage is extra physical damage per curse on target.
many curses as you please, but those curses will have no effect. What's the point then? 2 reasons. Firstly, your spells gain a bunch of extra physical and chaos damage and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes the skill it grants called Coiling Bolts. This skill is a projectile spell that fires coiling physical and chaos
this does look pretty
with
cool.
every cast.
My only concern with on this would
is that
be
it will split and chain
bossing
through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus. See for yourself.
That does look really fun though.
Which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits
No,
by
it's
dealing
not,
damage of
Joe.
all elements. And all
Not really.
elements can cause all ailments. The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage of all elements.
Oh, hello, Yoshi. Not a ton of damage on that bow. Your elemental damage from your hits contributing to flammability, ignite, and chill seems kind of crazy, though. I feel like this is leaning into using this bow. Because it says it was companions, right?
See for yourself. Periphery is a unique bow, which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements. And all elements can cause all ailments. The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further.
This on the new Huntress Ascendancy with also the minions that you summon with the owl and the stag plus these Asmeri spirits
Minions that are
could be kind of cool. There was a keyword here that I'm trying to listen to.
And all elements can cause all ailments. The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies.
That's the kicker. They're only summoned when you kill enemies, which makes the bow kind of useless against bosses.
They will pursue all nearby enemies.
Unless maybe you could do like summon corpses and then
damaging them,
summon them from corpses on bosses potentially.
Even further. Watch as you mow enemies down, and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting enemies one screen at a time.
Could be cool.
The Ordained is a new spear, mastering in physical and lightning damage, with high.
I don't think you'd want to fuse the damage on this though, because you're gonna need fire, cold, and lightning. Oh, actually, I guess you're right. They said all elements can inflict all ailments. So if this was all cold, technically, it'd still be able to ignite and shock.
Cause all ailments. The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further. Watch as you mow enemies down, and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting enemies one screen at a time. The Ordained is a new spear, one screen a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further. Watch as you mow enemies down, and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting enemies one screen at a time.
Only issue is they look a little slow.
Watch as you mow enemies down, and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you.
Like, look how long it takes them to go from this left side to the right.
One screen at a time.
Like, I turn here, this right side's already dead. Like, I'm looking and aiming at this right side, they're dead. I gotta wait for them to get to this first enemy and then go to this pack. That pack is dead before they get there.
The Ordained
Could be cool, though.
is a new spear, mastering in physical and lightning damage, with high critical strike chance too. This spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage, but lightning too. It also creates a fragment of Divinity.
It sounds like they'll
nearby
count as minions, yeah.
What are those? Well, this spear has the skill Righteous Descent, which is an
that looked like movement
divine
speed,
leap,
not attack
aided
speed.
by angelic wings.
On him.
If you
Minion
use the skill
movement
when a
speed, I
fragment
think
of
you'd have to
Divinity
scale
is
it with.
nearby, it will become empowered.
Which is the
dealing
thing, that is a
significantly
stat you
more
can
damage, gaining massive area of effect, and bypassing its cooldown. When fighting a boss, let a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc, obliterating them. Last, but
Only
not
from the
least,
wolves?
we have a
Yes.
new unique jewel, Voices.
Am I lagging? I
Voices
don't
is
believe so.
simple. It consumes 1 jewel slot to add more. There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel slots. Equip it and notice the slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center. Or rich, one.
You can only have one of these, right? Okay, yeah, limited to one. I was
with
like, please
4 jewel
God.
slots.
500 div item. Oh, and yeah, absolutely.
And
bro, plus 4 jewel sockets? Or I guess technically plus 3.
Notice the slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center.
Increase crit chance, recover max, mana, area effect, elemental damage. Yeah, bro, insane.
One of the things we are concerned about...
The cam is lagging. Oh, what the fuck? You are right. The cam is lagging. I just noticed that. Bro, I was talking about how the camera was dying earlier. The stream shouldn't be lagging, though. I'm just going to turn that off for now.
Is how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in each new league.
Yeah, I don't know
As we
what's going
learned
on
from
with
Path
that.
of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for. We'll cover just one example per act for Acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these. For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil. You may also find corpses of dead animals, killed and pecked at by the crowbell. You'll notice a trail of blood leading away from them. Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss.
We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village.
In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the Lightless Caverns and track down the Abyssal. Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks. Just follow them, and it will take you right to their lair, allowing you to find and unlock the Well of Souls.
Maxie got camera
In
shot.
Act 3,
The camera shot
the
lagging
jungle
like
areas
crazy.
have camps of explorers to sell you items. However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. Not only that, but it will also reveal it on the minimap, so you can know exactly where to go. These are just some examples. We plan to do more and more of these over time in order to streamline the experience. Now, as this is an endgame expansion, it makes sense that we would work on Atlas QOL. We've added a search box that updates live as you type. Have a specific map you want to run? Now they will be much easier to find. If there are multiple maps, hitting enter will move you from map to map.
Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex. And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides.
We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years. And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides. We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them. So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client. Here's how it works. Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you everything you need to know to make
How'd you
that
know
build.
Caldia?
So you can see all the passives you need to allocate, Ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to equip, and recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well. For items, the build designer can specify which uniques to use in each slot, or if needed, just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item you need. In fact, build creators can add notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to explain different trade-offs in context, or just give more info about how these things should be used. They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations to change over time. Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level. Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format. Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices. For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Return of the Ancients. Today, we're launching two new series of supporter packs, the Blood Reaver and Divinity packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Blood Reaver series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Let blood fuel your bloodshed. The Exsanguinator weapon effect draws the blood of enemies you've slain and funnels it into your weapons. Turn the appearance of your endurance, frenzy, and power charges into orbiting globules of blood with the Blood Reaver charges. While your charges are active, these blood orbs will grow in size when you absorb more blood from nearby enemies. There are options to have pure blood charges, or charges that still display which kind of charge they are at their core.
We will be enjoying one of those supporter bags.
For style. The Elite Blood Reaver armor features crimson leathers and golden accents to set yourself apart from uncivilized leeches. It also features a back attachment fashioned out of the wing of a colossal bat. Alongside every Blood Reaver is their trusted gargoyle pet. In true gargoyle fashion, they take the form of a stone statue when you are idle, leaping into action when you're on the move again. What good is immortality if you don't have a vast mansion to come home to at the end of the day? The Eternal Blood Reaver supporter pack contains the Blood Reaver Manor Hideout.
I'm trying to fix the camera, by the way.
This exquisite two-story estate features an organ, a grand dining table, and cages for your visitors.
Well, my current plan is play more D4 I don't know how long, but play more D4, and then probably once patch notes drop for this game, like the week leading up to it, just go full POE mode.
So you can spend more time spilling blood.
Is kind of what I was thinking. I want to do like a monk playthrough, to be honest, to brush up on the monk.
The Divinity Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Call on Divinity to aid you in eluding enemy hits with the Divinity dodge roll effect. As you sprint, actual divine lightning wings will form out of your back, leaving a trail of radiance as you engage,
or escape from combat. For situations that are too dicey, call on the gods above to send down the Storm of Divinity portal to create a safe passage for you to retreat through. Adorn yourself with the Knight of Divinity armor set, a highly revered attire only bestowed to those deemed worthy for the divine cause. Equipping the Divine Surge character effect empowers you with a storm of divine energy. Using skills causes the storm to burst from your character, spilling raw divinity into the area around you. The Arbiter of Divinity wings are the final piece remaining to emphasize the force divinity has over this realm. This ancient precursor machine was found locked away in a highly guarded vault. Its original purpose is unclear, but it has been altered to fuel your maps using the pure, everlasting divinity within the statue.
It's working
the
again.
pillars surrounding represent how many portals you have left for your map. This map device also tracks your progress
dark.
as you complete
I just
the
didn't
new
update.
Origins of Divinity storyline, added this expansion. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. On release weekend, we will also be releasing the Return of the Ancients mystery box, which will contain 2
Why
armor
is it so dark
sets,
in here now?
a set of map devices for your in-game adventures, a new tracking scroll that records the amount of currency you've gained from the currency exchange or your shop, and much more, like a set of finisher effects and affinity stashes.
Why is it
That's
so
not all,
purple? I
however.
moved the purple light.
The fragment stash
up.
tab is finally coming to
It
Path
was
of
kind of
Exile 2.
hidden. I
And
think
with
it was
comes
like
some tabception.
doing some weird
Inside
things
this
with the
one
lighting
tab,
because it was looking like
there's
it was
tab for
flickering
your
a lot.
various boss key fragments. There's also a tab for all your precursor tablets, with each type of tablet getting 6 tabs of storage. Finally,
Role-playing
there's a
warlock,
tab for your
yes,
Gen
sir.
barriers and inscribed ultimatums, both of which get their own 6 tabs. That's a lot of tabs.
So that's everything in 050. This is by far the biggest update we've ever made to POE1 or 2.
Cool.
New in-game storylines, pinnacle bosses.
It looks a little bit more clear. I feel like it was looking really like flickery and blurry earlier.
And so much more.
Sorry.
Now, because this update contains so
small
much
things I
in-game
noticed.
content, we're doing significantly more testing than usual. For that to happen, we're taking a little longer than usual between the announcement.
This reveal today
and the
just kept
release.
going. I know. I'm gonna be so busy when this comes out. Gonna be so busy.
050 will be released in 3 weeks on May the 29th, with the patch notes being released on the Friday before that, on May 21st. But there's
May
just one more
21st
thing
is
to
gonna
talk
be a
about.
big day. Big
Now that the
day.
endgame is up to scratch, we have to start talking about our plan for 1.0.
Didn't catch the whole thing. You didn't catch the 4.5 hours of Q&A.
Release. The feedback we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we've been
Overwhelming
making
at
to
the start of information
At
they
the same
gave.
time,
Yep.
we had to create enough in-game content to make an RPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1.
Should be pretty
Well,
sick.
with 050, we now believe we have reached that point. And so this is going to be the last
Didn't see
full-size
squatting
league
new
during early
classes.
access.
2 new
That's
Ascendancies.
right. The next big update is going to be 1.0.
2 new
Now,
Ascendancies.
normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So we'll be launching 1.0 this year sometime after ExileCon. But that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime. In this final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates. It's going to be on improving
Hey,
what
I
we already
claimed
have.
my drop.
But we still want to
Pog.
encourage people to try out all the balance changes and improvements that we're making. So we're going to be running a few event leagues during this phase alongside each update.
By the way, so it sounds like we're going to be getting this update, obviously, this month. And then June, July, August, September, October, November, and then 1.0 probably in December. So we'll probably get another league in September? August, September, October area. But they said they're going to do like mini leagues where they're going to like reset everything. But not do like a ton of changes, just kind of like keep the player base engaged, and then 1.0 is going to be huge.
On the weekend of November the 7th in New Zealand.
What do you feel like you'll be playing? Probably. Well, I mean, we got to see the patch notes and like the new skills and stuff like that. There's 30 new skills and we saw 2 of them, so like, it's hard to be like, oh, I'm definitely gonna play this. But I like playing the new things. So the new monk looks pretty cool. That new amulet with the ice fragments seems like it'd be pretty crazy. With ice shot, I'd be down to run ice shot back. I'm good at making ice shot builds. It's really fun. It's been good every league. I swear, if he says ice shot dead, I mean, you can't go wrong. You literally just can't go wrong with ice shot. You know what the funny thing is? I still don't think that they know that ice shot is good, and I bet you it gets buffed, or gets like even more like buff things. They're buffing evasion and deflection, which is great for it. The RF minion thing does seem pretty cool. Not really my wheelhouse, but it does seem pretty sick. Saw someone one-shotting Uber Arbiter with Ice Shot on Reddit today. No, you didn't. No, Ice Shot's very balanced.
Cuts on some of those things.
Really bad skill. Don't worry about it.
As well. So for the back to the runes of Eldor, you're not actually needing to like find those runes that you're inscribing on those encounters, right? Because I wasn't quite clear on how that works.
Thematically, that's how it works. But in reality, the way that you'll engage with it is when you find a rune that's sort of inscribed on a thing, then like all the recipes that relate to that rune will be displayed, except for that there's a few hidden ones that you have to do some quests to get. So there's some more quests throughout the campaign, and also some stuff in Endgame that you can do to unlock a few more recipes.
Oh, by the way, we have all the stuff on their website. Path of Exile website. Here it is. Here it is. Biggest update ever. 21 days to go. Oh, I don't want to skip anything. All right. New stuff, new stuff, new stuff. Reshaped Atlas tree. Looks absolutely insane. I can't believe they're letting you pick every node on the Atlas tree. That's kind of crazy. Behold the first edict with the ordained grand spear. Grants you spear throw, righteous descent, increased melee 25% melee strike range with this weapon, fizz damage, base crit chance, life leech recovers based on lightning damage as well as physical damage. Create a fragment of divinity in your presence every 4 seconds. Seems pretty nuts. You've got your Atlas Masters. Your maps have an additional revival. Waystones have a 25% more effective prefix modifiers or 25% more effective suffix modifiers when opening maps. 100% increased rarity of items dropped by magic monsters. 25% chance to upgrade map bosses to powerful map bosses. Possessed unique monsters release spirits on death. 25% chance one rare monster is replaced by a random map boss. What? 5% chance 3 additional rare monsters are replaced by a random map boss. That's insane. Corrupted Waystones open maps with 1 additional random modifier. Corrupted Waystones open a random map area when used on basic maps. Partial translations, 20% chance for double effect of precursor tablets. Jesus. Keen appraisal, 50% increased exceptional items found. The martial artist, after decades of training, the martial artist has become a master of illusions, empowered by the runes socketed into his body. This class creates powerful illusions, summons illusionary bells to aid him, and excels at using his hands as weapons. Cool. New Huntress Ascendancy, the Spirit Walker. Just go fucking crazy with Spirit Minions. New League. Azimite Remnants. Oh, they get a cool little effect. That is very cool. You can use like discover new crafting with use of ancient metals, powerful items, unlock new Rune Forge low level uniques. Yeah. So I'm imagining this is like specifically low level, not like ones that are decent at mid game and you can make them even better. Swift Aloe removes a random modifier and augments a rare item with a new guaranteed modifier. Cast speed, attack speed, flasking charges per second, or totem placement speed. Mystic Alloy removes a random modifier and augments a rare item with new guaranteed ones. Caster weapons +1 to maximum number of elemental infusions. Helmets. Spells have increased area of effect. Ooh, 15% AoE on your helmet. Gloves are increased area of effect for attacks. Quiver, chance to chain an additional time. And boots, 10 to 15 spirit. That's pretty sick. You need more druid. You want shadow? I know, me too. My most anticipated class. I'd be down to run back Ice Wolf. Although they did say that armor ES was like the weakest archetype, which I'm not surprised by. Frost Flame Nova. Unleash a wave of volatile ice that feeds on flames. While the wave doesn't deal damage, the ice latches onto ignited enemies, refreshing the duration of their active ignite and rapidly freezing them, but preventing them from being ignited further. Runic Infusion supports attacks, causing them to cost Runic Ward to use, but deal additional physical damage based on the Runic Ward cost. Cannot support channeling skills or sustain skills. Supported skills cost an additional 20% of maximum Runic Ward. Supported skills deal added physical damage equal to 25% of Runic Ward costs. That's cool. We like that a lot. Easy way to get added fizz on your elemental skills for armor break shenanigans, potentially. Archaic Rune of the Titan, 2 maces, 10% chance for slam skills you use yourself to cause an additional aftershock. Additional bow shots. Gain 2 druidic prowess when you heavy stun a rare or unique enemy. Reveal an ocean biome. Sorry, I was looking at what skills potentially have inherent interactions with ice crystals. How do you recharge Runic Ward? We don't really know yet. I'm assuming there's ways to make it recharge faster. Whirling Assault was a pretty strong build, huh? Whirling Assault on the new monk would be pretty interesting. Potentially. Whoa. Inflict elemental exposure on hit while you have a ruby and emerald socketed. Removes a random modifier and augments a rare basic jewel with a new guaranteed crafted modifier plus to max rage, movement speed, or area of effect. Removes a random modifier and augments a rare basic jewel with a new guaranteed crafted modifier plus to max reses. That's cool. Is there a reason for no music? We were just coming from the live stream. New crafting. Genesis tree crafting. Rings with minion max life, minion attack speed. New ring with increased max life as it's implicit. That's cool. With spell damage. Minion modifier and minion offerings. Seems like a good league to play minions, to be honest. Seems like a lot of cool stuff for minions. This item gains bonuses from socketed items as though it was a helmet. That's cool. And 70% of fizz damage is extra cold. Gains bonuses from socketed items as though it was a glove. +1 to maximum number of elemental infusions. The Genesis tree is nuts. Yeah, it's even crazier than it was in freaking POE1. I liked anything poison based. I was a big poison enjoyer. Poison or chaos. Challenge the darkness. Okay. How many curses can you put on an enemy? Like, realistically, there's that aura that applies curses, right? What was it called? That applies your curses in an AoE around you for kind of free. One, yeah. Spirit skills, which blasphemy. Turn targeted curse skills into vile auras. Applying their effects to all nearby enemies. Socketed curses applying an aura around you. Reserve 60 spirit per socketed curse. Support skills have +1 meter to base radius. Despair, temp chains, vulnerability, enfeeble. Magnified area. That gives you 4 curses. A fuck ton of spirit cost, though. But it's basically 50% extra per curse. They're like almost 200% extra damage. More stuff to get spirit efficiency, yeah. Additional curse doesn't really matter. They're cursed enemies killed by you or your allies in your presence have a 30% chance to explode. That would be cool. Spells consume power charge. Increase max life. Increase mana. That could be kind of interesting. Cursed enemies exploding with a bunch of curses. London undercovers. That's a nice nun. Oh, that's definitely like a shaman thing. Or druid thing. What is this? I keep seeing it. We're doing a sponsorship for Xfinity for the month. It like does like a little blurb up every like 30 minutes, I think. Oh, that looked like a little bit more common than 30 minutes. But yeah. If you need good internet, Xfinity, let's go. 40 new unique items. Wait, they didn't showcase these. What's this? Brutus's lead sprinkler. Was this not a thing? Is this a POE1 item? Why does that sound so familiar? It's with this weapon of 5% chance to trigger Molten Shower per 25 strength. 100% increased physical damage, 7% attack speed, 5 to 10 added attack fire damage per 25 strength. Oh, shit. That's crazy. Strength stacking one-handed weapon that calls down, I'm assuming, meteors? 5% chance per 25 strength. That seems pretty fucking sick. I like that item. Ironbound Warden Bow. 23% chance to chain an additional time. It's got armor on it. Increased attack speed. Block chance. 5% increased block chance per 100 total item armor on equipped armor items. Hits with this weapon have 1 to 4 added physical damage per 1% block chance. Arrows return if they've pierced a target which had fully broken armor. One to 4 added. Okay. So if you have 75 block chance. That's neat. I mean, you probably get to block cap with that, right? This seems like if you wanted to make a like hybrid warrior, like bleed bow-esque build. Get a whole bunch of block chance. Wait. Oh, I see the kicker. It's a bow, so you can't wear a shield. I was like, it'd be really easy to get a ton of block chance. But you won't be able to wear a shield, which is where the kicker is. So that's where you're getting your block chance from, is your armor. And then you get added. So you stack up a bunch of armor. Yeah, like a bleed bow warrior. That's cool. Go physical, full fizz. I'm curious to how easy it's going to be to make this build file. Because it seems easy to follow it once you have it downloaded. I'm curious though what it's going to be like to actually create one. That would be a very cool feature to release early so that we could mess around with that prior to launch. So I'm not spending an entire day just figuring out that system. I do see the T1. I got you. I got you.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
I need to know. I need to know. The Maxwell folks sweating about how to implement it on their end. You know, the funny thing is, I guarantee you Maxwell's been in talks with them for months about this. They're definitely not springing this on Maxwell now. That was 100%, 1000% like collaboration that they would have had conversations about. It's a win-win for them. Yeah. I'm sure all the big build sites have already like been in discussion with them. Oh, thank you for the food. Working for some time already? Yeah, I would imagine so. We got food. We got food.
Yeah, you don't have to like physically like cart these sorts of things around.
No. There's nothing like that.
Watch more of this reveal while I eat.
You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies. Burn craft at a much larger, you will still die. Every single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way. Even uniques. Some are just a strict upgrade, giving Runic Ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of Runic Ward.
Oh. What did that do to the Brass Dome?
Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of Runic Ward.
Oh. Brass Dome does give you a lot of Runic Ward. But you lose what, like 4K armor?
Strict upgrade, giving Runic Ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of Runic Ward. There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more viable for higher level play. But
Wait, what was that?
there are even some that add new modifiers.
Yo, Ice Shot, log in. What's up, Arrow? Thanks for the raid. How we doing? How we doing? What did it do to these? Enemies in your presence are ignited as though dealt 200 base fire damage.
Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a
I'm exhausted
much
from that
larger
reveal,
amount of
dude. It
Runic
was
Ward.
long. There's a lot to
There are
process.
even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more viable for higher level play. But the Calgurans use Runic Ward for more than just a defense. It can also be used to power many other magics. Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Calgurans
I'm
use
eating some
runes
dinner
of
right now.
power
We'll
and
watch
fuel
back
them
this.
with Runic Ward. Many of the options available from Remnant crafting are new types of Calguran skills that exclusively spend Runic Ward to wreak havoc.
What do you think, Dom?
An example is
Anyways,
Triskelion
you take care.
Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern.
TLDR
You
video
can
that's
use
2
it with
hours
skills
long.
like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself, or with something you target at a distance, like you can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you example is
Power the next spell you cast. Cost 15 ward. %800% of empowered skills cast time is added to this skill's cooldown. Powered skills have 40% less area of effect. Powered skills deal 30% less damage.
Scallion Cascade. Using
Yeah, the big question with all these ward costing things is...
it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple
how do we
times
get ward
in a
back?
Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself, or with something you target at a distance, like Comet. There are also skills to modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies, to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies. Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills
I don't really
cost
see the point of
runic
that,
ward,
Mark.
and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together, the Calgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well. There is also a set of runic supports that can be combined with regular skill gems in interesting ways. Yes.
20% of your max runic ward.
Concussive runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns. While Runic Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill. Now, there are other quests during the campaign too that unlock even more interesting crafting methods.
I'm not sold on the runic stuff yet. We gotta see a little bit more. Like, let's say we wanted to put this on a bow attack. It costs 20% of your maximum runic ward. So you get 5 attacks, basically, before you're out. We don't know what, like, regen or stuff is. And then they do 50% of your runic ward cost. Which... it looked like on a normal item was, like, 45 runic ward. So, like, let's say. Does it add fizz damage to any spell? This one is specifically attacks. So if you have 5 items with 40 runic ward, which is what they displayed, and you've got this gem on supporting something, you're going to get 20 added fizz damage to each of your attacks, and it seems like you'd run out of attacks buffed by this in 5 attacks.
Spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill. Now,
and you're picking that over
the campaign too that unlock even more interesting crafting methods.
You know, 30% more damage.
Buried deep in the...
you can put ward on everything. Correct, yeah.
Jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets.
The brass dome that they showed was like the most defensive piece you can get. Had 900 runic ward on it. So let's At 2,000 runic ward, that becomes more interesting.
Secrets for Pharaoh to learn from.
At 2,000 runic ward, which the brass dome had 900 and something, so you would need a F-ton. But if you can get 2,000 runic ward, that's plus 200 added fizz damage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
The damage,
which is pretty good, especially if you can get like some sort of runic ward on hit. Isn't it 1k? It's 50% of the runic ward cost. The runic ward cost is 20% of your maximum runic ward. So it's times 0.2 times 0.5.
On any skill. Now, there are other quests during the campaign.
We don't know how you recover runic ward yet.
Too, that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from.
The thing is, it can't, well, I guess we'll see. But it's an additional life bar. So, if you can get it back like this, I'd be surprised a little bit. For the simple fact that they just nerfed Leech so that you can't instantly get your entire health bar back. They want it coming back over like 3 seconds. So it wouldn't really make a ton of sense to do that and then make Runic Ward a second life bar have like instant recoup. So we'll see.
Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons. With this technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage. Now, we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level uniques. All Calguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes.
Added physical thorns damage per runic plate. Oh, you can get runic ward on your weapon too.
Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants. There are also 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the runes of Eldur after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you
This is insane, dude.
Could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element. Making
I wonder how hard those are going to be to come by.
A weapon with massive amounts of cold damage. There is also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item. And there are even crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example,
by the way, they said they were doing like a bunch of changes to Chronomancer, or like buffing Chronomancer. I feel like they didn't elaborate that at all on that at all. Like if Chronomancer is a whole basically new Ascendancy, that could also be interesting.
This rune of Chronomancy
Monkey, thank you for the 2 years. Appreciate that.
Time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effectuation. You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items. Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects. So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time. Once you get to King's March in Act 4,
Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Calguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Calguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Calguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Calguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering Verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face, or rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants.
There's definitely
going to
be some very wacky builds,
allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic. One very important difference from the simple remnant encounters, though, is that the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together. This can lead to some pretty extreme situations.
Long day on
If you
patch
stack
nodes,
too many
oh
remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will find that the Atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast, with the ocean beyond. Kingsmarch has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwenyn. He would like to launch an expedition deep into the ocean to find her, and this begins a new major mechanic for expedition, exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast, uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwenyn. You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions.
You've never used a logbook before? Really?
New bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwenyn
I haven't enjoyed
has been holed
Expedition
up
as much in POE2 as
on. Turns
1.
out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Calguran,
But
Medved.
seems like a lot of that is going to be changing this league.
While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside.
Expedition sucks. Yeah, not as rewarding. That's probably
It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously
probably
assumed.
be pretty freaking rewarding with it being the league mechanic, though. Olaroth, nice. Yeah, I still have yet to get an
Now, after you've
Olaroth.
defeated Medved, you will
When
find
does it come out?
another
May
logbook.
29th.
And this
End of the
time you
month.
can use it to choose which direction you want to explore. The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can...
By the way, I gotta... I was gonna talk about this earlier, but I was just scrolling and seen it, and it reminded me. We'll talk about it later.
explore one sector, and you can go as deep as you like.
I don't think I finished the campaign
There
last
are all
time I
sorts
played.
of
I got to at
interesting
least
objects to
T15 maps at
uncover
some point.
and dungeons to explore.
If you're in maps, you
Many
finished
of
the
the islands have
campaign.
expeditions with totally new mechanics. So for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it
Go better
open,
than 5
a
minutes. He
giant
gets
ogre
it.
comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible. The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become.
Look at that combo gameplay.
These islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up.
I'm so excited this is soon, dude. I can't wait to dive
wisps.
in. It's going to be a lot of fun. I miss
Blow open root
POE2.
doors.
This game consumed my
Even
life
raise
when this most
ancient
recent expansion
precursor
launched.
technology. And of course,
Like,
more bosses.
It's evil amounts.
There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker. Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Elysium, which the Calgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean
You
nearby.
just reinstalled? Nice. Yeah, we'll probably do at least one playthrough,
you find
full
that it is
playthrough
shrouded
before
by a strange
this comes
energy
out. More like
emanating from
most
the
likely
Elysium
two.
core of
I
the
feel like every
meteor
time
within.
that a new league comes
There
out,
is
I need to like
something growing in
refresh
there,
myself.
and it can't be
You
anything
know what I mean?
good.
Like relearn
In
all
order
the
to gain
stuff.
entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion
It's-
Flame,
it's a lot of
an ancient
information.
Calguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Elysium magic,
Build
could
guides
be
into the
used to
client.
enter.
Yup.
But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun.
Needs more zoom and movement skills. It's definitely slower early on.
Defeat
It can get
him
pretty zoomy
and
later.
Gain access to whatever
but not
Eldritch
quite
Nightmare is
POE1
growing
levels.
inside. Now,
We did a bunch
we're
of
not gonna
playthroughs
spoil the
before this
boss,
most recent
but
league.
one thing
just
you
to,
should
like,
know is that the Verisium that makes
It
up the
helps,
core
dude.
of the
Honestly,
meteor
like,
is of a quality
it's
that
not
has
like
not
the
been
biggest
available
deal,
for
but like
millennia.
getting like refamiliar at least with like the campaign and the leveling, just so it's like
Bringing
fresh
this
of
to
memory
Pharaoh
when the
and
new
Danik
league comes out. You
should
just
allow them
blast
to
is
forge
really
some
nice.
objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time.
85 or 815 armor, bunch of energy shield, +1 all res, increased armor and energy shield, 100% increased spell damage. 17% of damage taken from hits bypasses energy shield if your energy shield is below half. Lose all runic bindings when you shapeshift to gain an equal amount of unbound potential. Gain 1 runic binding on hits with spells, no more than once each second. Lose all runic bindings when you shapeshift to gain an equal amount of unbound potential. What was unbound potential again? Is that what it was like powering the the glory skills, the ultimate skills? I don't remember what unbound potential is, unless that's new. Seems
So
like a
that's
druid
the
slash
league,
shaman unique,
and there is
though.
a lot going on. To sum all that up,
I'm assuming D4 will get someone stale by the time this releases. Yeah, no, the timing on that's pretty good. I'll be making some videos on the Borderlands 4 raid boss, yeah. For sure.
there is a new
Hopefully it's
encounter
sick.
with over 30
But I'm
new
gonna be honest,
monster
man.
types
Borderlands
and over
4 has
30
been
new rune
pretty
modifiers
frustrating to
enhance them.
cover
You
post-launch.
can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items.
They've
And
been
there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options.
sleep in shambles, yes
Rune
sir.
forging armors, upgrading uniques,
Or you can
dozens
get
of new
past
Calguran
the
skills and
campaign for
supports,
once. How long?
tons of new islands.
Out of curiosity, how long were you in the campaign for before you like gave up? I prefer POE2 so much more than 1.
To discover by exploring the ocean, 5 new bosses, including a new pinnacle boss,
I'm no campaign
and
zoomer.
a
I mean,
bunch of new uniques to top it off.
I'm not a campaign
But
zoomer in any freaking
there is
game.
still a ton more to come. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the in-game.
Since they buffed leveling
But
gear,
for
they
that,
buffed leveling
I'll
gear,
hand it
and there
back
should
to
be more
Jonathan.
directions on where you're going.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the in-game atlas is very different now.
You had
and the
40 hours in the campaign. Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, that is a long time. That is indeed a long time.
To talk about the massive changes
okay,
to the
that makes a little bit
endgame.
more sense.
But for that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the endgame atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new questlines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west? The cracks in the earth to the east? Or perhaps visit the ruins of a Val city in the north? The atlas
My
now
build
has
isn't
fixed
doing well
points of
enough, and
interest
I have
at
to change up
specific
my build,
locations,
so just lose
giving you
motivation.
specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes, and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth. A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization. The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor
the final
weapons,
boss of Act 2 is pretty tough. He'll put your build to a
disarm.
death. I was just trying to make sure that that was in Act 2 and not Act 3.
But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to
I'm
explore.
blanking on
and
his
many new
name,
things to
but the
find.
final boss of Act 2, he whooped my
You'll
butt for a
power
little bit
up
on my
ancient
first
machines.
playthrough.
Fight new and deadly foes.
Jumanra,
Discover many
yeah,
new
Lightning
areas.
Man.
And uncover some dark
I thought that was
secrets.
the hardest boss in the whole campaign.
Now, the Fortress is the first of the new full in-game storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the Fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes.
The fire guy shit on you.
Or this one,
The one
which
that's,
spawns
like,
in as
in the
Mary Spirit
forge?
that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map. Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain precursor nodes after the boss, and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch.
Oh, the Atlas points.
The Atlas tree now works quite a lot
It's
differently.
kind of crazy to me that they're letting you spec every node. Like, I don't know. That feels... I know it's not quite that, because you have to, like, make decisions, but it feels very different than, like, anything else that they've ever done, where it's all about, like, making choices and stuff like that. Granted, you're still making plenty of choices, because, like, the nodes have multi-nodes, but literally the
We've
ability to grab
significantly upgraded the
everything is
mechanics
kind
that
of
you can find on the
insane.
Atlas tree. Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat.
It also seems like it's going to be the thing that you do at the start of your endgame. Like, it's not like at the end of your endgame journey, you're gonna finally be getting your last points. It seems like, at least from my understanding, is you just go do this fortress, and you're like starting out by getting every Atlas point, and then you go do your league mechanics. Well, from it sounds like is one map
points from
in the
every single
fortress
area you
section
complete
is
in the
one
fortress.
skill point.
And unlike before,
It's definitely going to take time. I mean, I'm not counting, but that's a lot of maps that you have to run. But they had that like autocomplete thing where if you do one node or if you do one special thing, it autocompletes everything around it. So you get like a whole bunch of skill points. Also, just looking at it now, look how massive the like normal endgame ones are. Like that's clearly the one for Temple. But like, dude, there's what is that 33 potential nodes?
that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree.
It's 200. It's 287 skill points. It says there at the bottom. 287 skill points to allocate. 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 287 skill points Some maps give multiple points. Oh, true. Right there, right. They did mention that.
Yes.
Bro, your freaking endgame is going to be juiced. Might be, I mean, with all the power of your Atlas tree, might be, like, feel a bit better. You know, it's definitely going to feel a bit better once, like getting gear and stuff like that should feel better, especially that they're adding the breach tree.
This change is
for
pretty
crafting,
important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a
to make more POE2 build videos. Absolutely.
Chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing on the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses.
They're dropping the patch notes on the 21st.
Like these.
21st for patch
Obviously,
notes.
we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map
all in
boss
for this
area,
season,
making them more challenging?
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight?
The one thing with this league is, like, for the people that don't like the end game or just kind of play through the campaign and quit and don't do end game, like, there's not a ton of new stuff for them. I guess there's the 2 new Ascendancy classes and, like, the league mechanic during campaign, but, like, the brunt of the new content definitely seems like it'll be applying after you beat the campaign.
Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day, but we should probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the
Isn't that
Arbiter
what we
of Ash
want?
for the first time,
Yeah, that is
you
the
don't need
goal
to get
of this
lucky by finding
update,
keys.
is after the
They'll be in
campaign
fixed
changes.
locations, and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to
I
travel
saw a
into
lot
the
of
very
people
center of the
frustrated
fortress.
that we weren't getting a new weapon type or new
An incredible challenge awaits you
class, though,
should you choose to go there.
which is fair. I mean, people have been waiting a while, but
After the storyline, you
seems
still
like that's all
unlock
gonna be
keys
coming
for
in
pinnacle
1.0.
bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some
1.0
maps might
update will
spawn
be
as a
even
rogue
bigger.
exile hunting ground.
Well, 1.0 is going to add 2 new campaign acts. We're still missing 4 classes from the base game. We're not going to get 4 classes in one update, but I would imagine at least 1, maybe 2. Maybe 2 new classes. That'll give them... What? Isn't that a whole year? They'll have a whole year to make 2 classes. I don't think that's that crazy. Right? Because the last season was 7 months ago, right? And then this is going to be at the end of the year. The last season was Druid, so that'll be a whole year to make 2 classes. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility to have 2 new launch classes for 1.0.
Multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them. Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters.
2 acts, 2 classes, 1 weapon. I would think 2 new weapons. At least what I'm hoping for is that they do, like, Duelist, who's going to be swords, and then Shadow, who would be, like, claws/daggers. Flail and sword. We do need flails, yeah. I mean, there's 4 new classes. There's 4 classes that we're missing, right? It's Templar, Duelist, Shadow, and what else?
Well, this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used.
Marauder. Yeah.
Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the Pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder. And not only that, you'll have new, unique rewards as well.
American Druid were the problem child. I think that those are done WSD and shapeshifting, but they make a lot of progress on the other classes in the background.
When you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress.
It's not a bad call. There's definitely a lot of work.
That you didn't finish there will be automatically completed.
I'd imagine a fair bit more work than
So if you're
Amazon
the type of player who
or
doesn't
Huntress.
want to explore the fortress and instead just race out into the infinite atlas, you
Flail
still
with
way to get all
Templar,
those
Dagger
points.
with Shadow, Duelist with
So
Swords,
that's
Marauder
the
with
origins
Axe.
of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas. Now earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree. Why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in. Throughout Rayclass are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return.
What'd you miss?
One
A
such master
4.5
is
hour
Jado,
presentation.
a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures
Light
powerful
info
artifacts
dump.
to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests.
Did they say how you, like, get these guys?
Or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional
Like,
unique
how do you come across
item.
these? It's an Ascendancy.
Or
Like,
make
air
corrupted
quotes
waystones
Ascendancy
have an
thing.
additional modifier.
And just, like, bump into them at a
But at the
certain
cost of
point.
making them send you to a totally unknown location.
You just find them. Okay.
Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda. Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on
Am I gonna
missions
play
to
POE2
assassinate specific
tomorrow?
deadly creatures around Rayclass and harvest their parts.
This doesn't drop tomorrow, Delano.
In exchange, she will
This
teach you
comes
her
out
monster
in, like,
hunting
3
skills,
weeks.
like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version.
The endings for some
Or
hero
this one, which
seed?
makes his
Oh,
Myriad spirits no
Lord.
longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead. You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses. But in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques. Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated. This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the endgame leagues we created when launching Early Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example. We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses.
Okay, I do want to bring this up because I think it's funny. I haven't noticed this for other games that I cover, but for Diablo 4 specifically, the amount of, like, deep fried thumbnails, or, like, and I'm not calling anyone out. I think it's very funny. Like, see this, like, style that's, like, kind of deep fried, very deep fried. That's kind of deep fried. That's very deep fried. That's very deep fried. What do you mean deep fried? The, like, I'm really trying not to call anyone out specifically, but the grain on the thumbnail, there's like a grain to it. It's an AI thing. Once again, really not trying to call anyone out, but it is very funny. What? I'm trying to get an example. See how it's like kind of just grainy? I don't know why AI does that, but I took my thumbnail that I made. So this is the thumbnail that I made. And me and Fidacious being put it into the deep fryer, aka AI chat GPT. Bro, you gotta see this. So this was the normal prompt. This is the difference. So that's the thumbnail I gave it, and this is the AI. Looks familiar, right? You can see how it's like deep fried, like it's just like it's got that deep fried look, right? And then we did this to it. Wait, it gets so much better. And then Fidacious said, make it more fitting for the algorithm. And like more clickable. It gets worse. So that was the same image. He didn't do anything to it. He just said make it like more for the YouTube algorithm clickable. He did say with reaction faces. Then it's got the arrow with insane damage, one-shot bosses, infinite damage, tier SSS plus broken. He didn't put any of these things in. One-shot bosses. He didn't type in anything about pits. It's just clear pit 150 in 2 minutes. Delete everything. and then wait, it gets worse. It gets worse than that. Then he said make it even more clickable or whatever. Ready for this? Then it added the warning 2 OP 100% not clickbait. Clear speed, lightning fast, DPS meter. The chart's not even moving. It's just an arrow. It made up damage numbers. Like, it's not even footage of the game. And it made this whole graphic insane damage, infinite crits, tanky AF, 0 downtime, levels in seconds, can't be nerfed. With the meta breaker, billions of damage, tier SSS, AFK and win so easy. Oh, it's too funny, man. Too fucking funny. I gave it show your face on the barb. I'm not doing that. I gave it this thumbnail that I made. Ancient Barbarian build guide, and I said the prompt that I gave it was make this thumbnail better. That's all I said is make this thumbnail better. Boom. Powerful, tanky, endgame ready. I didn't tell it any of those things. I just put them in. And very, very deep fried. Very deep fried. Kind of crazy, though. Maybe after can't be nerfed. No, A/B test those thumbnails and see which one does better. I mean, realistically, the AI one probably does better. It probably does. But I thought that was funny. It keeps adding texture to it. It's always adding more texture. Like, it adds so much texture. It's crispy. That's why I was calling it deep fried. Anyways, I thought that was very interesting because I never had AI make a whole thumbnail for me. I'll show you this because it's cursed. Don't say anything. That one's pretty good. Pretty good. That druid one's meant to be you? Oh, we don't show the druid one. We're good on the druid one. Dear God, it's perfect.
One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to.
I don't know. I once again, I'm not trying to call anyone out. I just thought it was very funny because I feel like I don't really see that much in like other categories of games I cover, but it's like very prevalent in D4.
You'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree.
Keep my head on the druid.
At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an abyssal depths, with the boss fight for one of the abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all three, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them. Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as
Are we playing Ice Monk? I feel like we're going to end up playing Ice Monk.
Tangmazu.
It looks cool.
The Raven Trickster.
It's a strong archetype already, plus a new Ascendancy that supports all the new runes, and you can go unarmed with the new gloves, which was already strong.
Tangmazu delights in breaking the...
Especially because you can grab that node early, dude. It probably scales, right? I need them to put this on YouTube so that there's timestamps. But like this is a one pointer to be able to make your gloves get fucking 60% extra damage. Is a one pointer. Like these gloves are definitely good. Don't get me wrong. They're very good. Those are very nice gloves. But like, you get this early on. One pointer. Get some elemental gloves.
Cold damage, lightning damage.
Turn them into 60% extra damage. Your campaign's over. Like you just win.
Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone. And not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gain.
Early unarmed monk is rough without base damage nodes and good gear. I think this solves some of that though. It's on YouTube but no timestamps. Jin and crossbow. Crossbow will always be good unless they like massively nerf the nades. You're oh, I mean, I guess the main scaler is your skill level, right? So like that's not really solved. They did say it works on unique gloves. Can attack as though using quarterstaff while both of your hand slots are empty. Unarmed attacks that would use your quarterstaff damage gain physical damage based on their skill level. 1% more attack speed per 75 item evasion rating. Unequipped armor items. 0.1% crit chance per 10 item energy shield. Unequipped armor items. Per 75. That's 3 evasion rating per level. Yeah, that's not... I mean... Oh, wait, what?
Gained on only grid equivalent.
Hold on.
Some
It was 67 evasion rating and 25 energy shield beforehand, and it went from 270 to 90 energy shield afterwards. Okay, that's pretty decent. That's still not a lot for the specific scaling of unarmed attacks.
more evasion and energy shield. They now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies. With all the different rune combinations...
The weird thing with that, I guess we'll see. It's probably standardized, but like if you buy gloves, or if you're looking to get gloves for your build, your gloves are going to look like this. Like, this is fire res and lightning res. And somehow it's going from 40 lightning res. Are they cut in half? Is that all it's doing? 27 to 14. Oh, they are just cut. They're basically just cut in half and rounded up. So you cut your resistances in half and round up. Plus you get the max res, which is pretty nice. I mean, really nice. The damage is extra is probably based off of the tier. Like 13 to 23 physical is quite a high tier for Fizz versus Cold. Cold's a low tier. Cold's only 17%. Fizz is 24. Okay, so it probably is. It's not like totally. It's following a formula.
Some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies.
If you're going unarmed, you'll want defensive prefixes. I don't... Well, the thing is, we don't know what defensive prefixes get turned into. Like, if defensive prefixes give you more evasion and energy shield when they're converted, potentially? But, like, this shows as the implicit on Fist of Stone gloves. So, like, this getting changed to 3-1 seems like the guaranteed outcome. As in, like, you might not actually want... Maybe currently you want defensive prefixes, but with this node, it doesn't seem like you would want that. Potentially, I don't know. We don't have an example of what a plus evasion, plus energy shield rating would do. Gloves you equip have their base type transformed into Fist of Stone while equipped, and their prefixes and suffixes are transformed into more powerful related modifiers. It would be weird if it didn't work. It should just give you more evasion and energy shield. Powerful related modifiers. Well, the basic reses got cut in half, but you got bonus to max reses. All the elements guide, extra thing. I'm trying to think if there's anything crazy with this. Because you can get some weird rolls on gloves, right? Especially with those, the new crafting currency. I'd be curious if the +3 evasion, +1 max energy shield changes at all if you do have defensive nodes, because that would be kind of insane.
Resistances and life gain on hit. Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage.
The cool thing with this is, like, even if you're not going an unarmed monk, well, I mean, you'll be playing monk to get that thing, but even if you're not going an unarmed build, like, this is still nuts, regardless if you're going unarmed or not. You know what I mean? It's not like you only get this if you're not holding a weapon. You could still hold a weapon, go not unarmed, and still get 60% damages extra with a bunch of extra max reses. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of an insane node.
And a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies. With all the different...
Oh, yeah. Plus leveled all melee skills. Attack speed you can get on gloves as well.
Different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers on gloves. There's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with. Now, with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards. There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a two-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption. It converts all you a few of them.
You potentially play this on a mage. Plus 324 to max mana. 17% of damage is taken from mana before life. Attacks with this weapon have added cold damage equal to 7 to 11% of max mana. That seems kind of cool. Of essence suffixes. That'd be crazy with some of the new runes. Jewels could be pretty nuns. Who's got big mana nuns? Rama's big mana nuns. They did say they're reworking Chronomancer. Do you have anything mana related? Spirit related. And you're right down low. Disciple has something. %, of elemental damage is taken from mana before life. Increased max mana. I mean, that's a very, very powerful node. But it doesn't technically help us stack a lot of mana. That isn't Deadeye. Oh, there's not that much Deadeye stuff to look at. Hits from damage. Hit damage is taken from mana before life if your current mana is higher than your current life. And yet you always play it because it's always good. It's very good. The Civ's kind of interesting, though, with built-in damage based on mana. It's got pretty good damage already. Nothing crazy, but pretty good.
Twisted Empyrean is a two-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the
Infernalist, max mana for max life. Let's see. I don't think that would work. Starboard Onslaught, like it was a bunch of meteors that came down. I don't think that would work. I think that would break it. I feel like people did mana stacking on Stormweaver. But that was specifically because of Archmage. Increased effective arcane surge per 10% missing mana. Interesting.
Beast's Corruption. It converts all of your mace's skills fire damage to cold, and visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones.
On the passive tree, yeah.
This mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught. Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground,
Oracle had a cool mana node.
Before calling behind it a
Jhin
storm
had
of
a
cold
very
metallic
nice mana
bolts from the
node.
stratosphere. Next, we have Eventide Petals, an amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation skill, Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you. Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed, creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it. The Raven's Flock is a staff perfect for minion characters. Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing.
Dude, people are gonna be all over this. That one's gonna go crazy. Hopefully it scales well enough.
Enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful.
Hopefully that scales well enough. Okay. On Varashta. There's a lot of ascendancies you could rock this on, potentially. The fact that they're The fact that they're making they're like finally adding RF, but they're making a minion skill instead of just making it exactly RF, I think is really cool though. Oh, that's true. You could wear a focus. Hello.
For maximum crowd control. That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy. This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger. For you POE1 players, you can think of this just like a raven righteous fire. That's not all, however. These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill, Mad Flight. This command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between. Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you cull enemies. To aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy. As you use this, gain your stacks of...
Alright, it's gonna be sick. It's gonna be sick. Let me put up a poll real quick. No way you can call bosses with that. I'm imagining there's some conditional. I mean, it sounds like you needed to do a build up on enemies to be able to kill a boss. Is this gonna tank my internet if I do this? I guess we'll find out in a second. What the flock? Nah, I didn't. Okay. You have Xfinity. True. He gets it. He gets it. All right, putting up a ball. Putting up a ball. I'm not going to stream too late tonight, but we're either going to go do some Shred Druid or maybe do a little bit of Monk on POE2. Down for whatever. Vote, 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 vote. He's gonna copy my mind. Shut up. 2 additional skill slots on your necklace. I'd have to go back in the VOD. I swear I saw something. This would be insane if it was real, but I could have sworn I saw them flash over an amulet that said 80% spirit reservation, which would be fucking ridiculous. Surely not a thing. What's winning? POE2 Monk. Give Quest help. Wait, did Quest play a Chalupa Monk? Alright, POE2 won. We'll do some D4 tomorrow then. Dude, I haven't played this game in genuine months. It made him quit POE2. That's actually a very reasonable reason to quit. Chalupa Monk was a very rough spot. Oh, I was about to say, what happened to my cool character? But I remember we, like, took all the cosmetics and put them on POE1. Yeah, we're still missing 4 classes, dude, and that's kind of insane.
Pagan, you failed to liberate your brothers, just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me.
Sub 3 hour mark. Oh, brother, I got bad news for you. I got bad news for you. I think we get 2 new classes for 1.0. The game doesn't need... I mean, like, it'd be great if it launched with all of the classes, but it doesn't need every single class.
By the dreamer's will, I have another chance.
By the first ones, you're alive. I'm glad to see it.
I live.
Now I would appreciate it if you could.
It wouldn't be 1.0 with all the classes. They literally said, like, you know, we don't
Rest now.
don't expect to have everything done by 1.0. Like, I think they said at some point that they had to, like, change their kind of scope. Also, I forgot we have sprint. Sprint good. It's only gonna get me killed 900 times, but sprint good.
Power, but at what cost?
They said all classes wasn't a prerequisite for 1.0. Yeah. Which basically means not all classes for 1.0.
Feel the shock.
Effective.
Scroll of wisdom. Oh, hug.
The miller has seen better days.
Dude, I feel real rusty on this video game. Wasn't, like, basic attack the strongest thing?
My training routine. Skill always beats
Give me all that. Thank you.
Please come inside.
You expecting from me? Monk will be insane. Monk's looking pretty cracked. Looking pretty cracked.
How friendly's the net? There's a beast up, but you could jump. Stick to the cairns.
The discipline of the forge has taught him strength.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, you know, technically, should have grabbed a contagion or whatever.
Welcome to the captain. I feel
For that real fast leveling.
these over time. What do you think? I suppose I can let that one go.
Easy, give me that. I can take.
One of my finest.
Movement, speed, shoesies.
That'll keep you alive.
Thank you, good
If you
sir.
find a pint out there, do bring it back.
I'm pretty sure the boss was considered a companion. There's no way it could be considered a minion. Nope, already tripping and dying. It's my specialty. Holy. Actually just got one tapped. That's crazy. That was just a good old fashioned one tap.
I have received reports of a number of villagers hiding at the Clearfell logging site. Travel there and convey my order to return. Anyone refusing my authority should be considered a traitor and a criminal. Deal with them as you see fit, but bring their bodies back to the manor.
Oh. Thank you. You remember that boss on launch? Oh yeah. Bro, I gotta get me some support gems. Please, support gems. Oh, armor's big, armor's big. Thank you. Give me that cold res. Augmented magic item. Magic item. We can slap that on this. Some extra fire res. I think I can go Druid. Druid's a great time, man. I really enjoyed Druid. Took a little bit longer to get that character super survivable, but the damage was fucking crazy.
A remnant of the old magic.
Just instant melt bosses. Remedy. Doing like 4 damage. Ice crystals. Final burst. Okay.
Generations of senseless conflict.
You gonna go monk? It's highly likely. I'm not making any full decisions until we see patch notes. But, you know, doesn't seem like there's a ton of new stuff for, like, classes. So might as well pick one of the new Ascendancies. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I would love to go Ice Shot Deadeye again. That build is so much fun, and it seems like there's gonna be some new cool tricks we could do with it. We'll say. I like that skill, but it doesn't do any damage.
This relic hums with power long dormant. Give me some currency. Nice. Thank you, Contagion. Such a fucking broken early skill.
The old ways still hold some.
My shadow horns. 4-button combo to kill one mob. Hey, bro, it'd be like that this early. I put my shard down, then contagion, then backflip. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, that's one of the big pros of playing like bow builds, right? You just shoot the bow and things die. You get a combo early. But once you get out of the needing to combo, ooh, it feels good. It feels real good. Man, if you don't take contagion early, you're just throwing. That shit's crazy.
A malicious presence lingers here.
That's a BV boy. You give me anything good? Not really, right? You get hit with a bow build, you die. True. Nah, my Deadeye this season was really tanky, actually. It was tankier than my Druid. Did like 30k EHP. Few thousand energy shield, good evasion, block chance. It was pretty cozy. But no, bows in general, definitely not the tank archetype. Probably throwing by not just fucking basic attacking this guy down. One's a scary one. No. Only I could see that coming. But I can't because the screen is pitch black. Yeah.
Sleep now and dream no longer.
Do do do. Cool, cool. Why are basic attacks more effective than your skills? I don't know. I remember that being a real confusing thing on launch. Am I done with D4? No. But we were doing more D4 tomorrow, doing some Druid builds. We just did a poll afterwards, and people wanted some POE. Which is fine with me. We'll make a little bit of a POE day, and then we'll be back to D4 tomorrow. There was a big POE reveal today, and there's also drops in the category, which is why I'm imagining people wanted me to stick around. Holy fuck. Oh god, my stash. Huh. Alright, let's not look at anything in there, because I want like a normal leveling process.
How can I? Here's what I got.
Ooh, +2 to level of all melee skills. Yo. Give me that. And then 47% increase fizz. We're gaming. We are gaming. Yeah, give me a little bit of mana. All right.
Stick to the carrots.
We gotta go back to the Grellwood. Unorganic leveling. No. That weapon was cheap. It was cheap.
Bye.
Time to discover what truly happened out here.
Doubling down on Atlas, man. It's not integrated with Expedition because the Expedition is the League mechanic. Once it goes core, it'll become its own tray. The League mechanics never have their are never part of the Atlas. That's like the whole thing.
He's in Conchivai.
Oh yeah, we hit hard now. Huh. Yo, I haven't gotten a support gem yet. I think I got one from this lady's hut.
What foulness dwells here?
Bro, the basic attack builds go crazy. I mean, yeah. It's just basic attacker down. You ladies usually kind of hard. Routes are impassable. Well, I gotta go talk to Una. Where's my goat? Thank you, Una. Oh wait, I took the wrong portal. F. That's right. I didn't take a TP. I just took a waypoint. There's a trick that you can do here that like you reload the map while she's doing this and it just like instantly opens the routes. I've watched a speedrun video before. Saved myself 2 seconds on my super efficient run. Yep, that's right. Oh, you know, I didn't kill that weird purple monster doohickey Bob. I don't remember his name, but maybe he gave me. I'm blanking on where I get my first support gem. I really need one. It's crazy how much more damage my basic attack does. Literally just one tap that guy at half health from full health. Or he was half health. Oh, that's not good. Bro, he's crazy. Are you done? Huh. Brother. So these bosses were so literally stronger than like the rest of the bosses in the act. He should get stunned pretty soon. Doop, 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 doop. What boss is that? That's not a. That's like one of the random spawns from the campaign or from the season. Ooh, a little bit of rarity fun. Don't mind if I do. Oh shit. Give me bell. Give me bell. Oh shit, we got a support. Sick. I was gonna try to put the thing on where this shoots out multiple projectiles. Is that a thing? You're not a projectile. Oh god, I lied. That was fun but broke it. Yeah, sounds like it's getting a big old nerf, but we'll probably still be pretty good. This is what I wanted. Upheaval. That should be pretty nice. Where's my bell? Thank you, bell. Nice. Oh, these fucking roads. What? What the fuck? Hello? Refresh.
Oh, the misery in Bogham never ends.
Hello? Sorry about that. I don't know why that happened. Holy shit, an exalted orb. As the stream dies. Yeah, a little unlucky on that one. Little unlucky. Yo, when do I get Ice Strike? This skill sucks. When I sweat my rust. If you say LA Deadeye, we're probably playing Ice Monk or Ice Deadeye. I would never play LA Deadeye, brother.
Manner of a man lost in his
never. My bones and know to make my systems go. We should go get an iron ring. Potentially. Safest starter bet, guys. Look, realistically, we can't have any like real notion on starters until we actually see patch notes. Everything that is good now might not be good when the patch comes out. So like, we can talk about that realistically when we get patch notes. I'm imagining anything that's like a real proven build will still be very fine to league start with. And anything riskier, you're going to have to see what the supports and what the new nodes are going to be and see if they hold weight. Why is my character casting over there? My mouse is here. What am I attacking? It's attacking the wrong spot for like 2 minutes there. Yeah. Give me an iron ring, please. Lazily. Fuck. Fuck. Is this game peak? What, POE? Yeah. I mean, I think POE2 is the best ARPG out there. I do think Diablo 4 is improved a ton, and I am very excited to play some more D4 tomorrow. Bro, I woke up early this morning to play D4, and then I didn't get around to it because it took forever to get ready to stream. But, it's very good that, you know, more ARPGs are stepping up to the plate. Hero Siege clears all. Hero Siege is a really good ARPG. You'd never expect it. Oh, I'm dotted. Wait. We gotta upgrade our life flasks. Yeah, this one's almost double healing. Almost double the amount of HP on that flask. Only issue right now with the skills that we've picked is I actually don't proc Bell. And Bell, a lot of damage. So that's kind of throwing. A little bit of a throw. We do not need to kill every mother trucker in here. F that haunted treasure. Nice. We like level ups. Level up's good. Hey, first amulet. Sick. More skill speed, some mana regen, all that is huge for us. Ooh, some extra added cold, not bad. Got some extra dex, whatever.
Yes, my beloved.
Combo gameplay, go Bird! Oh, almost there.
Yes, my beloved.
Forbidden thaumaturgy causes nothing but pain and misery.
Kind of worse. Rather have the higher base cold. Ivor took a huge step in the right direction. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, here's the thing. People are going to compare, and I mean, I already did this today, but people are going to compare what POE just showed off with their endgame to what Diablo 4's current endgame is. And I would say there's probably more depth to a single league mechanic in POE2 to in Diablo 4's entire endgame. But I don't think that's like, I don't think that like has to be a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like D4 does what it does well. It's arcadey, it's fun, it's blasty, it's not too complex. Lets you get right into the action. POE2 is very different. I don't think one needs to be necessarily better than the other. They're just doing different things. I don't think D4 is trying to be POE2. You better have some good loot for me. Okay, you did. Thank you. Actually, good loot. What did we get that I wanted? An iron rune is kind of crazy. We should save that for our weapon. I don't have another skill gem, do I? No. Let's just get elemental armament. It's good for everything. Some direction in the end game. Yup. This is gonna be a dead end. Yeah. Ooh, that's a fair bit of max life.
Another such device.
This is dead end. Are we serious? Oh, there it is. Gonna be a restart? Yeah, it'll be a restart.
Life ends now. Rend your soul. Perish. Rend your soul. I will end your meaningless life. Cut down. Your end comes. Spirit's hunger.
Chill RPG with friends. Yup.
I must maintain a fine balance.
What we get? Better coat. It's not great. Not great. We need to go take this to the dude. This is becoming very interesting with loot. Yeah. I mean, the one that stands out as an immediate kind of must, at least to me, is Breach. You're gonna want that crafting tree early. I think once you're into your like endgame currency farming strategies, You could probably forego it, but that looked really juicy for early progression. Really, really juicy.
Family of Calguran of Ogum. My family! This doesn't make any sense! They're dead! Those bastard Eternals! I must make them pay! I must make them suffer!
Speaking of tough bosses, this guy is definitely one of the, if you don't know his moves, one of the more challenging ones. Just because he can 0 to 100 you so quick. I say 0 to 100 you. Huh. Super melee friendly boss. Definitely more tricky with melee.
Tortured soul.
Definitely more tricky with melee. Another exalted Lord. Holy. Separate my sound. Don't. A little bit of armor, some life regen. Dragon D4, I don't know how relevant it is anymore. Not relevant, but so some builds use it. Honestly, actually,
Don't worry. Ready? Go on then.
it kind of depends if you need the cooldown or not. If you use that helmet, if you really need cooldown, then that helmet is great. And if you don't need cooldown, I'm dead. Oh. A new skill gem, Pog. Feel like we've been a little low on skill gems. Gonna take it on the other side. Separate my side. Alright, well, we found the farmlands. Lunatic lock? How is that? Leveling practice? Yeah, a little bit of leveling practice. A little bit of leveling practice. We're not like going too crazy today, but we probably will take this character all the way through endgame. Maybe not Not today, but I wanted to do some leveling practice on Monk. Fine with doing a bit of that today. Holy. Cool. That took me to nowhere. Perfect. Want to find the big boy that gives me the 2 extra skill points. That's what I'm looking for right now. 2 extra skill points. Probably put that into intelligence. 2 extra skill points. Sounds really good right now. A lesser mana flask. That's real helpful. Super easy to play as well. Nice. Yeah, easy to play is always a very big pro on builds. I kind of like the progression in POE2 and the fact that, like, a lot of the times your build starts out being fairly complicated. Few buttons to press to actually do good damage, and then by the time you're in endgame, you're just blowing up screens with a single click.
Another corrupted abomination.
Different kind of progression, but it's really nice. The Druid build had quite a few buttons to press, but by the time we were endgame, it was relatively easy.
Oh no.
Your heavens and everything. Plans. Never got around to playing plans. I wanted to, but I don't know, man. It seemed like everyone and their mother was playing plans, and you know, I didn't know if there was much video content I could make out of it. But yeah, plans look pretty crazy. You have a question about the Umbral Chain build? Hit me with it. I got you. Like... This node's pretty solid early. What's looking like the best Druid build to go for a starter? Once again, we don't know that for sure until patch notes come out. But I think Druid will be... The big issue with Druid was its tankiness, and it sounds like they identified that and are buffing it. So, should be pretty nice. I really liked the Ice Wolf. Ice Wolf was super strong. Only downside was being a little squishier, but that's getting fixed, so pretty fucking sick there. Oh, that's right. We could just take our teleport. Oh, we should probably find the ritual area. Technically, not this ritual. This skill kind of sucks. I don't know if I would choose the level with this again. Just feels a little weak. That was the cemetery. That was the farmlands. That's got to be bottom right corner then. Yeah, just normal Fate of the Vel. Looks very mobile. You should check out my wolf build that we ended up making. I'm blanking on what we called it, but we put together some cool armor break, cold explosion tech that would just like quite literally delete. You'd strike one enemy and the whole screen would blow up. It was super satisfying. Probably wolf splash.
I sense.
That might have been. That could be close. That could be close. Your favorite build was Ice Strike Monk. I've played Monk, but I've never gotten too deep with it.
Was that the benevolent dreamer?
He has noties on. Hi, Chadley. I got one Monk to Endgame, but the build idea that I was doing, I didn't love, so I stopped playing it. And then we've done one leveling practice before on Monk that got to like level 23. But I've never played like Ice Monk or Lightning Monk. Only time I ever played Monk was I was trying to do a poison build. So I never actually, I've never really like gotten into it with elemental stuff, which is why I wanted to do some like leveling practice, is also just to literally learn the skills. Ice Monk's so goated. Yeah, give me Ice Strike ASAP, please. Ooh. Quarterstaff upgrade, question mark? Please? Oh, big upgrade. Big upgrade. No plus levels, but... Whoopsies. Mana unkill. Fuck. Oh, that is trippy as fuck. I don't know how I feel about that.
I carry few possessions.
Iron Ring. Fucking sick. Where to go? Rarity. Added damage. That's big. Boom. This the other thing is, like, I don't know. For me personally, I feel like gearing and itemization is more interesting on melee characters, or at least attackers, compared to spells. I kind of acknowledged that today. Then Plant Druid. Oh, so you played it all. Yeah, which one was your favorite? Just called it Werewolf Oracle. Oh, I think you're right. Oh boy. Max Life Lightning Res. Calling it now. Max Life Lightning Res. Nope. You'll imagine though. Plant Cobra. Noise. Was that the last build you played? Yeah. Out of curiosity, would you say that that build also had the most currency in it? Because it was your last?
Can't, but please. Not surprised to see a thief in a place like this.
Poison Burst was fun. I don't know. Like, some of those builds, I really don't think they need any balance adjustments. Like, I think they're probably just fine. But it would be cool to see some stuff just to shake up the meta, like, league starters, if that makes sense. It's probably bad. Balance changes just to be balance changes, but... I think it would be a little lame if all the strongest builds at the start were still the strongest builds. We'll see, though. I was kind of hoping for some, like, Ignite Fire changes, but it sounds like that'll be coming in a later league. That's what wand changes, simply to shake things up. I feel like they do that a fair bit in POE1. Oh, yo, what do the colors mean again? Purple's like stand still, and red is... I should remember that, but I don't. Red is move. Oh god, thank you. Honestly, pretty easy. Nice. Some glovies, maybe some better boots. Yes, give me that. That's fine. That's fine. I'd rather have the support gem. Give me AoE. Oh, we get Herald of Eyes. Fuck yeah. Dude, throwback to when you could only put one support of each type into your skills. That's the best single change that they've done since this game came out. Was letting you use multiple of the same things, bro. That was so miserable. I hated that. Oh my lord. One more damage. Made you use your brain. Well, that, and it also made certain builds just like not. Like you had to like make builds around skills that didn't require multiple of the same things. You know what I mean? Like if you're a poison build, you're using all poison skills. You might want those other poison skills to do more poison damage. You know what I mean?
How can I help? Take a look.
It was like certain builds just benefited from that way more than others. Regal shard is pretty nice.
Here's what I've got. That's a lot of damage. That'll pack a punch. Go well.
This.
Yes.
So if we are to... I don't know how to... It's in my...
Would attack you for criticizing it. Okay, that's what I thought. Bro, my fucking basic attack's out 183 DPS. As is customary. You take care, Atrakus. He really did. Oh, dude, I actually remember our conversation that we had on stream. Was that the transformative conversation? I feel like that was the transformative conversation. Would you say that is improved since launch, or is kind of the same? Ooh, another Regal Orb. Might pop that on this. Item level 9, item level 12. I'll just do it on this one. Oh, we hit Fizz. We're up big. Up big. Exalt Slam. Oh my god. Just gaming. Hit a Fizz and then another Fizz. That's crazy. Oh, it's definitely down this way and I just missed it. $500 div minimum right there. That's, you know, pretty good level at unique. Wait, fuck! I just looked over. I didn't have Herald Device enabled. Whoopsies. Throwing. You don't get for 95% of your playtime. Yo, I just, you know what the fucked up part is? I just ruined my League Start launch. My League Start launch luck. Oh, the mice explosions are starting to look nice. Whew. Big damage none. I need to find his tools here, and I forgot to do the, in the last hut area, there's like a book I was supposed to grab, or a loot. I'm bad at those, grabbing the, like, skill points in the campaign. I know where they are, I just, like, I miss it. I find the exit, and I'm like, okay, I'll go back and get it later, and that's always the wrong thing to do. You just gotta go get it right then and there, because otherwise you're gonna have to unlock the whole map again, and it's worse.
Last execution. For skill.
On the sound you make, and every word you break. How y'all doing? We're doing good. Very, very good. What were these tools for? Were they for a skill point, or was it like unlocking a crafting bench or something? I'm blanking. He could have prevented. Nah, I was too far away. Too far away. Nothing I could do. Bench to shatter. Gotcha. Do I care? Probably not. Shouldn't I have it unlocked because it's not my first character? I'm pretty sure it should be unlocked because it's not my first character this season. I can't remember if that's shared or not. Am I going to start Monk? I'm not making any decisions until we see patch notes. But, very high probability of going in Ice Monk.
The final beacon.
We've played Ice Shot, then we played Ice Wolf. Why not Ice Monk? It's getting a bunch of new stuff. Looks pretty cool. But we'll save. If not Ice Shot, or if not Ice Monk, probably Ice Shot. We'll say it. Ooh, Storm Rune, Pog. Thank you. Let's get the essence node before moving on and up. Also gets us closer to blinding, which is a pretty good node. Gonna stick with my build, word. I will not steer you wrong. My only thing with the new Monk Ascendancy is I don't love the channeled skill where you have to stand in place and let your minions summon out and attack things. Like, it looks strong from the gameplay that they showed, and you're basically getting 3x damage with only a 20% less damage penalty, so like, it should be really good. But I just don't love the idea of like standing still channeling. It's usually, you know, just inherently a bit slower feeling to play.
First ones. Is there no limit to
Maybe there'll be a way that you can move, or you know, have them persist after you channel for like a little bit or something like that. Really crazy. You know, if you have to channel it for like a few seconds and then they stay around for a while.
Settles our minds. It sits poised to strike. Nowhere is safe. Frost.
This is the cost of pagan beliefs.
Plus 20 max life. Oh shit, big upgrades. Ice Strike! Hallelujah! Get me off of this shit. Give me rage. I don't have strength for rage. That's a bit of a bummer. Bit of a bummer. Nah, don't love that. I got any sockets? No. Okay. We probably saved that for a rage on hit on the belt. Get more strength on our next level up. About monks, it feels like you're forced to use charge staff with the frenzy charge stack.
The voice of the man I must face.
Freezing strike!
Blanking on the name. There's another skill that we can use that like puts an ice charge on an enemy and then we could detonate it. Yeah, shattering palm. That's the big juice. That's the big juice. I like that skill a lot.
You can rest when you're dead. Keep digging.
Save the other support for rage. That's not where I want to be going. Oh, maybe it is? I thought it wasn't. Bro, I've gone to every wrong exit you could go to. That's crazy. Every single door. That's not the right one. Gosh darn it. It's not this way, is it? That'd be evil. No. He didn't follow the snakes. Yeah, I didn't follow the snakes. Is there like a pattern in this mansion to follow? Wait, am I just on the wrong floor? No. We can go this way. It's always the last thing you check too.
Today is a good day.
Always the last thing. More freeze buildup would be huge for us. Useless against bosses. Flicker? I thought Flicker could do bosses.
What are they doing?
Get the bell up. Oh, I only had one level 5. Sad. Bell for this would be fine. Probably should have gone Locust for mobbing though.
Everything I promise.
No news.
Look, I want rage on hit. That would have been really nice for this.
Easy prey. Great Wolf.
Cool. I didn't want to hit the bell anyways.
Oriana, open the cage. Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. So much more. Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye, husband.
You manipulative whore! How dare you abandon me after all I've given you! Freezing strike! I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Desolation. Requiem.
Holy shit, we're fucking him up. Jesus Christ, dude. Insane. No, not like this. No, not like this.
Your pulse quickens.
Oh, he kind of had an insane fight there, dude. Just skip all his phases. I was sprinting when I got hit by that, so it knocked me over, and I had to fucking sit on the ground for 8 minutes. Never sprint during a boss fight.
Easy prey.
Though, why is it so much damage?
I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Desolation. As
night falls.
Damn, no phase skip.
Winter's chill. Fought the unworthy.
You know, he'll probably break that flipping through it. Just put the little ice crystal down and wait for him to run through it.
Forsaken frost.
No, I was sprinting. No.
As cold as.
Why are you sprinting?
Don't stop. The beast hungers.
No noose this time.
This is why we're playing Pathfinder. We're playing Pathfinder. No, I hold down sprint when I roll. It's a really bad habit. Oh, but this is why we're playing now and not doing that mistake at League Launch, because that would have been devastating.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
He's doing his slam.
Requiem on high.
Missiles.
The air grows colder.
Wolf.
And now the impaler.
Don't sprint. Don't sprint. Don't sprint.
As swift as death. And imbued by the moon.
Oh my god, I sprinted again.
Cursed and gifted. Branded and afflicted. Your veins soon chilled. Agna shall see desolation.
Circle.
Solstice of pain. Desolation.
Frost breath.
Freezing strike.
I smell your blood. And I am ravenous. Chilling frost.
Breath. Slam. There it is. There it is, there it is, there it is. Yeah, 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 yeah. Break all these changes.
Only for a moment. The madness.
Yeah, it's just for me. It's just holding down the space bar, but I like hold the space bar while I'm rolling, and if you do that, and as soon as you come out of it, you are running. So I have a bad habit of like sprinting for the like 1 second that you're out of the roll, like right there, and then if you get hit during that, you get knocked down.
Please stop the madness. As you wish.
Deadeye's getting a buff in 0.5. Well, I mean, if they're buffing evasion and deflection, then technically, yeah.
Return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
That's a lot of armor, but not a lot of movement speed. Wow, that's a much nicer belt, and it gives us the strength that we needed to put Rage on Bell. Very good. Spreading got hit by every projectile from the Chaos Eye thing. Don't know if I've seen that.
If you find
You've done the duck. It seems.
Oi, here's what I got.
Our weapon's pretty good right now.
For what it isn't.
Ooh. Give me rank 5 frozen
can I betrayal? The
I was banned from shows. I told you to not read. Interesting.
This outpost, do whatever it takes.
So these are the Marikath. Life seems worth is measured by actions. I must prove myself.
This guy doesn't read either. I read good. Yes. Holy poison. What the fuck was that? Sure. Leave the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that.
I must maintain the fine balance.
Ooh, wow. Those are better than my... Are those better than my current? 522, 1 to 35. Once we hit level 16, we'd probably throw some currency at that and potentially get an upgrade. Grand life flask. Oh, I needed that real bad. Our life flask was 260 life from 90. That is a sizable upgrade. All right. Here you're looking for the pathway that is like kind of thick. Remember that was like a thing. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. I lied. Oh, I'm dead. Ooh. Youchie. Level 16, we're level 15. We're almost there. We definitely missed some upgrades along the way there. Live League, are you gonna test some endgame stuff? Oh, I definitely want to test some endgame stuff. No, we definitely need to be doing endgame. Not tonight, but we'll probably do some endgame on this character. I think this is the path. Yeah, like not too thick there. Good size path. The thin ones are never it. Oh, shit. Get off me. Lightning. It's honestly not great. That one's already better. Nah. Shit. Damn! Alright, level 16, we get a big upgrade. Just kind of nuts, because my current staff is already pretty good. Oh, you know, we actually didn't find where we needed to go. It looks like it's top left, though. Only because of the girth of the path. The girth of the path is quite important. Level 16, that's big. We get essence. We get better stuff. Our ice strike is at 340. Now it's at 429. And let's fucking regal it, dude, because we're balling. Ah! Holy fuck. Yo, why not? And, okay, bro, we hit flat lightning, 70% elemental, attack speed, plus level of melee skills. My league start launch. No. Yo, this path has a nice width to it. It's perfect. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna fucking throw one more Exalted deck. Why not? Crit chance. Not that that does anything for us, but we can't lose. Bro, this guy's about to get hit harder than he's ever known. Yeah, I mean, he's just gone. Oh, shit, I ran out of mana. That's crazy. Oh, we gotta put on those better life flasks and mana flasks, too. That's right. The plus level give us some mana issues. That's a 110. And then better life flask. Save some for the 29th. I know, dude. You sell cool. This game get a lot faster. This game gets a lot faster. The difference is, like, Diablo 4 kind of starts fast and gets faster. This game starts really slow and gets faster. But a lot of your speed is, like, kind of endgame stuff. Like, basically, this game goes from, like, a 2 to 3 button build throughout most of your campaign to eventually being, like, 1 button.
Move swiftly.
But it's a bit Souls-like isn't the word. It's a lot more intentional. The combat is a lot more intentional. You're like doing combat combos from very early on. You're not just like clicking this is my core skill and everything dies whenever I click this. It's like this is my setup, this is my detonator, this is my buff. And I've got all these things at level 5. Unless you're on LA Deadeye. You mean you're still doing a 2-button combo. You're doing the lightning rods with lightning arrow. You're not killing any bosses with just arrow that early on. Which you just aren't. Oh my god, we just one-tap things. This guy. Yan.
Frozen lash.
How to farm for that unique charm. Oh,
Trifle with things they do not understand.
that is a good question. I do know where it drops from. Harbinger of Hatred drops it. Harbinger of Hatred. I'll put like a duration buff on that so I get to be more wacky for longer. Yeah, let's go get a blinding. Blinding's pretty good. Ooh, another skill gem. Let's get Staggering Palm and upgrade. Oh shit, first level 2. Doesn't do anything big for us. Ooh, Elemental Armament 2 is pretty good. That's fun. Shouldn't be using Cold Attunement, it's just less damage, because we have a fair bit of lightning. What's even coming for POE2's next update? So take the entire game's endgame and just flip it on its head. They are... They're basically like fully fleshing out each endgame system where it's gonna have like full-on quest lines at endgame, brand new pinnacle bosses, huge new Atlas trees, tons of new crafting materials and mechanics. Like, the amount of endgame we have now is getting consolidated basically into one single fucking league mechanic, and then all the other league mechanics are getting their all new endgame stuff. Go concentrated effect on Ice Strike. Ooh, that's a good call. I like that. 30% increased damage.
They died clawing for escape.
I could take that off of Bell. We'll see if I like the less attack speed. Maybe not, though. Oh, hell, like a truck, though. But I just strength because we were low on it. One thing that was like kind of important for like speed leveling, not that I'm very good at it, but was keeping an eye on your level compared to the level of the monsters. If you're like on level with the area, you can basically run by most things and be just fine. If you're 3 levels under, that's when things get a little bit more dicey. You want to try to like stay within 3 levels under, so you're like killing more things if you're 3. And if you're, you know, 1 level below, you probably skip a lot of stuff. Or 2 levels below, skip a little bit more. Try to maintain like 3 levels under. We are currently on level, meaning we've been killing a little too many things. I've been having too much fun with the build though. Oh man, we're just too strong. We're just too strong. Dude, isn't that the best feeling though when you get like a beefed up weapon during the campaign? 2 to 75 lightning. Jesus. That's not as good as our current one, because our current one has 70% elemental damage with attacks and +2 melee skills. It's fucking ridiculous. Actually, like, couldn't have gotten a better weapon early.
At least there's one survivor of this madness.
The only mythic I have right now is for Starless. Can I still make it work? Yeah. There's no mythics that are required for that build. Mythics are just like extra damage. Only mythic that's really needed on that build is the Apocalypse Gloves.
So, let us fight to the last.
Or sorry, not mythic. Unique piece of gear.
Who goes there?
Apocalypse Gloves aren't even mandatory, but they let you do some cooler things with the build. Might start a SSF. I was kind of thinking we'd do that with this character. I mean, realistically, trade's probably pretty dead right now anyway, so... The frozen petal amulet would be good. I mean, good or not good, not totally sure. We'll have to see. We didn't get the full description of the ice crystals on it, but it looked pretty sick. Potentially nuts for any ice build, and it comes with a bunch of crit chance. Looked promising.
What works of wonder.
Yeah, honestly, I'd take the mana regen. It's not always correct, but I feel like in these ARPG games when people are like, yo, what build should I play? What should I start? What's gonna be good? I feel like if you pick the thing that is new, there's usually a high probability it's going to be decent. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be very weird for them to add a new class or Ascendancy and it's just hot dog shit. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that just doesn't happen that often. Warlock certainly isn't the strongest class in Diablo, but it's definitely not bad. Oh, you do some actual damage. GG's. Oh, I ran out of mana. I spoke too soon. I just killed herself on my frozen locust. That's crazy. I'm ready to ascend. You will never be alone. Hollow Palm still viable. Hollow Palm is still viable, and the new class looks like it's gonna have some real strong synergies with it. Appreciate that, Grit. I think Hot Bomb is better to swap to late game, not to level with while you need the stats for it to be good. I'm not disagreeing with that, but that new glove node could potentially change that a bit. Why make it a bit more viable early? We will have to see. Ooh, those are nice. It was this little path down here that we missed. Uh-oh. Holy, I tripped twice. That's crazy. Huh. What's a good ARPG on Xbox? Diablo 4, Path of Exile 2. POE1. What else is on Xbox? Diablo 3. I don't think Last Epoch's on Xbox. I don't know if Torchlight Infinite is on Xbox. I don't think Grim Dawn is on Xbox. Is Grim Dawn on Xbox? I assumed it wasn't. Bruh. There's no way this entire upper area is just a dead end, right? Okay, there it is. I ran around here looking for the exit and just missed it up top. This is my last resort. If I not use a filter blade, you know, as funny as I thought my filter looked weird, I am using a leveling filter. But you're not wrong. It doesn't look like I am. I don't know if maybe if it's outdated and it's just not applying or whatnot.
Hold them back while I open the gate.
Probably needs a revision or an update.
Let the tide of war flow.
Oh, big explosion. Let's go. No, that's definitely not filtering out anything. Definitely not. The Raven Staff. Dude, the thing with that is, like, that entire build is revolving exclusively around that weapon. And I'd be very curious to how easy it's going to be to get that weapon, because that did look awesome. I really like the look of that. What did I do wrong? Gate mechanism. Where's my lady at? Asala is all the way up there. Why is she up there? What are we doing? Imagine that price. Well, like, if it's really common, it's going to be super cheap and everyone will get to play the build. But if it's, like, not, then it might be a few days before you potentially play the build that you want to play. You know what I mean? Back on POE2. We were just fucking around in it, having some fun. They revealed their big new expansion coming out in a few days, and it was looking pretty cool. And Monk's getting a lot of new things, so I've done some Monk. We're probably gonna do. I plan on doing like a full playthrough to Endgame and crushing some Endgame on this character, but we got some more D4 gaming to do before then. I think the last 2 weeks, maybe last week of this month, we'll probably be going pretty hard on some POE. Getting ready through crafting some builds. But I still got some big D4 gaming to do. D4 is a lot better, but I don't think it could hold my attention personally for a whole month. I think we'll probably get another week to 2 weeks out of it, and then we'll be pretty good. Oh, big node, big node. Is there any cool cold nodes around here? I remember like there being a bit of a lack of good cold nodes. Like there's these ones up here which are goated, but they're so far. Hmm. Tenfold attacks might be pretty nice for us right now, honestly. Dizzying sweep's good. There's more AoE up here, too. 20% reduced crit chance is super fine early on. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to be scaling crit until way later.
Noxious.
How is this possible?
I shall dethrone you, Sakama, and leave you to the sands!
Man, that's the fight over. He goes away now.
I tried to seek peace, and the Sakamas disgraced me. Rot in the sand. This time, we choose war. We shall finish this, but not today.
Make haste. We must not escape.
Importing builds. Yeah, it's pretty insane. The only ARPG that I've seen do something similar is Torchlight. I do think Torchlight's system is a little bit better, but we'll see. Well, I don't know. There's pros and cons to each. We'll see, though. Combo attack builds in POE2, kind of getting bored of one button spamming. If you like combo builds, POE2 is the game for you. Genuinely, if you like combo-based gameplay, you'll love POE2. That's people's biggest complaint with the game typically is the need for combat stuff, or combo stuff. 10% movement speed booties. Ooh. With 25 energy shield.
War nights.
Where's identify man? Thank you. Ooh, that's pretty good. More energy shield, more max life. Those are bad. Uh-oh, I need more strength.
How can I must meditate.
Oh, I need more dex. I need more intelligence. What the fuck? This game, man, I swear. This thing's only got one suffix. Accuracy, light radius. That's not what I wanted. Hey, we hit intelligence. Perfect. Easy clap. Oh, we should use artificers too. Any flat cold runes? But the increased fizz there. Get a little bit of extra dex there. Should help smooth things out.
Who goes there? Browse as long as you like. I'll unburden you. Take care. My way as you wish.
Ah, yes. Move swiftly.
Keth, Sakamas, Mastodon, Badlands. Let's go do Mastodon. Yeah, the importing builds into the game is going to be pretty wild. I'd be curious to how that works with build updates. Like, if I make a planner, or if I make a thing and I update it, I would imagine you would need to re-download. Oh, we're about to get messed up here. Yeah, I was about to say, things are hitting real hard all of a sudden. Our chest piece is kind of bad. Booties need an upgrade too. Do you see Nexon's making like a competitor to Lost Ark? Called was it like Unembered or something like that? Something. I don't know what I'm talking about.
A wasteland without end.
I don't remember what it was called, but it looked a bit like a ARPG MMO type deal. I'm very low health. Thank you. Undecember? No, that's not it. Maybe I'm getting Undecembered in the name of this game mixed up. Embers of the Uncrowned. Yeah, that was it. Uncrowned, not Undecember. Ooh. Potentially nice for us. Yo, I don't have any wisdoms. Yikes. That's unlucky.
This trap will only be your doom. First the creation, now it's hunt.
Bro, we just do so much damage. So much damage. Alright, how do we want to get over to this side? I think we go down through here, honestly. So come rain on my parade. Ooh, 15% attack speed while not on low mana is pretty nice. Oh, where's the quarterstaff thing? Yeah, let's go down this way. Let's go this way. We'll go down here, grab some of these, go up along here, grab the Herald Nuns, grab some of the evasion. There's these nodes here, which are really nice. Lots of good stuff for us. Ooh, better shoes. I just looked at combat for that. Looks kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Lost Ark. My biggest issue with Lost Ark was that it wasn't more of an ARPG. It was like a full MMO with the viewpoint of a ARPG. I got debated. So come rain on my parade.
Greetings.
I hear you. Take your time.
Speak up. Here we are.
Do not wander. Hmm?
Anything nice here? Man, you got nothing. I can't buy those without movement speed. Do like this.
Choice. Take care.
Mavra, dude, I'm like, she's gonna, like, she either needs to, like, create her own,
aspirations of an
like,
ancient
original music, or she's gonna be featured by a whole lot of these bands, right? Like, she's crazy. Like, she can't just do covers. Right, Shirley? Some label's gotta hit her up, start making some original music. Uh-oh. By the way, I see what I was doing wrong with those. I realized it earlier, but I was kind of like point blanking things with these, and it does just so much more damage if you can get them at the like edge of the wave, like right on the big spike. It does more damage. I didn't realize that. Oh shit! I missed the person here somehow. Gosh, heard somewhere. Yeah, someone got to sign her into a 360 deal. More damage with the tip, always. Alright, where the fuck are we going? There it is. About to hit him with the yabba dabba doo. Okay, I lied. He's better. Get stunned, idiot.
I won't soon forget this one.
Thank you. Yo, where them scrolls of wisdom at, though? Girl. Oh shit, yo, this thing's got room for one more prefix. Fuck it. Did it just hit added fizz? I think it just hit added fizz. It did just hit added fizz. Crazy. GG Endgame best av. 200 div. Just try to put up the price checker. I do want these attack speed nodes. I do. Got 0 attack speed right now. Yeah, I mean, literally not a single bad mod. Added Fizz, Lightning, 70% Elemental, crit chance, attack speed, plus level of melee skills. That just, you just don't, that doesn't happen to me. Ever when it really matters. Rip League luck. Yeah, some like mana on kill would be really nice for us right now. Scroll. 50 max life. Fuck it. 50 max life is kind of hard not to wear. Dude, this is Act 2? Yeah. The funniest thing that I think about so often when I'm playing through this game is, I got invited, before this game came out, I got invited to an event to play this game co-op. It was like, little marketing thing. It was specifically to market couch co-op, so we were playing co-op on controller. And I was just getting my fucking ass handed to me. I remember this particular map for some reason. It was before they changed it. Oh, I don't know if you guys remember this, but it used to be... I don't remember if it launched with it or not. But they made it so that you could roll like through enemies easier. Like, you'd get stuck on enemies less. And the beetles kept coming out of the fucking wall on this map and basically pinning me to where I couldn't move. It wasn't like I was against a wall or anything. I would just get surrounded so fast. And then I couldn't do anything, and then I would just die. And I died so many times on this one map. It was crazy. Oh, kind of similar to that, but I was standing, not rolling. Like, they would just come out of the wall and then trap you, and you couldn't wiggle out between them. Unless you were killing them instantly, you get surrounded so fast. Oh my god, I keep tripping. You know what's kind of crazy is the guys that like speedrun this game really, really fast aren't really sprinting all that often. Like, they are, but like
emanates from the darkness.
Less than you would think. Oh, I love this room. Or different room, but same effect. Dude, if you're playing like any sort of AoE explosion build, this is just the best room to come into. ED Contagion. Chee. Your Apocalypse Warlock, squishy. Yeah. It was trickier to make that class tanky. Much trickier. Oh, we haven't spec'd any survivability nodes, but like, who does that? We could spec a little bit of survivability. This node right here, Mindful Awareness, is pretty good bang for the buck. Plus, Step Like Mist is pretty nice too. I still need that badge on Nightbomb. Wait, what? Oh, you're barbed to over 2 million toughness. Nice. Our Hell Fracture build got to 3 mil toughness, but like, didn't feel like that. Actually, I'll peek at what this is. I'll peek. It got me on. Oh, yo, I'm pretty excited. It's looking pretty good. Only downside is no new Ascendant or no new class. A bit of a bummer. I'm sure Reddit's super happy with that. Oh, this guy's dead. Yo, might have to league start Monk. Holy. He's crazy. Yo, I need some motherfucking identity scrolls.
Such sorrow deserves release.
Thank you.
I never expected Divinity could be such a curse. Thank you for your sacrifice.
I don't know how to increase your toughness. I gotta get a tattoo, bro.
There was a god.
Somewhere visible.
Do not wander.
You gotta wear a chain too.
How can
Life, armor, resistances. You're regretting not making that tad bigger? Dude, I actually had a dream last... Holy shit, 31 spirit. I had a dream last night about getting another tattoo. Fuck, I like just deleted A spirit gem. Oh, we have another one actually. Yeah, why not? It's got some spirit, some armor. Energy shield equal to 5% of your evasion. How much evasion? Holy, resistances are crazy. We have 8% evasion. That's fucking sick. Okay, that's probably not. We should just hold that until we have a little bit more dex. Or Dex runes. And then Herald of Lightning, we're gaming.
Take your time. I'll unburden them.
To live like a refugee.
As you wish. Young one. Stay in sight.
Goes down to the ether. Yeah, I mean, later on, it's pretty nuts. Tattoo around your tattoo.
No place for mortals.
Originally there was gonna be a bit more around my tattoo. Ooh, the Herald of Thunder looking nice. That's fucking spicy looking. Tornado bad, tornado bad. I am chugging mana potions right now. Oh, I actually really need some like mana unkill or something. lord. We did not need to do all this, but it's fun. Oh! Those are pretty terrible if I remember correctly. They got movements. 80. Nope, they're great. They're perfect. They're beautiful. Best boots I've ever seen. Chance to be afflicted by elements when hit. Oop, that's not great. 25% movement speed while afflicted by an element. Never mind. They're great. Look how fast we are, because I'm on fire. Sure that's our first ancient seal, which is like not great. Definitely missed some back there. Where's your lightning damage coming from? My weapon. Got plus 42 lightning damage on it. And my ring's got some extra lightning on it as well. Pretty good chunk of lightning, honestly. I just missed that checkpoint inside. Theory crafting martial artist. Pretty much, yeah. Plus a little monk leveling. I mean, like, martial artist is a new ascendancy, but it's not getting new skills. Or, I mean, like, it's got new ascendancy related skills, but those skills are based off of existing stuff, so. Never played this game. Would you recommend picking it up? Never even played the first one either. It's probably better if you haven't played the first one compared to playing this one, to be honest.
Creature.
People's biggest complaint with this game usually is that it's different than POE1. So if you haven't played POE1, then you're in a great spot to try this game. I prefer POE2 over POE1. I think it's fine to say that POE1 is the better ARPG. Because, like, I freaking hope so. It's got, like, 10 years of content and seasons and classes and ascendancies and all that stuff. But I prefer POE2 so much more.
By the dreamer.
So much damage, dude.
And succeeded. A living gem. A gift.
Like, realistically, POE2's endgame is better than most games' endgames. POE2 has to rework their endgame and improve it because POE1 exists. You've only played Diablo for RPGs. PoE is quite a different beast. You might love it, and you might never want to play Diablo again. Or you won't like it at all. It's a very different kind of game. I mean, it doesn't need to be that extreme. It doesn't need to go that extreme. You can like both. What do you get? Wave of Frost. Okay, that's cool.
Stormwave is a lightning area attack. Freezing Mark makes an enemy more vulnerable to being... When used on a shocked enemy, use Wave of Frost to dodge backwards and launch a cold area attack that is very effective at freezing enemies.
Okay, Freezing Mark. Ooh, no, we don't want to use a T2 on that. Oh, Marga siphoning on Freezing Mark is big tech, big tech. Fuck it. You heard nothing about Temple? Did they remove it? They did not remove it, but they nerfed it. There's no way. So basically, they removed the whole snaking strategy. So, like, you can no longer prevent a room from getting broken. So, like, if you make a chain, there's no preventing, rooms in a chain from being destroyed, basically. If it destroys a room in a chain, that would leave like kind of a gap. It'll just replace it with a different room.
Nothing.
I am hesitant for glory.
So they're not removing it. They said it was out of hand. They wish they had nerfed it. And that it'll be a whole lot less crazy.
Take your time.
Which I think sounds great. Sounds good to me. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so the temple's gonna be there. It's not gonna be as juiced, but it sounds like it'll still be rewarding if you like do it. You know what I mean? There's still gonna like the crazy uniques that drop from it. I'm personally not really planning to bother with temple at all, to be honest. POE aren't that bad. I mean, it kind of depends on what kind of player you are and stuff. They definitely take a bit of time. I mean, someone came into chat today and said that they quit during the campaign because it was too long. And I was like, okay, out of curiosity, like, how long were you in the campaign before you quit? And they said 40 hours. But, you know, everyone's different. That is certainly a long time to be in the campaign. You know what I mean? That is definitely, a long time to be in the campaign. I don't blame him. You know what I mean? Our most recent league launch, when we were playing Wolf Druid and like making a build and coming up with the combos and stuff, took us about 12 hours, I think. 12 to 11 hours of gaming, which, like, in the grand scheme of, like, speedy PoE streamers is really slow. I am not a speedy gamer. They were through it in fucking 4 hours, you know what I mean? You Steam DB BL4 at all today? No, why? What happened? Is it popping off? Okay, we've concentrated effect on this, but like, is that great? A little sketchy. We had 3K today. Woo! Whoopsies. I'm gonna take that off. You need Outriders too? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sign me up. But I'm not the only one.
Mankind always aspires to reach the skies, even in death.
Once 050 settles down in June. In June?
Stay still.
What do you mean? Oh, like once the league kind of ends? I don't know. You go scoop ice cream? That is not the right way. Fries need a nice bag. You know, the biggest pro of doing like variety content, we've been covering Souls likes, looter shooters, ARPGs, is I feel like realistically there's always something to go do, something to go play. There is quite a few good-looking Souls-like games coming out this year as well. Uh-oh, that's a game crash. Top 3 worst maps in the game. It's a long one. You just wish Destiny 2 didn't break their game.
I must maintain a fine balance.
Yeah. What? But Marathon, bro. Yo, honestly, I'll just become a Borderlands mobile streamer. Marathon 2 will be the next big. This better not be a fucking dead end. Oh god, thank god. God damn it! Brother. Yo, if this whole quadrant ends up being a dead end, I'm gonna be pissed. No. There's hope. There's hope. There's hope. Yes. 4 dead ends in a row. Dude, I don't know how they did it. I don't know if it's like intentional or I'm stupid, but I feel like that's always the way it is in this game. Is you always find the exit on the last place you look. If there's some design trick they're doing to do that or whatnot, it's pretty nuts. Oh my god. Yeah, I would do terrible things for some men on kill right now. $165 mana, but level 30. You prefer cold skills? Okay, so here's the thing. It's either cold or lightning. Fire's kind of dog. And, it's either cold or lightning. Cold gets the cool explosions, which is very satisfying, and lightning does a ridiculous amount of damage because of shock magnitude and stuff, so you can't go wrong with either. But it kind of feels like you play shock or lightning. We gotta get some better health blast up in here.
Stay still. Need more mana. You are relentless, but that makes you predictable.
Damn, that's a nice chest fizz.
it the beast that empowers such horrors? This must end.
Yeah. Benefits from using it, and I just shit. Yeah, I mean, that's the issue, is like Ignite needs to do something that isn't or there's a way to, you know what I mean? Like, if you have something that's frozen, even if something isn't frozen, if it's just chilled, that's huge benefit in this game, especially when enemies fucking bum rush you. Lightning, you've got electrocution, which is a stun, which is good. Plus, you've got shock, which is damage multiplier, which is good. And lightning chains between enemies, typically. Ignite needs to stack. Yup. I mean, just something that incentivizes it a bit more.
We now have them.
Bro, you can make ignited enemies whenever an enemy gets like 100% ignite. They like, I'm burning, and then they can't move for a few seconds. Like, even something like that alone would be huge quality of life. You know what I mean? Both cold and lightning have CCs built in, or that you can build into. That's pretty nice. I don't know. I get wanting to make the elements different so they're not all the same and it doesn't feel exactly the same playing lightning or playing cold or whatnot. But, like, there needs to be some sort of utility aspect or something to fire. Because freezing enemies is crazy, shocking them is crazy, igniting them is couldn't care less. I've never played an Ignite build in POE1. Is it better? No one know. Is it better in POE1? Because I like Poison in POE1 a whole lot more. I hate the, like... In POE1, you just stack infinite poisons. Not poison stack infinite. Well, they can stack infinitely. They have, like, a duration. But, like, you don't need to, like, spend half of your points specking into your... You can stack +1 poisons. It's just you can apply a bunch of poisons. Skills that hit a lot of times are typically good for poison builds. And then skills that don't hit a lot of times have crazy poison multipliers like, fuck, what's it called? What's the name of the poison build in POE1? You can only apply 1 stack of poison, but it hits really hard. I literally played it. Is the drops via BattleNet? POE isn't on BattleNet. No, they're just Twitch drops. Redeem them with your account. Mamba, something Mamba. Viper Strike of the Mamba, that's what it was. Viper Strike of the Mamba. It's like you can only apply 1 poison, but that poison does like 450% increased damage from a normal poison. Was pretty fucking sick. You can do a subathon for the POE2 update. Potentially. Only issue with the POE2 update is I have my buddy's engagement party the next day. So, like, potentially pause subathon to go do that, or just start it afterwards. You know what I mean? But I do have a engagement party I need to go to. Okay. Hear me out. How good of a buddy are we talking about? So, best buddy. And he was the best man in my wedding, and I was the best man, or I'm the best man in his wedding. Or like groomsman. I don't know all the wedding terms. But he missed my engagement party. He missed my engagement party. So does that give me the right to miss us? Have you tried Cash yet, Monks? And how good he... Aw, Cash is crazy, yeah. Cash is really good. Really, really good. But yeah, he did miss my engagement party, so... obligated to what? Miss his? If you don't go? Yeah, kind of. Exactly, right? I don't know. I'd feel really bad for not going. But he's also a very big POE gamer. So, bro, he's gonna be dying to play too. We'll say. Alright guys, I'm gonna head out there. Appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. For a favor one day, intro. GG's. Thanks for hanging out. We will be continuing this character. We're probably not going to be doing that tomorrow, though, because I still want to do some D4 stuff. But, good shit. Also, congrats to POE2 on the cool showcase today. I very much enjoyed that. I'm a little bummed that it didn't go for at least 7 hours. They only held it out for 4.5. Ooh! My buddy's playing Saros. I haven't seen any of this game besides from the trailers, but it looks really cool. Excited for the new POE2. Yes, sir. Very. Alright, we're gonna go show Oro some love. He's playing some Saros. Really cool looking game. Bye, friends. Go show him some love. So if Endgame changes, that's all I wanted. Well, you're in luck.